Welcome to the first hearing of the Committee's 2026 review of Work Health and Safety Scheme. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet today. I pay my respects to elders past, present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander who will be joining us today in person or perhaps later on the internet. My name is Greg Donnelly and I'm the Chair of the Committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn the mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. To each witness, welcome and thank you for making the time today, gentlemen, for providing the evidence, which you will shortly. Could each witness, starting from my left, please state their name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, whichever you prefer, the words of which are before you. So if we could please proceed with that.
My name is Jason Sultana. I'm the Executive Officer of the Apprentice Employment Network of New South Wales and ACT. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, my name is Tom Emalaus. I'm here as the Chair of the Apprentice Employment Network, New South Wales, ACT New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. So thank you gentlemen for making yourself available. Sorry about the technical hitch, but we'll do our best in the circumstances. Can I commence by inviting yourselves to make an opening statement, either a combined one or one by each of you, whichever you prefer. Can I just note your submission, and thank you for that, has been received, processed and stands as submission number 3 to the inquiry. So it's therefore formal evidence, and we're pleased to hear from you today in regards to oral evidence you're going to provide. So would there be one or two opening statements?
Just one.
Thank you very much. Okay, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to help everyone in the room understand who we are, the Apprentice Employment Network represents group training organisations that employ over 5,000 apprentices and trainees across New South Wales and ACT. Our members are the employers of apprentices. We are a unique model where 95% of our workforce are apprentices and trainees. And our model's been around for 50 years. It's basically our members are mostly not-for-profit organisations, and they intersect the employment, training, supervision and work health and safety side of employment. We've made 5 recommendations today, which obviously we can discuss from areas around reforming workers' compensation insurance, the establishment of a apprentice and trainee work health and safety committee, stronger data information, better working of government departments together in relation to sharing information, but also strengthening areas around labour hire and non-GTO entitlements. So we look forward to giving evidence today.
Thank you very much. Well, as I said, the submission's been received, so taken as read by committee members. The way we normally do this, if you're agreeable, is we have members on the committee representing the government, the opposition, and Ms Abigail Boyle and the Honourable Rod Roberts from Crossbench. And what we normally do is share the questions around between ourselves. So are you both agreeable to that?
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you for that. So we might get underway. Sorry, did I mention... sorry.
Sorry,
I got slightly distracted. Would someone like to start with questions? The Honourable Mike.
Just, I just on this first recommendation you've got regarding the workers' compensation system and the aggregation effect. Do you want to just outline the link between what you see there? It looks like there's an issue between the way that the workers' comp system is administered and the flow through onto safety and group training organisations. Just tease that out for us a bit.
Yeah, essentially the workers' compensation figures. So some employers are given an estimate premium, and others are in a calculated group, and GTOs fall in the calculated group, which is the minority. We know from the data that apprentices have a higher rate of incident, but generally very minor incidents. And the way the formula calculates it now, that then heavily penalises organisations like a GTO, because you might have up to 95% of your employees are apprentices. So you would then be facing prohibitive workers' comp premiums that actually, in some cases, will shut down GTOs from being able to operate, despite them being probably the safest and most appropriate place for apprentices to be.
Yep. So are you advocating some sort of a weighting system that accounts for the density of the workforce with apprentices who are more likely to have more minor accidents, so some sort of weighting system to account for that?
Yes, exactly. To recognise it's actually a lower risk environment because we have, field officers and people who are well trained and experienced in managing apprentices. So we believe we manage apprentice risk better than direct employment, but that gets lost in the way that the premiums are calculated.
Are there any other jurisdictions doing that? Do you know?
Yeah, the worst place to be a GTO is the ACT, but the New South Wales premiums are probably the second worst in the country in the way they're calculated. So in a number of jurisdictions, workers' compensation for apprentices is not charged as a way of encouraging employers to take on apprentices. For example, in Victoria, it's close to free.
Right.
Could we take this? Sorry.
Yeah. No.
Can we take a step back? And apologies, it's Friday after a long sitting fortnight, and I haven't had my second coffee yet. Just understanding how the GTO model works and what the arrangement then is with the sort of host organisations and the ability for you to influence, I guess, how safe their workplace is. So when we look at, workers' compensation, we're trying to assess the risk for a particular set of individuals and then price it appropriately. But when you are then placing people in, so you're getting all of the work, the insurance premium hit, but when you're then putting people into these places, what ability do you have to influence how risky that workplace is?
Yeah, that's a great question. We work closely with our hosts, and in some cases we'll, in the worst case, you'll cease to use a host that doesn't have safe work practices. So I'll get lots of inquiries for businesses who want to host our apprentices, and unless they have an established safety system, a strong record, and then we have experienced, in my case, electricians who go and actually observe them using their system in practice on their jobs. Unless they have all of that, we won't place apprentices with them. And then we send our experienced field officers out regularly to actually ensure that that's ongoing. So as in there's an ongoing implementation of their safe working practices, so our apprentices are going to be safe on their site. And then the other aspect is that we, at the recruitment stage, put quite a bit of effort into giving them fundamental OH&S skills before they're on the site. And we know from the data that the apprentices that go through that, in our industry's case, are half as likely to have an incident in their first year. So it's just basic, for example, hand skills and things like that. So you're not getting minor cut injuries and things like that because they've already had training in how to safely do that before they get to a work site.
So there's a bit of shared risk then. It's sort of, there's how well you are preparing your apprentices to be in the workplace, and then also how safe that workplace is in terms of what the injury rate would be and what the risks are.
Yes.
Okay. And then, sorry, just one more. Just
No, it's
completely
okay.
interrupted you. I'm so
Fine.
sorry. I just needed to understand sort of how
No,
that
no,
was
it's all helpful,
working.
so it's fine.
I understand iCare already applies some sort of apprentice incentive scheme. Is that correct?
So for only apprentices, they offer a payroll tax rebate reduction, but that is a small proportion of the whole
Yes.
thing. When we're dealing with premiums, we've got the majority of our industry are not-for-profit organisations.
Yep.
And when you're dealing with premiums that are of the six-figure nature, it does have a major impact on your ability to market it, your ability to employ additional apprentices in the workplace.
Thank you.
Just another couple before I hand over. You've got anything, Anthony?
Just one.
I'll just another couple before I hand over to my colleague or colleagues. So just on the power dynamic in the workplace between a supervisor, an employer, and an apprentice. Obviously, these kids get training about safety and WHS and their responsibilities and requirements. But if you're a young person in a workplace and the boss tells you to do X, Y, Z, there's an inherent reluctance to go against that, despite the fact that it might be unsafe. Just want to get your views on where we're at across the board with that from a macro perspective. Like, is that still an issue? Is it something we need to concentrate on in terms of empowering those apprentices to say no when they have to? So that would be the first question. Then I just want to go into some of this labour hire stuff.
No, you go.
Yes, it's there is still a risk there. Obviously, there's going to be that power dynamic. By giving apprentices up front, like it's the number one thing when they come into an induction period before they go out and even meet a host, we give them quite solid understanding of the WHS Act and how the WHS system should work for them in an apprentice context. So they're trained in a way that's easy for them to understand. What does this mean for me? And probably the number one point we get them to take out of that is if something looks or feels unsafe, don't do it. Ask the question. And so they can reach out directly to us if they were ever in a situation where they felt they were being asked to do something that was unsafe by their supervisor on site. Unlike a direct employed apprentice, they have their field officer and their employer in their GTO that they can call. It doesn't happen often because we choose good hosts, but it has happened, and we do intervene, and if need be, we'll withdraw the apprentice and cease the relationship with that host.
Can I just add to that, Mark?
Yeah.
One of the things about significant about the group training model is that it gives apprentices confidence to come and talk to us, not fearing the repercussions.
Yep.
And that's been a particular benefit of being a group training organisation. As I said, we've been around for 50 years and in New South Wales alone have trained over 150,000 apprentices. Over that time, we've developed systems and processes in place to address some of these issues. Now, is it fully gone away? No. But it does not happen as much as say, a direct employment would be.
And can I ask, I mean, you come from a fairly reputable group training organisation. As far as I can see, he's got a pretty good reputation in the industry. He's doing a good job. What's your view of that the standard across the board?
I'll take that one. I think people who are so GTOs that are members of AEN, so they've actually bothered to register and therefore have to meet.
Sorry, what's that acronym, Tom?
The Apprentice Employment Network.
Yep.
So Jason's our exec officer for that. So the members of AEN are registered GTOs, and there's a cost with that and quite a high standard to the national GTO standards that we're audited against by New South Wales every couple of years, but it's not mandatory. So there are a number of labour hire businesses and some group training businesses who are not registered, and in that, for some of them, it really can be the Wild West. It's just a commercial operation, and things like WHS aren't a high priority. So I think when you're covered by the regulation that the state has in place, there is an extra added layer of protection because GTOs that don't do the right thing will be quickly found out and out of business.
And with the sort of this labour hire model, I noticed you've in recommendation 5 here, you've sort of delved into that. Did you want to sort of walk us through what the culture's like in that labour hire model sector?
it's a bit obviously difficult because we're not in that sector ourselves. But what we've been given, what we've seen, and what is that, being that there is labour hire, they've got no particular standards that they're working to other than to the Act.
So is that a function of the diminution or the sort of outsourcing of responsibilities, even though technically they're still falling under the umbrella of the legislative requirements because there's no direct connection?
Correct.
Yeah, so labour hire for qualified tradies, at least they've been through an apprenticeship pathway, they've got the experience and so on, and then they're being moved around, and that's more a productivity piece or whatever reason people use them. But where it extends to apprentices, you then don't have any of the extra recognition of the extra risk for those workers and training and inexperience and so on. So those factors aren't considered if you have a labour hire business then also offering apprentices.
The ACT government have recognised that and have made it compulsory for any organisation that on hires apprentices or group training organisations in the ACT have to be formally registered. Same as in Queensland as well.
Okay.
Can I
And one more quick one.
through the chair.
The recent reforms to the WHS Act in terms of the prosecutability in the Industrial Relations Commission and the ability of individuals and unions to directly prosecute that rather than go through the district circuit, has that sort of filtered through yet, or is there a level of awareness about the power of that legislation?
We're aware of it, but there hasn't been any use of it to date that I'm aware of.
Okay, thanks.
Thank
Honourable
you.
West Spain.
Just noting the evidence you gave earlier, you said that where it's a circumstance that an apprentice might be in a placement and feel that something's unsafe, they might not want to raise it with their current placement, so they raise it with you. You then address it with the organisation that you've placed them at, and if it's the case that it's unsafe, you'll actually withdraw that apprentice. What's the mechanism then after that? Once you've identified that there's an organisation that has a unsafe practice where one of your apprentices is at risk potentially, and it's got to the point where you've had to withdraw an apprentice, what steps do you take to ensure that that the right outcomes for future employees is met by that organisation? Do you follow it through and report it to New South Wales Safe Work or etc.? Or
Yeah, it's depending on the severity of it. So the two regulators that we would work with are training services, the training regulator. We're talking to them all of the time, and in fact they will come to us to get our advice sometimes on what's appropriate.
Yep.
But also Safe Work. So Safe Work New South Wales will work with us on issues, and we've got good relationships with them. If we saw something, certainly in the electrical field, that was egregious, we'd absolutely be in touch with them. Okay.
Is there a circumstance where you've had to actually do that? And if so, what's the what was the process? What was the outcome?
Yes, we've referred matters to Safe Work. We don't see, from an electrical point of view, we don't see a lot of investigations, and I think there's other submissions to that fact. I think Nika's presenting on Monday on that one, and so they'll be able to give more detail on that. But yeah, certainly in regard to things like apprentice electric shocks, very underreported and very rarely investigated.
Thank you.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So on that, can I ask, Safe Work was supposed to be developing a high-risk workplaces register. Have you had any interaction with them about sort of the identification of high-risk workplaces? I know that you've got a recommendation about having sort of a more official committee. What's been your interaction so far with Safe Work?
Safe Work did produce a really good guide for group training and labour hire businesses on the interaction between the two different PCBUs, so us being the employer and the host being in control of the site. We found that excellent, and that's a good guide for our industry. I wasn't aware of a new register for particularly high risk businesses, so yeah.
And I'll reiterate that as the association, executive officer, we've had no interaction regarding that.
Yeah, okay. So the, you say this advisory committee recommendations modelled on leading practice in other jurisdictions. Can you give us
Yeah,
a bit of
so
information on how that works?
In South Australia, they've got a skills commissioner, Cameron Baker, and they've obviously, like all other states, are focused on apprenticeships and traineeship safety. They've set up an advisory group that is made up of a combination of industry, unions, and other organisations that meet 5 times a year. Mm-hmm. And this is where they discuss areas in relation to statistics, what are the type of issues, what are the preventative measures that can be done. And it's very much about getting information out to the broader industry for preventative measures, but also to ensure that there's some strategies there to address any issues that have taken place.
Thank you.
Can I just ask about...
Oh, Anthony, yeah.
So, firstly, can I just clarify, what proportion of apprentices are covered by GTOs and versus other apprenticeship engagement?
Are you talking about their actual workforce, so a group training organisation's workforce?
No, in terms of the overall
market
number of
share?
apprentices in New South Wales,
Yeah, okay.
how many are engaged through a GTO versus other
So it's
forms
just
of
under
engagement?
6% of the whole apprenticeship and traineeship market is employed through a group training organisation.
6%?
Yes.
So like the vast
So have you got-
majority are
so
through the
as
GTO
of
system.
As of last month, there's just under 89,000 apprentices and trainees currently employed across New South Wales,
Yep.
and of that, there's just on 5,000 that's employed through a group training organisation.
Right, and so the majority of those are in sort of direct engagement.
Direct employment.
arrangements. So can I just ask about your suggestion around data? Can you perhaps elaborate on how you imagine that might work? So are you talking about perhaps having some, notifiable requirements in terms of apprentices? Like if there's near misses that involve apprentice, that becomes a notifiable incident? Well, what's the mechanism for collecting the data around health and safety issues as they pertain to apprentices?
It's about making industry aware of what are the common problems that are happening, how often are they happening, what are the type of injuries, what is the information. A lot of that comes also from the data that you put in through a claim through iCare.
Right.
Now, as every 12 months, we speak to iCare about providing us a report on our industry in relation to the total amount of claims, the types of claims, and what we've seen when we get that data, and that does take some time to put together, is we've got a trend of number of claims reducing year on year on year, cost of claims going up year on year on year. But also what's actually happened is where it's been, as Tom mentioned before, a lot of the cuts and bruises and minor injuries, the rise of mental health claims starting to enter into the market and the associated costs around that. Data is that once you've got that data, you can start putting preventative measures in. And you don't know what you don't know. So the more information you share about what's out there, the more you can actually take preventative measures, particularly with the larger organisations. Any tools that you can provide that can help reduce premiums is only going to be for the betterment of not only apprentices but for the.
And are apprentices flagged in the aggregated data that's available through iCare?
I don't know.
Is there a mechanism to actually access that kind of information about apprentices?
Certainly when we've gone looking for data specific to apprentices, it's often hard to disaggregate that and pull out the incidents and so on that relate directly to apprentices. So that's a crucial point, that if that existed, that's going to help us manage it much better as a community, because we then know what we're dealing with. But we tend to hear about individual incidents and so on, rather than hearing, in the broader scheme of what's happening, exactly which of those involved apprentices. And conversations with Safe Work, often it's quite difficult to get that too.
Right, I see. So I'm just trying to get to the point of where which entity needs to be engaged with in terms of refining the kind of data collection process. And so you're saying through the nominal
I think it's
insurer-
part of one of our recommendations. We talked about better working between Safe Work, the Work Health and Safety Regulator, and training services around traineeship. I know training service will be presenting tomorrow. They're limited on what they can do by legislation, but we're still one government, and at the end, the departments should be better working together to share information, to create guides in relation to it, particularly about apprentices and trainees.
Trainee services don't get the data about injury rates.
No,
for
I
apprentices.
can't answer to that,
with
and that's
iCare?
something they can answer that tomorrow with you. But if it was available, it's not out there.
Right, okay.
Is there a mandatory threshold of reporting, like for example, electric shock or cuts and bruises, or where's the cutoff for mandatory reporting?
The wording of it is written to cover a range of different industries, but in electrical context, for example, any electric shock would have to be reported. A lot of them aren't. We're aware of that, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of repercussion for that. So my organisation always will, and we make sure that our hosts do. We share that data so we have a community of practice with other electrical GTOs across Australia and New Zealand, and meet monthly to look at incidents and so on, and share ideas to reduce them. But yeah, certainly in terms of the New South Wales perspective, covering all employees, not just the group training ones, there's a lot of under-reporting, and then even the data that goes in is difficult to pull.
Would that be part of their training, an apprentice's training, to know when it's mandatory reporting?
Certainly ours, yes.
There's
Wouldn't be
no.
hard, would it? You get an electric shock, you report it.
Well, yeah, but
It depends on every industry too. Every industry's got slightly different things.
The PCBU has the...
Should note that Mr. Honourable Mark Pettigrew was a Sparky in the day, and I'm sure still got his skills.
well, there can be. I mean, I don't know what it's like now, but there was always a culture of, you'll be right, mate. Let's go. Let's move on. So if that's culture still there and it's not mandatory, well, it is mandatory, but if the culture's still there, it's an issue. So
And in some workplaces it is. So ones we deal with, it isn't. If you've got a suspected shock, you're off to get an ECG and then and reporting to SafeWork. They then want to see the investigation, and will sometimes send an inspector, but generally not.
And presumably the data collection through iCare is only for incidents requiring either medical attention or lost time. So you don't get near misses. You don't, you don't get minor injuries that don't generate lost time from work.
I believe so. The only people who would collect that data is internally. Each group training organisation
Yeah.
would be collecting that for their own purposes.
Can I ask, in regards to SafeWork New South Wales as an organisation, the extent to which you have had engagement with over time, and with respect to that engagement, was that initiated by yourselves or by SafeWork New South Wales? And your comments about that engagement, what was about, whether you were satisfied, did it advance things, did it go nowhere?
From an association point of view, I've been in this role now, this is my 11th year in the role, and I have worked with Safe New South Wales as needed on various different projects. The development of the guide that Tom referenced before was developed through ourselves with them. It would vary at different times depending on the needs of what's going on within industry. It's been a positive. We have them every year come in and speak to our field officers inside group training companies at our annual conference for the latest updates. We have some good working relationships. There was a period of time just before COVID when they were very proactive in setting up a number of advisory groups targeting certain areas like on hire or labour hire of youth, and we would regularly meet a number of times a year. That was very useful because what it brought was industry-like people together to discuss similar issues and address and develop wonderful tools. Post-COVID, that sort of hasn't happened, and my contact's been probably on a minimal, on a less level compared to what it was pre-COVID.
No, thank you, that's helpful. That's helpful. Well, in light of the time, we need to move on to our next witness, but on behalf of the committee, once again, sorry for the slight delay in starting, but thank you for the very helpful submission.
thanks for that.
And the oral evidence you provided today. I suspect after reading the Hansard, members, which will be probably receive it next Monday or Tuesday, it'll stimulate some supplementary questions, so if you're able to work with us to deal with those, and the committee secretary will liaise with you. So
I find committee Hansard very stimulating.
So again?
Then I find,
Yeah. So thank you very much, and have a good rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, members. Cheers.
Mrs. Pascal, and we appreciate you coming along today and making yourself available to provide what's oral evidence to the inquiry. We have received the written submission, and that's most valuable. It stands as number 7 to the inquiry, so that's been received and processed. So the submission is there and stands as evidence to the inquiry. You can take the submission as read, so committee members, and I'll talk about them shortly, have had the opportunity to read that submission. But today, of course, provides the opportunity to enable you to elucidate and expand on what points you've made in the submission, and also the opportunity for committee members to ask you some questions. And I can assure you this is not an inquisition of any sort. Certainly not from most of the members, only joking, and then we'll work out, subject to you being agreeable, we'll work through sharing the questions amongst the members. Does that sound okay to you?
Certainly.
Thank you very much. Well, can I start by inviting you to make, if you wish to do so, an opening statement?
Okay, do you want me to...
No, so, I apologise. Jumping ahead, and I should not have done this, so ask you first of all to make an oath or affirmation prior to giving your evidence. You can do an oath or an affirmation, whichever you prefer. The words of both are before you, so please proceed.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. Well, with that done, and thanks for the reminder from the Secretariat, keeps us on track. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Beg your pardon?
Would you like to make an opening statement?
I would, thank you.
Can I just ask you, I don't know how long your opening statement is, but are you able to keep it to maybe a few minutes? Or?
I'll do my very best.
Okay, thanks. It just maximises our opportunity for members to ask questions, so please proceed.
Right. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to give evidence today. My name is Deborah Pascal. I'm here as a mother and as an advocate because my son Ben did not come home from work. I'm here to propose targeted reform to the Work Health and Safety Act 2011, including a mandatory trauma-informed response and the integration of lived experience into safety education to prevent incidences before they occur. My Ben was a young worker. He was very enthusiastic in life, and at the beginning of his working life, he was learning new skills and trusting the people and the systems around him to keep him safe. On the day he died, Ben was exposed to a hazardous work environment. Ben's cause of death was ruled as asphyxiation due to the inhalation of toxic levels of hydrogen sulfide. It was not a moment of recklessness. It was a failure of understanding, communication, and protection. A failure to recognise risk for what it truly was. And like many young workers, Ben did not yet have the confidence to question what was happening around him or say no. He trusted that if he'd been asked to do something, it must be safe. That trust cost him his life. And what I live with now is this. Ben didn't know enough to recognise the danger, and he didn't feel empowered enough to stop it. The Act is strong in prevention. It establishes duties, it requires compliance, and it ensures incidences are reported. But there are two critical gaps. One, what happens after a traumatic incident? And two, what workers truly understand what happens before. Right now, we rely heavily on compliance and not enough on understanding and empowerment. We teach workers the rules, we teach procedures, but we do not consistently teach them what those risks mean in real human terms. If Ben had truly understood what the risk looked like, not as a procedure, but as a consequence, his decision-making may have been very different. For young workers, safety can feel abstract, routine, something that happens to someone else. Embedding lived experience education into all workplace health and safety training would fundamentally change that. When workers learn from the real consequences of preventable incidences like Ben's death, safety becomes immediate and non-negotiable. Ben's story is not an exception. It is an example of what happens when understanding is missing. This is not a gap in paperwork, it is a gap in understanding, and that is where lives are lost. If we want safer workplaces, we have to influence behaviour, not just compliance. Lived experience education builds real risk awareness. It improves decision-making under pressure, and it gives workers the confidence to speak up. It shifts culture from just get the job done to no job is worth a life. This reform is not complex. It means embedding lived experience into TAFE and vocational education, apprenticeships and workplace trainings, so workers understand not just what to do, but why it matters, because understanding drives action. Alongside prevention, we must address what happens when prevention fails. Right now, the Act is silent on immediate trauma response. After a serious incident, there is no mandated psychological support, no defined time frame, and no consistent care. After Ben died, the impact did not stop at the incident. It extended to the people who were there, the people who witnessed it, and those who were left to process it without structured support. A mandatory trauma-informed response within 24 hours ensures workers are supported immediately, trauma is not left to escalate, and no one is left alone in those critical hours. These reforms work together. Lived experience education prevents harm, trauma response supports workers, and the right to refuse unsafe work empowers action. Together they address prevention, response and culture. The Work Health and Safety Act tells us how to prevent harm, but it does not ensure workers truly understand the consequences of risk. And it does not ensure they are supported when something goes wrong. Ben should have come home, he should have had the knowledge to recognise the danger, and he should have felt safe enough to say no. I'm asking this committee to recommend reform that does both. Because if we want real change, we must move beyond compliance and build a culture where safety is understood, valued and acted upon, so that every worker goes home. And if they don't, we do better for those that are left behind. Thank you.
Well, Mrs. Pascal, thank you for a very powerful and heartfelt opening statement. Thank you as a mother and very strong advocate for the work that you've been doing. So thank you for that. If we share questions around, is that okay?
Of course.
Yeah. So I have members of the government, crossbench and the opposition. So the Honourable Wes Fang.
Thank you, Chair. Mrs. Pascal, I think of all the witnesses that we're going to hear from today, yours is probably going to be the most powerful evidence and the most helpful evidence for this committee, because ultimately you're able to provide some insight that we don't often get, which is we talk about the workers' safety, but when the system fails, it's those who are left behind that have to deal with that loss of that worker so intimately. So thank you for coming and appearing today. In terms of, you spoke about a trauma-informed response. Obviously, the aim of this committee and the Parliament itself is to ensure that no worker doesn't come home. But in circumstances where it does, what do you think the New South Wales Government can do to provide a better trauma-informed response to the families of somebody who is injured or even has lost their life in a work health and safety accident at work?
I think primarily it's that immediate support that is the most crucial. Generally what tends to happen is it's that first 24 hours. Now people are under the impression that, well, we're best to leave people alone. it's not the case because so much damage can occur mentally in that first 24 hours. I think people, whether it's the family or the co-workers or probably need the opportunity to be able to speak to a trauma specialist and discuss with that trauma specialist what they're feeling at the time and, you know, have that trauma specialist give them that guidance. Now, in my instance, and certainly the workers that were there on that particular day, I'll give you a story briefly that highlights this. These people were left alone for a great period of time, up to 7 days before they were even sort of spoken to, and certainly myself it was 2 weeks.
Wow.
Now I can tell you, to just put it in very clear terms, 2 weeks the rot had truly set in, really had set in. I would have benefited from not counselling. I had, and I think a lot of people have poor experiences with counsellors that aren't trauma specialists.
Yes.
For that reason, I bang on about trauma-informed response with trauma specialists because I had people saying to me, put crystals in your pocket and breathe. Well, you know, that's not helping my mental state. No. It might help me control my breathing, but it's not helping my mental state. Now, going back to what happened with the workers, they were left alone. They were left alone at the hospital. They were just, you know, they were there to support the other workers there, and then they were just sent home. The mill, which was where Ben was killed, gave them the day off work the next day, and then they were expected to return to work as if everything was just normal without any form of counselling. Now, some of those workers in the last 8 years have been unable to hold down jobs because the moment an employer insists that they do something that they consider to be unsafe, because now these people, we've got a group of people that are really safety conscious because they've just witnessed the most horrific thing. And they're forced to do it because, you know, we've got employers that go, oh, she'll be right, you'll be right, you do that, you'll be fine, you know, sort of thing. And they say, well, no, I don't want to do that. They say, well, if you don't do that, you're going to lose your job. Well, no, that's fine, I quit. Now, some of these workers have quit. One in particular has had 6 jobs in 8 years. His whole life, their lives have been destroyed, but it was never addressed. And I guess it's something that's completely overlooked. People are just expected, oh, well, I've witnessed in this particular instance 2 fellows die on the job, and I get the day off, but I've got to go back to work the next day.
So Ben wasn't the only worker killed?
No, there was another gentleman who was I'll give you the backstory quickly. Ben was sent up on top of a tank that had been closed for a maintenance shut. They'd noticed water leaking from this tank, so they sent Ben up to have a look at what was happening with this leak. Now, this is up a ladder it was 5 metres off the ground in a confined space area, and he didn't have a harness on. He didn't have a gas monitor on because they weren't supplied. He was just sent up there. Now, he was told to do it, so he didn't question that. What had happened was water had got into the bottom of the tank, and there was pulp from the paper making process, and it produced hydrogen sulfide. And as the water level rose, it forced the hydrogen sulfide to the top. When Ben got onto the top of the tank, he was overcome by toxic levels of hydrogen sulfide. So he probably died within about 30 seconds, they seem to think. So then when Ben didn't respond to the calls, they sent yet another fellow up there to find out why Ben wasn't responding, and he too died. Then they sent a 3rd person up there, but he only got halfway up there and noticed that something was wrong and climbed back down, but nonetheless still sustained enough injury that it meant being put on life support for 2 weeks, but he managed to recover. So those poor fellows were dealing with everything all very, very quickly. And then they were just sent home from the hospital then got a day off and went back to work. Nothing was ever addressed for them. And, you know, so when you look at the fact that there were 2 lives lost, 1 badly injured, and then, you know, all these workers, there was just not the psychological support that should have been there. I might add, when we talk about the psychological support, the supervisor that sent Ben to the top of the tank, then the second fellow, then the third fellow, 2 weeks later jumped off a bridge and killed himself. So we now have 3 lives lost from one single incident. And primarily in the last incident, in the last case, it was because he received no psychological support in that 2 weeks after that incident. He was the person who was responsible for sending them up. So you can imagine what was going through his mind. Well, he probably can't, wouldn't want to.
Deborah, thank you for appearing. I know you've been very, very active in this area, and it's very important that people like yourself who've had a direct experience of these things play a proactive role. It takes a lot of bravery and courage, so it's very much appreciated. In your testimony, you point out how crucial it is to try and get at the front end of this with prevention, with training and empowerment in the workplace.
Absolutely.
And you pointed out that it can be sometimes very difficult for a young person, particularly in a workplace, to speak up and assert themselves, not only because of the power dynamic in the workplace, but sometimes a young person doesn't even know what's going on, and they just take direction. I mean, I can relate to what's happened in the sense that I had a similar near-brush death myself when I was an apprentice. Just want you to go over what you think would help us in that space to allow young people to have that power in the workplace, to be able to stand up and say, well, I'm not comfortable about this, shouldn't I have a gas detector, whatever the circumstances may be. What do you think we can do as legislators to strengthen that imbalance in power and knowledge in the workplace?
Well, I think primarily the education has to start at a very young age with all workers throughout Australia. It's not just trade workers. I think it just has to happen if you're doing something that is for instance, is in a high risk field, whether it be, being a tradesperson or alternatively even someone who designs buildings, architects, engineers. Engineers are responsible for a lot of the equipment that sometimes does cause harm. They need to know the real life consequences of what they're doing and how that might impact in the workplace. So I'm suggesting that, that when students, often in year 10, start their, they start, I don't know what it's called in New South Wales, sorry, because I'm...
Vocational training type of thing?
Yeah, in schools.
Yeah.
Now, it's when they usually get hold of their first power tool. Yeah. Now, I think from that very first moment, they pick up the first thing that could potentially cause them harm. They need that lived experience education. They need to know the consequences of what can happen, rather than reading in a book saying, don't turn this, don't do that, don't do that. That's our biggest problem, is we don't have that consequence. If you do this is what's going to happen, potentially. So I'd like to see lived experience brought in as early as year 10.
So using examples of what the consequences of not doing that and then actually showing them.
Absolutely.
These are the consequences of not.
Now, I've got a good example of this because I'm on the Family and Injured Workers Support and Advisor group, and one of my colleagues on that group he was badly injured in a workplace accident a couple of years ago and sustained burns to his body plus injuries. Now, he had a couple of years off work and then became rather disenchanted with early retirement. So he decided to apply the skills that he had, which were in the electrical trade, and became a TAFE teacher. Now, he's read some of the documents that I've written over the years, and he was saying to me, let me tell you what happened in class the other day. He said, I was trying to teach this safety component to my students, and they're all sitting there completely away with the fairies and blah, blah, blah. And one of them very smartly said, "What would you know?" As young people do. And he said, "Well, let me tell you a story." And he told his story. Now, the pin could have dropped in that room. All of a sudden, he had them as a captured audience, and they're completely engaged. That was the difference between teaching out of a textbook and teaching
Tying
real.
it to reality,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
And Deborah, tell me, with you've alluded to the HSRs here in point 3, health safety representatives in the workplace.
Yep.
Were there any health safety representatives in Ben's circumstances?
There were.
Yeah.
Look, an independent report that was completed after the incident and after some time indicated that the HSRs were powerless. They were company people. They were told to toe the line or they would lose their jobs. And so I think, at that point we need to empower HSRs that they have the right to override, or not override, that's probably the wrong word, but they need to be able to speak up more freely to the employer and say, well, what you're asking here is unsafe and I don't want this to happen. Or alternatively, take the fears of the employees back to the employer and be clear on what's happening. But in Ben's instance, he was just a bystander. He absolutely did nothing. Now, he probably will rue that for every day of his life, but that's one of the things that probably needs to change, is that somehow we need to empower the HSRs so that they do have those rights to.
So this is a really important point, I think, Deborah, is this fact that you can have employer ticker box people, for want of better phraseology, put in the workplace just to satisfy. And by the way, HSRs are not mandatory in the workplace, but in the instance where the employer just says, look, we want, for aesthetic purposes, we want you to be a HSR, then would perhaps some sort of mandatory training of HSRs whereby they understand their responsibilities and consequences of not acting in the workplace, maybe that might be a way forward?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think HSRs also should be given lived experience education as well, so that they understand the consequences of their actions if they don't do things. So again, we go back to this lived experience education, because I believe it is actually the key to the reforms that are needed. Because I think, as I say to a lot of people, Australians are a nation of storytellers, and it's not, we used to go down the pub in the old days and we'd tell a yarn and we'd tell stories and everything, and we respond really well to storytelling. I think until we go back to a culture where we tell the stories again, are we going to be able to change anything, really? I think we need to be able to have the lived experience there. It becomes the story that makes the cultural change that we need.
Can I move to Abigail Boyd? And conscious we're nearly at 10 o'clock, but listen, your evidence is most powerful. Would you be prepared to stay just a bit, for a few more minutes beyond the...
Absolutely.
And with the concurrence of the committee, is that okay for another 5 minutes?
I may have to dash out quickly, but...
No, that's okay. Well, Abigail Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much. I think you've demonstrated what you've been saying in terms of the power of lived experience, because your testimony today is incredibly powerful, and hearing those stories really brings it home, and I guess that sort of mirrors what you're saying in terms of the training. We hear a lot from employers that safety is at the heart of everything they do, but then you read through a number of the submissions to this inquiry, and certainly plenty of commentary over the years from employer groups. There seems to be quite a high level of antagonism from employers often towards HSRs, and this idea of that they're disruptive, they're weaponising safety claims. But your submission, and I guess what Ben's Law is intended to deliver, is this sort of cultural reinforcement that HSRs are actually safety leaders, not obstacles to productivity. How do we protect workers from being penalised for speaking up?
By empowering them. I think this is where I go back to, if we start teaching them when they're only 16 years old, before they even get perhaps their first job at McDonald's, because they need to know that they can speak up and talk about unsafe work practices without fear of reprisal or repercussions. I think it's about empowering these young people. So it just becomes the norm for them. By the time they get into their 20s, let's say for instance, and they're asked to do something that's unsafe, they won't even think about whether it's right or wrong, or should they or shouldn't they, to speak up. They'll just naturally do it because it's shifting the culture.
Yeah.
And I think we need to do it from a very early age.
And in terms of, I guess, because there seems to be two things, well, it's a bit simplistic, but let's say there are sort of two main reasons why people aren't speaking up. There's that, the first one, this sort of fear of reprisal, this, if I say something, I might get sacked, or I might be seen to be not a good employee. And then there's the sort of the bit that maybe hangs off of that is then that creation of a culture of bravado and, sort of that sort of she'll be right, mate attitude. Your proposals are very much, if we implemented them, would hopefully change that sort of cultural aspect. But is there anything that we need to do, I guess, in terms of bolstering the rights of HSRs in the law to ensure that there is no reprisal from employers? Is there more that we could do there, do you think?
Look, I'm not sure I'm all that qualified to answer that question, but I think, again, it just becomes an education thing. I think anyone that goes into a HSR role, often they're promoted from within. Now, I've heard instances where Fred Smith was a tradie doing a good job, and everybody used to say, oh, he's really good at his job. Oh, we need a HSR. Let's make him the HSR. They actually don't give the training. And that's another gap where we have. People get promoted and often into a role where they're meant to protect other workers without the adequate training that's necessary. So I think there needs to be probably more education and legislation, if we need to, surrounding what's required to take on a HSR role within an organisation. I think too often it's easy just to promote someone up into that position because they might be a good bloke and they get along well with the fellas. Well, that's not going to keep everybody safe. So I think it's about education again, and about a little bit of regulation around that.
And even if, I guess, if we delivered training that did have that lived experience component, and that led to a culture of people just understanding the risks better, and actually understand, well, not the risk, but even the consequences better, I guess then when weighing up between, do I want to speak out and get the ire of my employer versus, well, someone could die here. Perhaps that becomes an easier balance to make as well.
See, our difficulty here is that we're thinking current times. I'm sort of looking 10 years down the track when these 16-year-olds are now 26 years old, and this has become the norm for them. Those HSRs will have also worked through that period, and you would hope that cultural change has affected them too, so that they see their role probably a bit different than what they do today.
Yeah.
And again, it comes back to the education, lived experience, real life consequences. And so I think if we look at this as a long-term plan, which is what I'm hoping Ben's Law will achieve for us, that 10 years down the track, this will just become the norm in the workplace rather than something we have to think long and hard about and be concerned about. I think it'll just be norm. I think we'll shift the culture.
Thank you.
I'm just conscious of time. Perhaps
Yeah, I just
I don't know. So I don't know anything else. Yeah, please, take time.
I'm interested in you spoke about the report. I'm not sure what type of report it was, which body had undertaken the investigation into the incident that led to Ben's death. But you made that observation about the HSRs being company people, and I just wonder whether, just on notice, maybe you could provide us with that that report or that section of the report where that observation was made. 'Cause
I'm sorry, I can't do that. It's a strictly confidential report that
confidential.
was prepared, yeah, so
Right.
it's not something that I can share.
Can I ask which body prepared the report?
Again, I can't answer that question.
Right.
I can just, the problem with the company that that caused Ben's death
Yeah.
was that it was known as a company that provided the golden handcuffs, shall we say. So, pardon me, the workers were well paid. Now, if they did arc up, if they did question something, they were immediately threatened with, all right, you won't get any overtime, you won't get any promotions. And so as a result of that, they would stop and they would just toe the line because they couldn't afford to have that happen. So there was this culture out at this company. I think everybody in the room probably knows that it was who it was.
Yeah. Can I just clarify? You've got parliamentary privilege, so
okay.
there can't be any repercussions taken against you for giving evidence to this committee.
See, Norske Skog, which was the company, which takes a long time to learn to practice that name, let me tell you.
Could you...
Norske Skog, proud...
Are you able to spell that?
I think it's in the submission, isn't
It's
it?
in the
I mean,
submission.
the case law.
Okay.
It's in the case law. I provided the details of the case law.
Sorry, okay, sorry,
Yeah. It is a hard one. NORS.
Particularly for Hansard, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Hansard can find it,
Yeah,
yeah.
Norske Skog. Now, Norske Skog proudly presented at the front of their site a sign which said, we've had 465 injury-free days and we're now 5-star safety rated. So I was under the impression, like anybody in Albury-Wodonga, to be honest, that it was a great, safe work environment for our kids to take a job. They were well protected. 465 free days makes you think, this is pretty good. Until I found out that 465 days came about because the workers were threatened about reporting injuries. So if you don't have any injury reports, you can report a safety-free day. You know, an incident-free day. So that's how that came about. It was not a good... Look, it wasn't a good culture. The only thing that probably my son enjoyed about there was the camaraderie of the workers. Because they were tradies, they all got along pretty well and they looked after each other, which is, you know, it all leads back to... It came down to money. It came down to bottom lines. And that's what it was. It also came down to the fact that they were corrupting, I suppose, the safety system by not reporting incidences.
I think the Honourable Rod Roberts may have... Sorry.
Yeah, if you don't mind, just one question. Thank you very much, Mrs. Pascal, for attending today. I can't imagine how hard it is on you. And I note your reluctance to talk about the investigation. And as the chair did say, you have parliamentary privilege, but can I just warn you, that only extends to this room.
Yes,
so
I
if you
understand.
go outside, just be careful what you say. But to help us, and I think I can read between the lines here, you've quoted case law in the back of New South Wales and Norske Skog with a district court reference number. So were they prosecuted?
Yes.
So we would be able to get the transcripts of that court case then, wouldn't we?
Yes.
Who were they prosecuted by? Was it Safe Work?
Safe Work New South Wales.
And were they found
Guilty.
guilty?
On 26, let me be clear here, 26 points. So there were 26 separate items in the report, in the case hearing, that they were found guilty of. Now, they pled guilty and obviously got a lesser fine for having pled guilty, which I'm not a fan of because...
That's the court system,
What
unfortunately.
was the
Yeah.
penalty?
Sorry?
What was the penalty for killing?
They ended up getting, I don't know, I
workers.
think the original fine was 2.1 million.
Yeah.
That's the loss of 2 lives. They pled guilty and got a reduction to 1.65.
And what about the managers responsible for the safety
Well,
culture?
you know, this is 8 years ago.
Yeah,
Nothing happened
nothing.
to them. I mean, obviously they suffered mentally as well, because it was on them that some of these decisions had been made to do it. The tank that had the water leaking had been known to have issues, but they didn't want to spend the money to repair it. That was probably for me the thing that sucker punched me. You know, to find out that it's always the bottom line. It's always the bottom line. They weren't putting safety first as they promoted.
I'm just conscious of the time. Now, I think there's probably a desire to ask more questions, but there is a way after the hearing to do that.
Yes,
And that's called supplementary questions from committee members.
certainly.
So I think that would provide that opportunity, I'm sure, after the members have had a chance to read the Hansard, which is the transcript from this hearing early next week, to then produce some supplementary questions and through the Secretariat liaise with you over that. Would that be okay?
Certainly.
So this, on behalf of the committee, can I sincerely thank you for first of all coming here as a mother who, under tragic circumstances, lost a beloved son, and also another gentleman who died in the circumstances. And in addition to being a mother, an extraordinarily powerful advocate. You may not have been called that before. You may have been called that. You may have been called other things too.
Oh,
but can I
sure
just
I
say? But can I just say? Your testimony has been frank and fearless. You're clearly a straight shooter, and you've brought real intelligence and reason to your advocacy, which I have to say, having been on a number of committees over a period of time, we don't always get that sort of frank and fearless and intelligent and reasoned evidence, but we've clearly got that today. So the committee offers its heartfelt condolences to you. It was some time ago, but no doubt it's something you think about every day. Probably
Every single day.
Every single day, probably on numerous occasions, and may your son's soul rest in peace. So once again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we appreciate that once again, all your evidence, and we'll liaise with you after the hearing. So, thank you.
Thank
so
you.
We'll break for morning tea now, for a short break, about 15 or 18 minutes, and go from there.
Thanks very much.
next part of the hearing today. After a break, I do apologise for running a little bit behind. I'd like to be able to blame the rain, but looking outside, there's a bit of blue sky, so it's not raining. But we'll ensure that our panels have the due time to make all the points they wish to do so. So can I next introduce and thank our witnesses, union representatives, peak body. There's a couple of people, there's a person returning from a short interruption quite soon, Honourable Rod Roberts. So we'll get underway by thanking our witnesses. Now we have two witnesses present, Ms Natasha Flores and Mr Thomas Costa. Now, and Mr Ron, thank you, Cowdrey, by remote, thank you. And we would have Ms Caitlin Maria, but I understand there's airline delay issues, so we may not get to see her, but we may, depending on the traffic. So with that, can I first of all invite all witnesses, starting from my left, to be sworn or affirmed with their evidence, either affirmation or an oath, the words of which are before you or should be before you. If they're not, just put your hand up. And obviously name, organisation and title. So starting.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Thomas Costa. I'm the Assistant Secretary at Unions New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr Costa.
Thank
Welcome.
you, Chair. Natasha Flores, Industrial Officer, Work Health Safety and Workers' Compensation, Unions New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms Flores. And Mr Cowdrey.
Ron Cowdrey, Assistant Secretary, AWU New South Wales Branch. I swear that the evidence now about to be given before me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And once again, welcome. And in the case of Mr Flores and Mr Thomas, welcome back. On various occasions we've had you before us, and you appear before us again today. Now, just to confirm that with respect to the respective submissions made by the organisation, standing in the name of Unions New South Wales, is submission number 34. It's been received, processed and stand as evidence to the inquiry, so thank you for that. And with respect to Ms Cowdrey, the AWU, its submission has been provided to the committee, processed and stands as submission number 9 to the inquiry. So that is evidence, written evidence. You can take the evidence as read by committee members. We're joined today by members of the government, opposition and crossbench. If you're agreeable to the format, what we ordinarily do is we share questions around between ourselves after providing the opportunity for the organisations to make an opening statement. So are you agreeable to that format? Does that work okay?
Yes.
So with that then, we might start with the Unions New South Wales.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for giving us the opportunity to address you today. Since the introduction of the Harmonised Work Health and Safety Act in 2011, which introduced health and safety representatives to New South Wales for the first time, we have heard stories from HSRs who have feared retribution if they become a HSR, and many HSRs who are targeted and dismissed for taking reasonable actions in their workplace to prevent injuries arising from hazards. Sadly, despite the best efforts of some HSRs they have not always felt supported when they've put in pins or ceased work directions when they've taken place. And Unions New South Wales is aware of at least one fatality that occurred after a HSR and workers raised concerns. Unions New South Wales is pleased to report that improvements are occurring. However, there is still a long way to go. It is critical that Safe Work New South Wales support HSRs and responds to all requests for service. It's also critical that Safe Work New South Wales support the election of HSRs in workplaces. Apprentices and young workers are deemed to be at-risk workers. They're extremely vulnerable to injuries and fatalities, and we also believe that workers on visas should be added to this list. Unions can and do play a role in supporting and educating apprentices, young workers and migrant workers, as do trained, supported and effective HSRs. But in doing so, both unions and HSRs need more support. Unions New South Wales has made 7 recommendations to the committee. We believe these recommendations will go a long way in supporting both HSRs and apprentices and young workers. And again, I thank the committee for the opportunity to address you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's just a single opening statement from New South Wales. It's a single opening statement, yes. Thank you for that. Mr. Cowdery, would you like to make an opening statement?
Thanks, Chair and members of the committee. Again, thanks for the opportunity to appear today. The AWU represents over 20,000 workers in this state across more than 40 industries, including mining, construction, manufacturing and energy. These workers go to dangerous jobs every day and they depend on this scheme to come home safely. I'd like to begin by acknowledging what's been achieved. The AWU has been at the forefront of some of the most significant improvements to the WHS scheme in recent years. Our sustained national campaign drove stronger protections against silica exposure, a deadly occupational health crisis that is claiming workers' lives in construction, manufacturing and mining. We fought hard for the expansion of union rights for entry powers under Section 117, which now allows permit holders to take measurements, conduct tests and record hazards, turning a largely observational right into a genuine tool for prevention. And we have long championed the capacity for unions to prosecute serious breaches, ensuring that where regulators face resource constraints, accountability does not fall through the cracks. These are real wins secured through evidence, advocacy and the lived experience of our members. Today I'm here to talk about what still needs to be fixed. In the metalliferous mining sector, a critical gap remains. When the WHS Mines and Petroleum Sites Act come into force, it removed site-wide check inspectors from the metalliferous mining as part of the harmonisation. For those around the committee, check inspectors, industry safe and healthy reps, safety and health reps. What was lost was a proven mechanism, an independent worker-elected representative with the authority and scope to oversee health and safety across an entire mine site, and importantly, offer support and expert knowledge regarding health and safety. Today, work group-based HSRs do important work, but their authority is limited to the work group. In metalliferous mining, hazards don't respect work group boundaries. Ground instability, airborne contaminants, mobile plant interactions are just some of the site-wide risks that require site-wide oversight. The AWU submission calls for the reintroduction of the site check inspectors for the metalliferous mining sector. These would be experienced worker elective representatives with the power to inspect any part of the mine, issue improvement and prohibition notices, support HSRs and ensure that hazards are correctly identified and resolved before workers are harmed. This is a proven model with precedent in New South Wales law and in other mining jurisdictions. I look forward to making the case for this reform today, and I thank the committee for its attention to this important issue.
Thank you, Mr. Cowdery. That's a very helpful opening statement, which preps us for the next part, which is to ask questions of yourselves. So perhaps start with the Honourable Mark Buddigy.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I might just start with the AWU first, Mr. Cowdery, that your key recommendation is to re-establish these site-based inspectors. Can you just go over for the committee's benefit? Obviously, this is based on the fact that mining is a much higher risk than perhaps other areas, and why you need this in the sense that the obvious question is, well, haven't we got HSRs in the workplace that are empowered? But you're saying you need a macro sort of approach across the whole work site to bring things up to standard in a uniform way. Could you just sort of tease that out a bit for us so we understand why it's so necessary?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the question, Mr. Buttigieg. So HSRs, like I said in my opening statement, do perform a really important role. We have gathered evidence through focus groups and just through site visits where our HSRs are either targeted and they don't have the support that they require to perform their role, don't have the support to perform their role in an overall sense. They are limited to a work group. So if I'm a HSR in the mechanical area, I can only look at that area. I can't perform a site-wide inspection. If I use the unfortunate tragic incident in Cobar late last year, the argument would be that HSRs on site could use an industry safety and health rep or a check inspector to bounce ideas off that may have been prevented. We can't say that. However, that overarching support of ISHRs has been flushed out with our focus groups, and they are of the strong belief that it would improve and support the health and safety of our members and workers throughout the metalliferous mining industry.
Yeah, just to follow up, Mr. Cowdery, is this instituted across mining sites in other jurisdictions in Australia?
So it's in Queensland, as I understand it, and it's still in coal in New South Wales.
Okay.
And it's a proven model that works.
Yeah.
We're not asking for, and we're not recommending that we're making the current system any more complex. What it is offering further support, and I think we'd all acknowledge in this room that the health and safety of miners and workers in general should be at the forefront of our minds. And if we can prevent or improve the safety scheme that's actually in place now, I think we'd be mad not to.
Just one more quick one before I go on to Unions New South Wales. When was that? Just give us a sense of the timing of when that role was abolished. Was that with the introduction of the current WHS Act?
That's right. As I understand it, Mr. Buttigieg, I think it was I'd have to take it on notice, but I reckon it was around 2015. It might have been a bit earlier.
And do you have any data on incidents, the frequency of incidents as a result since?
So based off the resource regulators' quarterly reports, which should be available to all the committee members, what is concerning is out of the active mines that are in New South Wales, I would suggest that only 14 to maybe 20% are actually reporting incidents. So it's hard to know what sort of incidents are actually occurring out there, Mr. Buttigieg, when you take into consideration what I would class as the very, very low reporting nature of incidents through these active mines. And just to finish on your question, to Unions New South Wales point in their opening statement, HSRs and workers in general are scared to report based on being targeted.
Yeah.
And I organised the Cobar mines for 10 years before going into my role now, and it's fair to say to you guys on the committee that our members would come to me to report to the regulator because they were scared of being targeted.
Okay, thanks. I'll just go on to Unions New South Wales, and I might just use that.
Mark, do you mind if just check? I'm happy
Sure.
to continue
No,
on
no.
the questioning. Can I just check if Ms Abigail Boyd might have, or...
I have some, but I'm happy for Mr. Buttigieg.
Sorry to interrupt, but...
That's okay.
But did you want to jump in at this point, Abigail? Or...
I'll ask a couple and then.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt,
No,
just
it's
to make
fine.
sure.
It's fine.
And the Honourable Anthony D'Adam. So, Abigail Boyd, back to Mark, and then Adam. Yeah.
Thank
Anthony
you.
D'Adam.
One of my chopped liver.
Sorry,
I did say-
sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
Where's,
Where's Fang? Sorry.
I think we all agree.
Thank you. I
Sorry.
will just ask a couple of quick ones, if I can, of Unions New South Wales. We are hearing a lot about, and I asked the previous witness here about this as well, but, you know, there does seem to be, at least anecdotally, a lot of comments about reprisal for HSRs when they do raise issues. Is there something from a legislative perspective that we could do to provide more protections when HSRs do raise issues?
There are, within the Act, there are protections, however, they're rarely enforced. And I would certainly suggest that anything that could be done to strengthen those would be good. But if they're not enforced, then you can have the strongest laws and they're useless. So, you know, in theory, anyone who raises a health and safety matter is protected under the Act. But the reality is that just doesn't happen. And, you know, I have many examples, and one particular case, it was during COVID, so, you know, there were many issues at an abattoir in a region of New South Wales. A member of a union raised a concern. She was a health and safety concern. It was a very minor, when I say minor, it was a minor fix. Her issue was a lack of a holder for a toilet roll, paper roll, in the women's toilet. So the toilet paper sat on the floor or on the sanitary bin, which wasn't particularly hygienic. When she raised this, I would have thought it was pretty easy to get a maintenance person to fix that for a pretty cheap price, but unfortunately she was dismissed. And when the union and Unions New South Wales went to Safe Work to raise the concerns that we had, there were other concerns in this particular workplace, we were just told we needed to go to the Fair Work Commission. So that's been, unfortunately, the practice. I found when I was an organiser, that was going back quite a while now, but one of the things that would often happen if members wanted a HSR, they would often, what would happen with the boss would then go and tap someone on the shoulder, and that person would usually be someone that wasn't going to cause too many problems for the boss, and that person would then run against the potential other nomination for HSR. So then you had a bit of a election fight that went on. This wasn't uncommon in one particular workplace. The workers were so intimidated by the employer, they actually said, we know we're not voting in our best interests, but we're going to vote for the person that the employer's chosen because we're too scared not to. And what then happened, people did start to raise health and safety matters with the HSR, who then went straight to the boss, who then dismissed them. And again, we couldn't get Safe Work to do anything about that. So there are some protections, but as I said, if they're not enforced, they're useless, and I've not seen them be enforced ever.
So if you're sorry,
That's okay.
If I could just add a little bit to that. In my opening statement, I mentioned workers on visas and the reason that we believe that they are a particularly vulnerable group to this. There is within our immigration legal system, there is a dependency relationship between migrants on visas and their employers. We're at Unions New South Wales, we run a large immigration legal service, and we often see migrant workers who are on visas come to us who are very fearful of the fact that if they complain about safety, they will either lose their employment or lose their connection to their their visa connection to their employer, which isn't just a fear of losing their job, which may be for an ordinary local worker. It also means that they can no longer remain in the country. So you may find with workers on visas who are very much prepared to speak up, risk losing their job, but they are not willing to risk leaving their home, which is the country. They're particularly vulnerable. We are seeing it on a fairly large scale, particularly in the regions, across a number of different visa classes. So palm workers, working holiday makers, sponsored workers, all of these visa classes where they're being put into very unsafe conditions, often in very dangerous workplaces. So we've seen in the case of palm, for example, the second largest industry of employing palm workers is now abattoirs, meat processing centres. They now make up almost half of all palm workers are employed in meat processing, an incredibly dangerous industry, and we are seeing incredibly severe injuries happening to those workers, and often the workers know that the workplace is unsafe, but the reality is if they complain and they lose their employment with that palm approved employer, they will need to leave the country immediately. They have no other option of getting a job with anybody else, and so their priority when we talk to them is to remain in their home. Some of them are here on visas that mean that they will be here for up to 5 to 6 years at a time. So these are long-term people who've been here for a long time. They've established relationships with their communities. They have families here. The risk of losing their home over raising a complaint is just too high.
So just final question then on that. So if there are protections, but getting the benefit of those protections seems like a pretty long shot then. So is the solution that safe work needs to come and take a much stronger role? Is that really the most realistic?
That would help, absolutely, and particularly, I mean, unions do now have some capacity to raise disputes and to run prosecutions. That's a recent change, but up until that point, it was we were all reliant on safe work doing that. So, yes, that would be very, very helpful. The issue that I was actually raising was an abattoir, and the worker that was dismissed who raised the issue about the sanitary bin and the toilet paper wasn't a visa worker, but that abattoir was full of visa workers, and so those workers weren't prepared to raise any concerns because of fear of what Mr. Costa's raised, and they're very, very dangerous workplaces. One of the organisers of the particular union did try to go in. They were stopped by the employer. Safe Work did not assist them in entering. Eventually, through processes, they got into the abattoir, but they were directed, and this is also what happens with union officials. You can be directed to go to a particular place, and so that particular union official was directed to go and sit literally in a corner of a room. They were told, here's a chair, you sit in this chair and you can't move out of this space. And of course, workers are not going to go near that person, because that's another thing. They know that if they go near the union, they'll also be targeted. So the union was unable to do anything in that particular situation. And the work was that this was during COVID too, so there were added risks in that the workers were not adequately spaced. The work itself is very, very dangerous. So we just had hazard upon hazard upon hazard in that particular instance. When we raised, we persevered with Safe Work, and eventually they said, we're going to do a blitz and we're going to go to all abattoirs. And we said, well, you don't need to, because the union that looks after abattoirs has very good relationships with all these other abattoirs, and they are able to get into those, and they know that they're safe. You need to go to this particular abattoir, but at the time they weren't prepared to go to that particular abattoir. And let me just say, it was a very big international corporation, so I don't think they wanted to take on that large international corporation.
Thank you.
Can I also ask just on this issue?
sure.
Do we need to perhaps shift the onus in terms of the protections for HSRs so that, something like effectively they can't be dismissed without some process like applying to the commission, or so that effectively they're afforded a much higher level of protection than for, because currently the onus is really we have to unions have to assert that something untoward has happened.
Yes.
So is that something that you think would be?
And that would absolutely help. You'd also need to be mindful of the industrial side of that as well, because employers are clever and they will find other means to dismiss people. So what I've noticed in my career in this space is that, a HSR who's a good HSR, and when I say a good HSR, they are doing their job effectively. It's not unusual for the employee to suddenly find that they have issues in other areas, so they'll say, well, your performance isn't great in this particular space, so we're going to performance manage you over here. So it's a tricky space, because you've got to make sure that those protections make absolutely clear that it's the employer has to be able to make a very, very significant case against a HSR, even in the industrial space, before they can be dismissed, because I've seen a lot of people who've done a great job at being a HSR, but they've then been dismissed because strangely their performance, has gone according to the employer down the gurgler, even after very long, very good careers. So
is that analogous with the Anthony's point about recourse, the adverse action provisions in the Fair Work Act?
Yes.
Is that why Safe Work bumped you off to them?
Yes.
And so if the adverse action provisions were mirrored in the state regime, would that...
That would help.
Okay. Have you got any more?
I've got just a couple more on... so I just wanted to... One of the things that's come up in the submissions is the sort of difficulty in terms of once a worker makes a request for a HSR election, you go into this sort of protracted process of argument about work groups, and it can be delayed and delayed and delayed. What do you say about a proposition that we have some kind of default arrangement as the sort of fallback if, like, the deadline is not met? Or perhaps there's a default, and then if you want to negotiate away from the default, that can be by agreement? Like, is that
that could be helpful. That would be something that, look, I'd certainly say we'd need to look into how that would work, because it could be, the default is you could have a good default or a bad default, if you know what I mean. But that the general situation is most employers want the least amount of HSRs as possible. So they will often argue that, we don't want too many work groups, whereas the employees, the workers are saying, well, no, that's not going to work for us, because we, for example, I was years ago helped Sydney Trains had an issue where they wanted more work groups. Let's just say the workers wanted more work groups, the employer wanted less work groups. So, an arrangement was come to where the actual HSR who ended up being elected was, and what was a good outcome in the end, was able to be freed up to be able to hop on the train, basically, and move up and down a number of stations. But the argument was you can't have one HSR who is positioned in one location and can't get to another location quickly, because that's the job of the HSR, to be available. So if there were some sort of default position, that could work, but I'd suggest, there might need to be discussions around what that might look like, and that could be tripartite type discussions.
What about ratios?
Ratios, and yes, and because it's all about proximity, ratios, knowledge, because obviously the HSR has knowledge of the work that they do. So you want to make sure that you've got HSRs in work groups who understand the work of the work groups, are in proximity of those people, and don't have too many people to overwhelm them with, because if the work group is too large, then they're not going to be effective in their role.
I just
Oh,
got,
Mike, better get into the honourable.
I just got just
thank
very
you. No, please,
because I'm conscious of not.
No, take your time.
Just Mr. Cowdery,
I'm a patient man, it's all right, mate.
last page of your submission, you talk about the positive things that have happened in the recent reforms to the WHS Act and the union's capacity to prosecute breaches. Can you just outline, has that Act had enough time to make a material difference yet, or is it too early to tell because it's only recent?
I think it's a bit too early to tell at this stage. I think we need to have a little bit more time to actually allow those changes to bed in properly. But I do see down the track that once those changes have bedded in properly, employers will be held to account. So yeah, I think it's a bit too early to tell.
Yeah, because what can you just quickly outline the defects in the previous system prior to the legislation?
Can I take that on notice,
Yeah, of
please?
course. Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Just on the Unions New South Wales Rec 5, committee considered changing WHS Act to make the election of health and safety representatives compulsory in workplaces with over 50 workers. Can you just tell us why you think that's so important?
Well, at the moment, you don't have to have a HSR, or a workplace doesn't have to have HSR. So it's really up to the workers to decide whether or not they want to put their hand up and say, we want a HSR. So that puts pressure on and onus on the workers to do that. And that takes often a lot of bravery. As you've heard, workers are very fearful and they don't want to lose their jobs. So making that request in and of itself can be very difficult.
So in the private sector, which is largely non-unionised, you basically wouldn't have any HSRs because it's not mandatory.
You can, yeah. There would be thousands of workplaces out there without HSRs, and as I said, putting out the election of a HSR requires a worker to request one, so that can just be one worker. But that one worker who makes that request is then potentially making themselves a target. And once that request is made, as I said, from my experience as an organiser, it's not unfortunately the employer doesn't generally say, yeah, great, let's get it done. You know, you go to war. You know, it's a very, very, my experience is it's been a very fraught and complex thing to do. And as I said, employers quickly gather their troops, so to speak, and you've got two parties, you know, two potential HSRs being nominated, or maybe more if the employer's got more people that they can tap on the shoulder. And then, you know, you've got an election, and the workers have said to me, we know that person will have our interest at heart, but we don't want to lose our job.
Is there any specific provision to prevent employers from interfering in the election?
No.
So employers can play an active part in the process of choosing.
Well, they just go and they tap so and so on the shoulder and say, "Hey, how about you run? You know, nominate
So if
yourself."
we made it mandatory, we might have to think about this point that Anthony's made about interference in elections.
And the, you know, the right of the workers to run the election freely and safely, and, you know, I mean, the problem is, of course, the employer chooses a worker, and any worker can run.
Yeah.
So, you know, if the employer chooses a particular worker who they know will toe the line, so to speak, and not cause them too much or any problems, there isn't anything in the legislation that prevents that.
It's a bit of an odd situation, isn't it? If you're an employer running an election and also participating on one side of the election, there's a conflict.
Yeah, there is, and it's a sort of, I mean, it's nuanced, and they don't necessarily do it in a open manner, so to speak, but they certainly interfere as much as they can in a very covert sort of way, and I've seen it a lot.
Thank you for acknowledging my patience, Chair. I appreciate it.
You're a patient.
I've got one quick question. It's probably to you, Mr. Cowdery. Just in terms of mining safety, the Net Zero Commission, the government, New South Wales Men's Labor government formed body that is seeking to cut emissions in New South Wales, wants to effectively shut down mining in New South Wales. They've said that there should be no new coal mines. How does your policy of mine safety interact with the Men's Labor government seeking to shut down mining in New South Wales?
Oh, sorry, I respectfully disagree with your assertion that the Min's government wants to shut down mining when the minister actually was in the media last week saying that there's mines that are still that are going to be extended. So I respectfully disagree with your assertion, but that's okay.
Well, there's a tension.
Doesn't. Sorry.
No, please. You've been asked a question. I'm just reminding Honourable Westphal that you've got now the opportunity to answer it as you see fit.
Yep. No worries. Thanks, Chair. So I don't think the question is around whether mines are being shut. The question around mine safety is we're still got mines operating, Mr. Fang, and the safety of those workers is paramount, whether it's coal or whether it's metalliferous. So what we're suggesting is that that the support that currently isn't available to HSRs in metalliferous mining be reinstated. And just to expand on HSRs, when committees are formed, employers use those committees as a box ticking exercise, right? Matters are left on the agendas, so I'm not going to back away from the fact that what the AWU has suggested in relation to HSRs and safety in mining, there needs extra support out there.
Thank you. Just to reiterate my point, I'm not against mining at all. I'm, dig baby dig, but doesn't seem the Men's Labor government's the same. Thank you, Chair.
I disagree with you, mate.
That was I think an interesting question. Can I just offer that? Well, can I just offer Mr. Cowdery the final word in terms of responding to that last point?
Yeah, I respectfully disagree with you. The Men's Labor government, and you only have to look at the committees that have been set up, like the Critical Minerals Advisory Council, and again, I refer you back to the minister's media release. I think it was last week or the week before in relation to coal mining.
Thank you very much, and that brings to the conclusion. And I do apologise for going slightly over this session. It's been very rich evidence that's come forth, and like the thank you all for that. There may be, I think, some question on notice. I know there's at least one from Mr. Cowdery and perhaps others, and no doubt there'll be some supplementary questions arising from the members having an opportunity to read the Hansard early next week. So we'd be grateful if we could liaise with you through the Secretariat. So once again,
Thank you.
thank you, and thank you for all the good work that you do. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Underway with our next panel, and can I, on behalf of the committee, welcome you. We have the New South Wales Nurses and Midwives Association and representatives from that organisation, 4 of them, so thank you very much for coming along. First of all, we need to go through the formality of having you either affirmed or swearing of your evidence to the committee. So could I invite, starting from my left, if you could please either swear or affirm your evidence, the words of which should be before you.
Thank you. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Sorry, it's been a long week. Sorry, I should have said to you also, could you just, you don't need to repeat it again, but just your name and how you're appearing today, your representation. Yeah.
Thank you. My name's Veronica Black and I lead the Health and Safety team at the New South Wales Nurses and Midwives Association.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ms. Black, next witness.
My name is Susan Cameron and I'm a registered nurse and I'm a HSR for my work group. Today I'd like to provide an oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much.
My name's Francesca Cavallaro. I'm a health and safety representative in a mental health facility, and I'll go on to my affirmation.
Thank you.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Kim Calderwood and I'm a registered nurse and a HSR in a perioperative department on the Mid-North Coast.
Right.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Now, before we commence, can I just note, on behalf of the association, made a submission, and that stands as submission number 14 to the inquiry. It's been duly received, processed, and stands as your submission or the organisation's submission to this inquiry. And can I also note for the record that with respect to the 3 other witnesses, you've made your own respective submissions to the inquiry, and we thank you for that. So with Ms Cameron, your submission is number 22 to the inquiry. With respect to Ms Calvaro, yours is submission number 18. And with respect to Ms Calderwood, your submission is number 23. And in the same vein, been received, processed and stand as your own discrete submissions to the inquiry. Now, with respect to those submissions then, so there's a total of 4, can you take it as read that the committee members have the opportunity and by now to have read those and inform themselves about that? I invite you now to make opening statements. Now, just conscious of the time, and we can go a little bit probably beyond, if necessary, the time we've allocated because we're running a little bit late and that's my fault and nobody else's. Did each of you, may I ask, prepare respective opening statements? Okay, so there's 4, that's just fine, but I'm just wondering if we keep them, I don't want to sort of pressure you, but keep them reasonably, tight if you can, and then we can open up with a question. So we'll start with the association.
Thank you, and we'll try and speak fast.
Oh, well, that's the other way to do it.
So my name's Veronica. I lead the Work Health and Safety team at the New South Wales Nurses and Midwives Association. Our union represents more than 80,000 nurses and midwives working across the New South Wales health system in public hospitals, community health, aged care and the private sector. I've got a Master's in Health and Safety and over 30 years of experience in the union movement. I represent workers nationally at the Safe Work Australia Work Health and Safety Significant Issues Group and have been fortunate to represent workers internationally through ILO conferences and technical expert groups. I've also had the pleasure of running HSR training since about 2012. I'm very passionate about worker participation in health and safety. Our members are the ones who are working in hospitals, aged care, primary health and the community. They know their work intimately. They're the experts in the hazards and the risks that they face in their work, and they have good practical solutions for addressing those issues. Nurses and midwives face a wide range of hazards in their work, including occupational violence and aggression, manual handling injuries, fatigue from long and unpredictable hours, exposure to hazardous chemicals and infectious diseases, and significant psychosocial risks associated with high workloads and traumatic events. In health, the role of HSR is particularly important. Worker safety is often overlooked due to the resource-constrained, time-pressured environments that our members are working in, where there's the ongoing need, of course, to continue to provide care to people who are vulnerable and requiring that care. Having HSRs in workplaces means that worker safety can remain a priority. They play a key role in monitoring conditions in the workplace, escalating concerns that are raised by their work group, and ensuring that employers are meeting their obligations under work health and safety laws. In saying that, HSRs are vastly underrepresented within the health sector. My team work closely with HSRs. We advise members of their right to be represented by HSRs. We assist them in establishing work groups, help newly elected HSRs to access training, and provide ongoing support in their roles. We regularly see barriers that limit the effectiveness of HSRs in the sector, including what appears to be hostility towards even the concept of workers being represented by HSRs in our industry. Common barriers include delays or resistance in establishing HSRs when requested by workers, barriers to accessing training for HSRs, barriers to accessing information about hazards and risks in their workplace, and a distinct lack of understanding about what the powers and functions of HSRs are. So people ask for info, they don't get it. They ask for time, they don't get it. There's constant pushback, and we've got people who can tell you a lot more about that today. So in practice, what this means is that the effectiveness of the system depends really heavily on the persistence and confidence of individual HSRs, rather than them being consistently supported by their employers and by the broader regulatory framework. So the HSRs that are here with me today are 3 very experienced and capable women, and they will tell you a lot more about these challenges. Further, we find that HSRs are not adequately supported by Safe Work New South Wales in their role. There are very few dedicated resources for HSRs, and HSRs are frequently reporting to us that they're not getting the assistance when they most need it. So to give an example of that, we recently had an HSR who had issued PINs in her workplace. They were not complied by her employer, but also weren't challenged. When she contacted Safe Work about the non-compliance, rather than take any enforcement action, they simply suggested that she issue more PINs. So you kind of wonder why that is going to be useful if you're just issuing PINs that are ignored, issuing more PINs that are ignored, and not having the regulatory agency take action.
Performance improvement notices.
Thank you.
From our perspective, strengthening the HSR framework is critical to improving health and safety outcomes. Ensuring HSRs can access training promptly, exercise their powers without obstruction, and operate in workplaces where consultation is genuine is all key to making the system work as intended. We welcome this inquiry as an important opportunity to examine how the HSR framework is operating in practice and to identify improvements that will better support workers to participate in keeping their workplaces safe. We look forward to assisting the committee with our evidence today.
Thank you, Ms. Blake, and thank you for a very informative and helpful opening statement. We'll move to we'll just move along the table. Is that convenient? Yes.
Yeah.
Proceed.
Firstly, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to appear here before you today. Again, my name is Susan Cameron. I am a registered nurse employed by Patient Transport Division of HealthShare New South Wales, operating under New South Wales Health. I'm presenting here today in my capacity as a HSR. I'm here to raise serious concerns regarding the lack of organisational support and the systematic barriers I encounter when attempting to exercise my legislative functions and powers as a health and safety representative. I've itemised 5 clear dot points for you.
Thank you.
Despite clear obligations under the Work Health and Safety Framework, I've experienced ongoing resistance, obstruction, and failure to meaningfully engage in safety concerns when they're raised. I also wish to highlight the lack of effective support when matters are escalated to safe work regulator, Safe Work. In my experience, the current system does not adequately support health and safety representatives in performing their role. As a result, the intent of the legislation is not being realised in practice. Health and safety representatives are left without necessary authority, backing, or enforcement mechanisms to effectively protect workers. Furthermore, there appears to be limited accountability or consequences for the employer who fail to comply with their obligations, including failing to support or consult with health and safety representatives as required under law. This creates an environment where identified risks may persist because they are not adequately, effectively addressed. I'm here today to ensure these issues are formally acknowledged and to advocate for stronger enforcement, accountability, and the protection for health and safety representatives in my workplace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another fine opening statement. Thank you. Next.
Hi, again, my name is Frances Cavallaro. I'm an enrolled nurse and a safety representative at one of the largest mental health hospitals, Cumberland Hospital. I've worked at Cumberland Hospital over 3 decades now. Today I'm giving evidence based on my lived experience as a HSR. My goal is to highlight why the system is failing HSRs and workers. The key issues are failure to uphold HSR powers under the law. HSRs are legally entitled to have access to information. Often this information, when requested, is denied. Has an impact on worker safety. The lack of support and consultation prevents HSRs performing their duties. Risks go unaddressed, exposing workers to more harm. HSRs carry responsibility without the authority or respect or support to act. Employer accountability. Employers must be responsible for consulting HSRs meaningfully, something that we don't see in our environment. Providing access to information and acting promptly to safe work concerns. When employers fail, HSRs can't protect and legal obligations are ignored. What needs to change? Strong enforcement of HSR rights under legislation, clear accountability for employers who fail to consult or support HSR, a proactive and responsive regulator, practical mechanisms to ensure HSRs are consulted and safety issues are addressed promptly, not delayed until a PIN is issued. My closing statement is HSR are critical to the workplace safety. Without support, consultation, enforcement and employer accountability, the role is ineffective. Real change is urgently needed to empower HSRs to protect workers. Work health and safety is equivalent to safe patient care. Every patient deserves safe patient care, and every worker deserves a safe workplace. Supporting HSRs is essential. It's ensuring their ability to act on safety issues that protects both healthcare workers and patients.
Thank you very much for that articulate and helpful opening statement. Ms. Caldwell.
Thank you. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak today. I don't take it lightly and I really appreciate your time. My name is Kim Caldwell. I'm a registered nurse and a HSR that represents the peri-operative work group, which is in a high intense area of theatres and the supporting areas of that particular space. And within that area, we have not only physical hazards, we have very clear psychosocial hazards that sit side by side. I'm here today to share my lived experience as a HSR for the past 2 years and to share with you some of my learnings that I've had during that period of time. I'd like to raise the points that whilst the work health safety framework and the HSR framework is sound, the application and the gap between that and what happens out on the workspace is huge. HSRs don't raise risks lightly. It's something that they do to keep not only themselves safe, but those that they represent safe. But we constantly push against resistance. Resistance such as delays, deflection, dilution, and all that does is cause more harm. When, as a HSR, I've had to escalate anything, the support that I've received is limited, it's not available, and any regulatory advice that I've tried to seek through those regulatory bodies has been inconsistent, and at times I've been advised, you're the HSR, work it out. Psychosocial hazards is something that is still just managed as compliance. It's just a tick box. There is nothing that actually protects workers on the floor, that actually allows practical controls put in place, and it is something that is just dealt with once the injuries occur. So I'm hoping that today, by being here and sharing my experiences with you all, that some very clear recommendations that can come out of this that actually close that gap between legislation and the practice that's out there on the floor. I'm hoping that the barriers to those actions that as HSRs we experience are also broken down so that the management that we're working with understands and complies with their obligation and they're held account to that. And I hope that what comes out of this mostly is that HSRs are supported consistently and are backed, and that we have those supports available to us when we need them, and that this actually encourages more people to step up into these roles so that the safety is paramount in whatever industry that is, but most importantly in the health industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, 4 out of 4. Very good opening statement. So combined, that's rich evidence that's sort of got us underway. Now we have, members from the government, crossbench, and the opposition here at the table. And what we normally do is, and we'd like to do so if you're agreeable, to share the questions around between ourselves, and that'll involve a member asking a question. So is that okay? Does that work? So we'll start with the Honourable Roberts.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, ladies, for your attendance today, and thank you for the good work you do as nurses as well. It's much appreciated in the community. I only have a very, one question at this stage, and I'll direct it to Ms Caldwell, if you don't mind. You said, I think this is what you said. You're finding the regulatory bodies that you're reporting to or seeking assistance from, and these are my words, aren't very helpful. Can you tell me who those bodies are and give me an example of the difficulties you face?
Yeah. So in one of the cases that I was representing, a nurse who was involved in a pretty horrendous incident in our environment. She was unable to go to work for a period of 3 months. She was coming back from a psychosocial injury and was there was a long dispute about her return to work and pre-injury duties. So this went on for a period of 12 months. We went back and forth. I helped represent her. The organisation...
This is with the employer,
This is with the employer at this point.
Yep.
So the organisation was then working and trying to retrain her during her return to work period, which was not appropriate for her in the state that she was trying to return to work. So I sought advice from Safe Work over numerous occasions, and one struggled to find someone that could give me clear guidance when it came to psychosocial hazards and how to manage those, and how I should be, I guess, holding them to account from an organisation level in terms of the Work Health Safety Act. And in the end, I was told to write the PIN as I saw fit, which is what I did after 12 months of negotiating and representing this worker. And when I did so, it was ultimately challenged immediately by the employer, and it went back to Safe Work, and Safe Work said, you wrote it wrong. And it was basically dismissed. So once again, the actual hazard and the actual injury continued because I sought advice, didn't get any advice other than to go out on your own.
Can I ask you, your content? I'm no fan of Safe Work, and I think I've been on this committee for 7 years now, and I've never been a fan of Safe Work, and I think all my fellow committees members know that. The contact you had with Safe Work, was it over the telephone? Was it? Did you have email records of anything, of transactions?
No, it was all over the phone. Yeah, I was actually doing it whilst I was on holidays in New Zealand.
Right. Well, thank you for your dedication. Can I offer you this suggestion going forward? It's not going to solve anything, I know, but it'll make life a lot easier for people like ourselves, and that is contact you have with Safe Work. Can you do it via email? Yep. So we've got a record, and you've got a record.
Yeah, it's great advice, and advice that as a HSR I've learnt over 2 years of experience.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Yeah, everything has to be documented.
That's the extent of my questions, Chair.
Before I pass on, may I ask, Ms. Collins, how long ago was this roughly? Was it a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago?
She's coming up. It's probably 18 months that the injury first occurred.
And your engagement with Safe Work New South Wales, that approximately over what period? Just approximately?
That I was actually engaging with them.
Yeah, trying to get this...
It probably would have been over a period of 4 or 5 weeks. So I went back and forth, and I did receive a lot of support from the New South Wales.
And what calendar year would that have been? Are we just going backwards from
It
where
would
we
have been last year.
Last year, 2025.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, that's helpful.
No problems.
The Honourable Anthony Adam.
So thank you for your attendance today and a very good submission. And my question sort of leads on from Rod's. I'm particularly intrigued by the data about PIN cancellation that you include in the submission. And it really seems to suggest that it does go to this question around a sort of cultural problem from the regulator about how they view HSRs as being not, I suppose, a mechanism for assisting with compliance. So maybe, I don't know whether the HSRs on the panel would be able to talk about their experience of issuing PINs and the process of engaging with Safe Work on that process.
Are you happy for me?
Yeah, no problem.
Yes, I have I feel a good experience with for you to listen to. So to give you some background information, patient transports people who require our assistance basically by stretchers. We don't do wheelchairs, but we do assist with that, walkers and that sort of thing. Into hospital transfers, home to appointments, home to doctor's surgeries. But the experience I'm going to speak about today is a gentleman who is a regular to a local hospital that I work out of. He is 338 kilos. Yes. So I do have some photos. So if somebody could hand these around.
May I ask, just before you circulate that to us, so we can make our own assessment, probably just need to ensure that there's consent by the gentleman. I'm not...
They're not photos of him.
Oh, I do apologise.
Just to give you... When I say 338 kilos, you're thinking, how big? So I've done an analogy.
Yes, okay, no, just being respectful of the gentleman who may not
just a cartoon character, but
okay.
It gives you an idea of the stretcher.
Okay, no.
And how this gentleman would fit on a stretcher.
Thank you for that. That I think that's okay, just to give some sense of proportion.
It is, yeah. There are other photos there. There is nothing that's disclosing anything except my name.
Forgive me, I wasn't reflecting on you, I was just making sure. So
I think he was trying to protect you, Ms. Cameron. Seriously, the chair was looking after you.
Yeah.
That's all right.
So, well, thank you very much for that. So please proceed.
I sort of got advice before that. Make sure you de-identify stuff.
You will have got good advice from the Nurses Association.
Yeah. So as they sort of hand the photos out to you, 338 kilos. He's a regular gentleman. He suffers with respiratory distress, which you could possibly imagine. It was a day similar to today, very rainy, that triggered my pin. He was going home. In the hospital system, they have access to hover mats, which is an air-type component that you can transfer on quite easily. And multiple other equipment. Patient transport does not. We have a stretcher, and we do now have an assisted stair chair, but it has a weight limit of 200, so that is out for him. And he has no core strength, so he cannot hold himself upright. So myself and another colleague were the assist crew. Now, when I say we're an assist crew, we go and assist another group of people who have actually got the job to take him out of hospital and home. We front up at the address and assist. So once you see the photos, that's the stretcher underneath the cartoon on the front. You will see that there are weight measurements on there saying that he is 177 high. His shoulder tips, I think, are 138, and his hips are 148. So, just excuse me while I stand up. That is 140. The stretcher is 92.
Right.
At its widest. It does have envelope sides that come out. There is a photo of some driveways there. They are pebble-crete, and it was a rainy day like today. So 2 crews, same size as me, fronted up. So another 2 crews were called for. So 6 people in total to go up a Pebble Creek driveway in the rain. Unfortunately, there was no risk assessment done prior to him leaving the hospital. It was all done there on site. Now, this gentleman wants to get home. This is his home, rightly so. I don't do maths that well, particularly physics, but when you're pushing the 80 kilo weight of the stretcher plus the 338 kilos up an inclined driveway of roughly 30 degrees, there is an excessive force that needs to be issued here by 6 people. The driver of the vehicle slipped and fell. We managed to get him into the house. But this is something that shouldn't have happened. There should have been processes prior to him being discharged. So my investigation started, and I was met with the terminology we use is deny, deflect in our organisation. No, that didn't happen. No, other people can do it, why can't you? So with the help of the association, I started investigating and asking for information and meetings, and we went on, I think it was near on 10 months, following their escalation process, which to me is a rabbit hole. So you escalate to your immediate, then you escalate to his next immediate, and then it goes on. And then it does a backflip and you go back around and you're there again, back escalating. So consequently, after a lot of discussions, the PIN went in for a provisional improvement notice. The organisation didn't deny it because New South Wales Health had a guideline or a policy directive in how to manage bariatric patients. Just unfortunately, the health share for 9 years never had one or didn't follow it. So we went on, the PIN was issued, health share didn't deny it. SafeWork did come out. We had a roundtable conversation. There were things that needed to be issued and documentation that I requested out of that conversation. I still haven't got it all. It's 15 months later. SafeWork reviewed my PIN, asked me to withdraw it. They found that because there was a tick box exercise and there is an escalation process, that was sufficient. We still transport people like that. I denied taking my PIN down. I wanted them to give me reasoning. I believe it was my understanding if I took it down straight away, there would be no feedback. So they did feedback to me. They did email me. They did phone me. So I'll give them that. And then I wasn't happy with what they said, so I asked for a review.
Just to confirm, when you say they, just for the purposes of...
Oh, sorry, SafeWork. Sorry, SafeWork.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
That's
the initial inspector, I spoke with her.
Thank you for that.
And, that I wasn't happy with her report, so I asked for a review. And the review sustained her findings. So...
May I ask the time frame for this in the same way as I asked the earlier
So,
question? Roughly how long ago?
Okay, so the IMS, so the actual event happened in January 2025.
Right. Yep.
I'm still waiting for more paperwork. It's like extracting a tooth. What do you need it for? Why do you need it?
When did SafeWork cancel your PIN?
SafeWork cancelled my PIN. I had the...
I might just ask that as a question. When did SafeWork cancel your PIN? So that we've got it on the right.
Yeah. They asked me to withdraw it initially, and I refused. So they cancelled it in August last year, I believe. It was roughly about August last year. And so I started requesting information, like, well, what did they supply you that I didn't for this to happen? And they refused to supply me the documentation that the employer supplied. So I started asking the employer, and then it was just, like I said, a rabbit hole of, well, we can't answer. You need to go back to your immediate boss, who really had no idea about anything, and escalate. And I think I'm still waiting for one more document, 15 months later.
Just clarify. So, I mean, you're trying to solve a safety problem here.
Yeah.
And SafeWork are effectively working to assist the employer delay that resolution.
Correct.
Is that your perception?
Yes.
Do you think that's consistent with the role that SafeWork should be playing?
No, it's not consistent. It's working against us.
Yeah. And you've been properly elected.
Yes.
You've been properly trained.
Correct.
So you're exercising these powers as part of an overall framework which SafeWork is supposed to be supporting, not obstructing. But your evidence is that they're actually working to obstruct the operation of the legislative framework.
Well, in my experience, yes. I can't tar everybody with the same brush, but that was my experience. I've got other experiences, but we've got time. We've got a time limit today.
Can I just ask one more question?
Just
about I think you make some very good points about the election process.
Yeah.
I think the legislation is quite unclear about the mechanics of the election process for HSRs. Can you perhaps speak to your recommendations and what we might be able to do? I think there is this question which we raised with Unions New South Wales about the conflict with the employer running an election and then potentially actually being involved in the process behind the scenes. We wouldn't have the Labor Party run the AEC. You know, like it's clear you need to have a separation between who runs the election. What can we do to fix that?
Yeah, look, I think that there are a couple of problems that are going on here. So, firstly, employers assume that it is their right to run an election where there is an election to be run. That's not the way that the legislation is structured, but it's not necessarily clear enough. It says that unions can run the election if the majority of the work group have indicated that they want the union to run the election. But really the idea is that workers should be deciding how the election occurs. My concern about employer-initiated processes is that when workers don't know what HSRs are, if there hasn't been a culture of HSRs within the workplace, it's yet another email that people don't read because they're very busy. Our members aren't sitting in front of their computer all day looking for emails that are coming in. They're caring for patients. So that's the kind of thing that would quite easily kind of slip to the bottom of people's notice. And so it would be very easy, again, as was being described by Unions New South Wales, for someone to be kind of tapped on the shoulder and said, you know, we want you to put up your hand, we want you to be the HSR by management, and for the workers to not actually understand what was going on. And we've seen that in a couple of instances. There aren't many HSRs in health that the association hasn't assisted the workers to get in place. There are a few. And when we find those, often other people in the workplace don't even know that there are HSRs. The whole process has kind of happened without anyone noticing or knowing what's going on. So I think if there were going to be requirements around any kind of ratios, or you must have HSRs in workplaces above a certain size or whatever, you would need to be really careful about ensuring that there are protections so it doesn't become another compliance exercise. I know that in our industry or sector, they're very good at paperwork and documentation and having formal sort of systems. It's just that the systems aren't followed or aren't implemented properly. And so my concern would be that you would end up with that kind of thing, where you would end up with people who are HSRs in name only because the workers didn't understand or notice what was happening at the time that they were being elected. So I think that, I mean, particularly for big public sector agencies that have got very high union density, that should be if anything, a joint process, so that if employers were required to have HSRs, that unions had an opportunity to be educating their members in a timely manner as that process was going to happen, to make sure that people understood what was going on and why it was important for them to get involved. And I'd put in some information here about if there was some info from SafeWork that was developed that talked about people's right to be represented by HSRs and what those HSRs were, and if employers had to distribute that information so that they're not getting it coloured through the employer lens. That might be one thing that would assist in making sure that people had an opportunity to properly understand what the role was about.
Just a very quick follow-up, because it's relevant. Couldn't you have just taking all the conflict and control out of it? Couldn't you have, in this day and age with, you know, portals and AI and all the rest of it, a standardised election process conducted by the Electoral Commission where people would just log on to a portal, the union would be able to educate their members, the employers would be able to do the same thing, and, you know, nominations close by this date and it's all conducted online?
Yes, absolutely. There is no reason why you shouldn't be able to. I don't know that that's going to work for all industries and sectors because there are some... there are still workers in some sectors who aren't using computers in their day-to-day job. So that's not going to... A one-size-fits-all doesn't actually fit all. But I think that would be very helpful in a lot of sectors to have something where you can upload a list of here are your people who are members of this work group, so that they've got an opportunity to nominate and an opportunity to vote once the nominations have gone in, without influence or control.
Sorry, Chair.
No, please. Are there... Abigail, do you have any more?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all of you for coming along and giving your evidence today. It's incredibly useful. There's a lot in the submission and also in your evidence that sort of speaks to a lack of respect for HSRs from employers, but also the role of the worker voice, particularly when it comes to issues of safety that are sort of built into design rather than it being sort of something that's like an incident that's occurring or a sort of an ongoing issue. And I'm thinking in particular of this example on page 16 in relation to an HSR issuing a PIN in relation to a new ward that was where the staff and patients were the same but the building was new. Can you talk us through that example and sort of how, I guess, how the HSR process is working in the context of that sort of design and operational matters?
Yes, so in the scenario in that example, we had a public mental health facility, particular patient cohort, you know, the mental health patients from that community, often the same people are going to be cycling in and out of hospital at different times. And there'd been a number of really serious incidents in that particular unit. So there'd been a recent incident prior to the move where one of our members lost 5 teeth, almost lost the fingers off his hand and had a broken leg after a particularly vicious assault. And there were a number of other workers who observed that assault who were so injured by what they had observed because they genuinely believed that they were watching their co-worker be killed, that they have been unable to return to work. So that's the kind of environment that we're talking about, very high risk and high frequency of harm. A new hospital was being built and there was a new mental health facility as part of this hospital. The nurses took one look at it before they'd moved into it and said, this is going to be an absolute nightmare. And so they had some specific concerns based on their experience working in the old unit. And some of the things that they knew were very important were that they needed to have good line of sight so that they could see each other at work. They needed to know that their duress alarms would be functional and would work so that people could come if they needed help. And they were also concerned, so this new unit had worse line of sight, had lots of blind spots where the duress alarms didn't work, and had been very, very effectively soundproofed, which they were concerned about because it meant that if they were alone in this area and they were screaming, people in the next ward wouldn't be able to hear them. And so when they saw this unit, they had raised these concerns and nothing was done. They still hadn't moved into it yet. So they issued one of the HSRs issued a provisional improvement notice in relation to this new facility and the problems that they could see with this new facility. To issue a PIN, the HSR has to have a belief that a contravention has occurred or is occurring, and it hadn't yet occurred because they hadn't moved into the building yet. And so as a result, that PIN was cancelled and nothing was done to address those specific concerns that she had raised. Soon after they moved into that new building, she was assaulted in the exact circumstances that she had raised, and she was off work for more than 4 months. So she was on her own working in isolation, people couldn't see her, her duress alarm didn't work, no one could hear her yelling for help. And yeah, she was quite seriously injured in that assault. So that's the kinds of things. There are technicalities around PINs, and I think that too often when SafeWork review the PINs, they're looking at legal technicalities rather than the substantive issue. And there are ways that that could be addressed. So firstly, as someone who has been running HSR training for a long time, and the training's developed by SafeWork, I can tell you that what people are taught is not what the expectations are of safe work in terms of what needs to be in that PIN. So that would be one problem. The second problem, because even if they were giving us much better content to be able to train people with, workers are workers, they're not lawyers. And so there are always going to be times when it might not exactly reflect the language that needs to be used from a legal standpoint. That doesn't mean that there's not a work health and safety issue that needs to be addressed. And there are a number of ways that inspectors could address that. So, for example, what tends to happen is that they'll come out, they'll read it, they'll decide that it's not going to stand up if it were to go to court, and so they'll ask the person to cancel it. And if the person says, well, no, I'm not going to cancel it, then they will cancel it for them.
Just to go over the top and just cancel it after asking to cancel it.
So they'll ask the person to withdraw it,
And if
and
they
if the
don't, they
person doesn't,
unilaterally do it.
they'll just do it. Yeah, they'll just cancel it. So there are a couple of other things that they could do instead of doing that. So, for example, HSRs are allowed to correct minor irregularities in a PIN. So the inspector could talk to the HSR and say, you know, if your employer challenges and this goes to court, it's not going to stand up because of blah. What you need to do is to amend it in the following way so that it does stand up should it be challenged further.
Is there a predisposition to avoid work, or is it an inherent bias to say we don't want this going to court, so we're just going to knock it over? Like, are they using that technicality to just knock things out on purpose, or is it more a function of, hey, this is just less work for me, there's a technicality here, so I'll bump it out?
It's very hard to say what someone else's intention is behind their behaviour. What I can say is that what we see is that PINs that are where employers request a review are almost always either withdrawn by the HSR when SafeWork tells them to, or cancelled by SafeWork. And so that's the reality of what's happening. And there are some employers who will just systematically challenge any PIN that's issued because they know that it's going to at least give them extra time. And so there are some that just won't make an attempt to comply with a PIN at all. I provided you with some data, and that was initially that came about because SafeWork SA presented to a HSR conference in South Australia, and they presented information about how many of the PINs that went to review were being cancelled. And I thought, that's very interesting. I wonder what's happening in other jurisdictions. And I spoke to a colleague who got the same kind of data out of Comcare, and there were some similar issues going on there. And so then I wrote to SafeWork New South Wales and asked them for their data, which I think I included in the submission. And I've since then seen the data from Victoria as well. And it's really concerning because we've got this system that's meant to allow for issues to be resolved when they haven't been. And you've heard from some of the people here talking about the fact that they've been trying to raise these issues often for 12 months or longer before they get to the point where they are prepared to issue a PIN. And then to have those PINs overturned and not have the substantive issues that they're raising addressed is really highly, highly problematic.
Just conscious of the time, but that's okay. Abigail, you need to continue because you've completed. We won't pinch the next witness this time, and I think on Rod Roberts. So, and that might be the last two, and the rest on supplementaries. Is that okay? Yep. So, Abigail.
How long have you got, Chair?
We're behind time already.
We are behind time. It was 1:45. Please, Abigail.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, just a final one.
No.
So we know that SafeWork has only brought 7 prosecutions against New South Wales Health in the last 10 years. Does that strike you? We heard that on estimates last year. Does that strike you as being a little bit low, given everything
I'm
you've seen?
surprised to hear that it's that even many. To be
Right,
honest.
okay.
I review the data about the prosecutions. I'm not sure where those prosecutions are. They have commenced a couple that they have then stepped away from. The last prosecution against New South Wales Health, for example, that actually went through to the end that related to occupational violence was 2007, even though our members are assaulted on a daily basis. So I would be surprised to hear that there were 7, and that must have been initiated, not completed.
Okay, I might follow up on that.
Honourable Rod Roberts.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you very much. Ms Black, I'm interested in taking you back to that new mental health unit that was built, clearly defective, and identified by your workers and HSRs as being defective. Just talk me through that again. So you issued a PIN, or somebody issued a PIN.
Or not me.
No, not you. Someone did. Sorry, yes. Someone issued a
PIN.
PIN saying, look, there's a workplace issues here.
Yep.
And am I correct in understanding that the PIN was taken out because it wasn't actually a workplace yet because nobody had moved in?
Yeah.
Is that it in a nutshell, basically?
Yep.
Well, then, because we're all into prevention is better than cure, and obviously that's what you're about as well, right? It's no good trying to fix things after they're broken. Did safe work then, after it's been identified as a safety hazard, a workplace hazard, albeit nobody's moved in yet, did they offer guidance, instruction? Did they direct the employee to make changes or anything before anybody came in? Or did they just rely on this technicality? Listen, it's not a workplace yet, so there's nothing we can do about it.
It wasn't quite to that degree, but almost. So the member had raised a number of issues, a number of concerns. When they cancel a PIN, they can choose to issue improvement notices. Yeah. And so what they did in that instance is they issued one improvement notice about one of those concerns. So that was about the functionality of the duress alarms. So that needed to be addressed, but nothing was done about the other issues. And we see that quite regularly. So, for example, when Susan was talking about the PIN of hers that was cancelled, they issued an improvement notice relating to a very low order administrative control relating to movement of bariatric patients, but nothing that was a high order control. We're talking about hazardous manual task. The inspector didn't watch anyone do that task. They didn't kind of seek information to understand what that looked like. They just cancelled that PIN and issued something relating to, you need to make sure that when you've got two agencies working together that they communicate with each other and understand what their roles are. But that doesn't actually provide you with the gear that you need to do the job safely. So,
thanks,
yeah.
I'm
Thank you.
Cognizant of the time as well.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. So we might leave it there. I'm sure after members have had an opportunity to read the evidence on Hansard, which is a transcript, probably early next week now, there'll be some what's called supplementary questions, in other words, questions to follow up. And then the Secretariat will liaise with you, or perhaps through the association, over the completion of a response to those questions on supplementary questions. So thank you very much. That was very good evidence. It was good evidence from, in my view, two perspectives. One is the more macro approach of what goes on and some of the, dare I say, challenges that are faced in dealing with the regulator. But that very granular detail of practical workplace examples, particularly from the three witnesses, is very, very useful to inform us in our deliberations over this inquiry and what will be our report and findings and recommendations. So once again, thank you all very much. And
thank you. And I know that our HSRs would welcome the opportunity to provide you with further information.
Oh, that's
so
wonderful.
If you've got supplementary questions, please send them
on.
Thank you
very much. Okay, we'll now move to our next panel of witnesses, and I'm sorry for the delay, but we'll get that made up in one way or the other. Let's proceed. The first part is a formality, so you can provide your oral evidence to the inquiry. So thank you very much for coming along today. I'll invite, starting from my left, an opportunity to provide either an oath or an affirmation, whichever you prefer, and then just identify yourself by name, organisation and title. So Mr Crosby, who's known to us from previous occasions providing evidence. Mr Crosby.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr Crosby.
Yes, Dave Kelly, Coordinator, CFMEU, New South Wales Branch, CFMEU.
Thank you, Mr Kelly. Yep.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Patrick Kelly, CFMEU Delegate. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much.
Adrian Wilson, CFMU Delegate and HSR at Lobbs Hole and the Snowy 2.0 project.
Right, thank you.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. So the way we commence now, and thank you for that, the formality is to provide an opportunity for an opening statement. Now, perhaps if you could help me understand, will it be just an opening statement from you, Mr Crosby, or would you like the others? Okay, thank you very much. So over to you.
So I'm Michael Crosby. I'm the Executive Officer of the New South Wales branch of the CFMEU, exercising the delegated powers of the Administrator, Mark Irving. Look, I've been in the job for 7 months. I'm certainly not an expert in this area. The people on my left are really teaching me about safety in the industry. Dave Kelly in particular is a vastly experienced organiser in a number of unions, but particularly in the construction union. And Pat and Adrian are both delegates and HSRs, although Pat's in the process of being elected as an HSR in a new company, Level 80 Cranes. I wanted to talk about construction and its place in the scheme of things as an area of safety concern. Construction is a dynamic workplace. You get a different set of circumstances every day of the week. It's also a workplace that's in 4 dimensions, usually 3, but often 4. If you think about Adrian's workplace at Snowy Hydro, a crane can dump stuff on him. A machine can hit him from either side, and when he's looking down 300 or 400 metres to the bottom of a hole, he can fall in the hole. So there are any number of ways in which somebody can be killed on one of these sites. I've been a union official 50 years. In all that time, I've had one person on a site killed. I've been in the union at the CFMEU for 7 months, and 8 people have been killed in that time. I can't get over it as somebody new to the industry. So it is of unbelievable importance for our members. We recently did a survey nationally of our membership. The 2 issues that were important to them above all others were, firstly, what they get paid and how they're treated at work, obviously, the EBA. But the second thing was safety, whether they go home at night in one piece. It is of utter importance for every single one of our members. HSRs are incredibly important. We only cover about 7% of the construction industry. So we are active in tiers 1 and 2. And frankly, that's a disgrace. We should have organised high-rise residential, and we should have organised tiers 3 and 4, and we're about doing that while we're in administration. But in tiers 1 and 2, we have 29 organisers. There is no way they can cover every workplace. We simply have to rely on HSRs. So they are our eyes and ears as a union for what's going on in relation to safety. The thing to get across, though, is, and I'm blown away by this as a newcomer, the level of competence of these people. If you're an HSR in cranes you know everything there is to know about cranes. Somebody like Pat, for example, in the Uber coming over here was talking about various bits of a crane that are absolutely vital to its safety, but it's unregulated, no records are kept. If that bit fails, then the whole thing is at risk. So we've hired a bunch of new organisers. They're basically delegates off the job. A couple of them are members. They have to be intensively trained in industrial relations, in the Fair Work Commission, in how to take protected industrial action, all the rest of it. They need very little training in terms of safety because they've been HSRs. They know their trade backwards. If they issue a PIN notice, if they raise with an employer there is a safety problem, they ought to be trusted. They know what they're talking about, invariably. The truth of it is, HSRs depend on union power. These guys can stand up for themselves and discuss with their employer's safety, because if they know they get nowhere, somebody like Dave Kelly turns up and sheds the blokes until the issue is fixed. It is a fundamental problem. If the union is not powerful in those workplaces, and I'm talking about the places that we've neglected to organise, it's a friend of the boss who gets elected as the HSR, and if it's not a friend of the boss and they kick up about some safety problem, you can bet your life they'll be victimised and moved off the job. So this issue of HSRs and unions has really got to go together. Now, the case studies that Pat and Adrian will give you will talk about safe work and the poor relationship that they've experienced in relation to safe work. It goes two ways. It's clear from what I've discovered since I've been in this job that the relationship of the previous people running the union and safe work was poisonous. They wouldn't cooperate with safe work. They treated them as the enemy, and it was tit for tat. I do want to report, though, that I think safe work is really trying to get its act together as far as the construction industry is concerned. We've had really good experiences dealing with Liam O'Dwyer, who's a liaison person at Safe Work, and Tony Williams is the person in overall charge of the construction industry Safe Work inspectors. We've had training for our organisers by his senior management, and that's been really valuable in letting us understand how Safe Work operates and what are the ways in which we get past the triage system in order to get action taken on some of the things that we think are really important. We do think that there's room for further improvement, particularly when you get beyond the ranks of the 70 construction industry safe work inspectors. Now, we just recently have had an instance in the far west of New South Wales on a renewable energy site. We were denied our right of access under section 117 of the Act. The safe work inspector was called in, went straight to the boss, didn't talk to the workers, didn't talk to the organiser, and issued what was quite a faulty ruling on the issue of our right of entry. The reality is, I suspect he's never come across this problem before. It's completely outside his experience. He's flying by the seat of his pants. And Dave has suggested to me that safe work, particularly beyond the construction industry inspectors, needs to issue a practice note for regional inspectors like that on what they should look for when it comes to the right of entry of our organisers going onto a site. The other issue about HSRs that we think is vitally important is we can't afford to have HSRs compartmentalised. There needs to be a safety committee The HSRs and the employer need to sit on the safety committee and deal with these issues as a whole. So, for example, if you imagine Pat when he's elected as the HSR on level 80, when they're on a work site with a whole pile of other subcontractors, he needs to be on the safety committee with all the other HSRs from formwork, steel fixing, gyprocking, whatever, so that they can deal with issues as a unit rather than just him on his own trying to fix a problem. So look, I'll finish with that. It's easy for us to bag safe work. We have had, in the two cases you'll hear, a variable experience, but particularly those two people I've named, I think they are really doing their best to build a better relationship with the unions so that we can actually do something about the really terrible examples that we see of poor, safe work practice in the industry.
Thank you.
I might ask, if it's okay with you, Chairman.
Absolutely. Listen, Mr. Crosby, thank you. That was a very helpful opening statement to set the context. Can I just apologise? I should have noted that the CFMU has made a submission to the inquiry.
Yep.
Stands as Commission number 32. It's been received, processed, and stands as the formal submission. So thank you for that. That provides the backdrop for, obviously, the oral evidence, which we're hearing from yourself and the others at the table. So, yes, we can move on, and yes, please. So
It might be good if we ask Adrian and Pat to
yes,
just tell us two case studies that I think are absolutely on point as far as your inquiry is concerned.
That will be helpful. So please, Pat, would you like to start?
Yep. So I was onboarded for a role last year in October at Downer for Bayswater Power Station. They came out with a hexacremium chromiate, which is a carcinogenic class 1 throughout the confined spaces, very similar to this, and it began growing, which is not a common practice. This is what I would consider an unworkable place. Workers raised this concern, so we had 12 confined spaces to this size and extent, all covered in this hexacremium chromiate 6 or Hex 6.
Can I just ask, what's the purpose of that chemical, just so we understand? What's it meant to do? Can I just ask?
So it's found on stainless steel materials when it heats over above 400 degrees to about 700 degrees.
Right.
When it gets also wet.
Yeah.
This was happening at a lower heat, so it wasn't common practice.
Right.
But it essentially gives like a yellow silica dust on the top of all this steel.
Right.
And it became like a fungus which grew. So what started as a small speck, essentially this entire room. Workers asked for the testing results. We were told no. We asked for what controls would be in place, because there is controls. You can get citric acid and spray all this stuff. The company said no. We then asked, there was a HSR vote within, so the presiding union at the time was AMW through their EBA rights. They held a vote. I was voted in as HSR. I then tried to speak to the company. The company 4 days later then said, we do not recognise you as a HSR. We would like to conduct this vote at a more reasonably practicable time, which they said was 21 days later. These jobs are normally on a contract base of 12 weeks. We're 4 weeks in. So I'm going to say clearly it was a stagnation point. So we had no HSR. I then called for the assistance of the CFMEU. They then came into site, and to what Mr. Crosby said, the backing of when you have the union, within 30 minutes we had been put into the crib huts. So we had no evacuation plan for those confined spaces. We had no emergency response plan for those confined spaces. We had no controls in for a class 1 carcinogenic, and they found silica and dust all throughout. The union was working with the company to come up with ideas about how to make it work and how we could go back to productive work, And at some point, the company turned around and said no and refused right of entry for the two organisers. We then refused to go back to work under Section 84, every single worker, over 108 of us. We then were told that it was unlawful industrial action. We said this is not industrial action, this is a matter of safety. We were then told we wouldn't be paid. We were then threatened to be kicked off site through security or police escort if we did not accept to work. Then the weekend passed and then the Monday came through. This is over a period of about 7 days, sorry. Safe Work came into site. They did not inspect the area. They did not consult us. They did not speak to the organisers who, to their credit, came to the car park every day, for 3 days straight, even on a Saturday, and waited to be allowed in and weren't allowed in. And they went and had a meeting with the management for all of 1.5 hours. They brought us into an auditorium. They told us that they do not support the motion. They had issued PINs, in provisional improvement notices, for the silica, the emergency response plans, and the confined spaces. Though, whilst they found PINs, did not believe that works needed to cease, even though the works are in those confined spaces with no rescue plans. We, in 108 of us, all walked out halfway through this meeting because we did not believe our words were heard or our health and safety regarded, and we went back to the crib huts. We were then immediately told that you will not be paid, you will face, I guess, sanctions or whatever it be. Anyways, so we then went to cleaning up works, but all the people who were vocal within this Section 84, there were about 40 of us, we were all told that work scopes had been changed and we were all terminated 5 days later. The works were not changed. They went and engaged a subcontractor who did the works for them, who didn't have the same provisions or the same union backing. They were a non-union company, which then essentially eroded all of the workers' rights under health and safety. So that would be my experience with Safe Work.
Thank you very much. And there will be some questions, I'm sure, Pat, so we'll follow it up. Who was going to speak?
Hi, Adrian Wilson. Yeah, I work down at Lobs Hole in the Snowy 2.0 project.
Yes.
I'm at the bottom catchment, which has, it's the main area. So eventually there's going to be a transformer hall, machine hall, which is really massive. There's 3 tunnels. We had 3 TPMs. Which are called tunnel boring machines. I don't know if people heard of those. So as you dig deeper, every 800 metres to a kilometre, you have to have a rescue chamber, which is in case an implosion or anything like that, you've got somewhere to stay and be enclosed. They have food, water, oxygen, and things to keep you alive until help can arrive, pretty much. In this process, I've been there 3 years. This happened about January last year. HSR lady from a subcontractor company. On these rescue chambers, they have green lights and red lights on the side, and on the front and on the back. And if a red light's flashing, that means there's a problem somewhere. She reported it. Someone went down and inspected it. They found a few extra problems. Then they looked at the checklist. A checklist for these rescue chambers should be accidental. There should be 20, 30 things that you should be able to check. They've realised the checklists weren't properly, they should be better. And she reported this to her supervisor. The supervisors who are from the major company that hires those companies. She was told by a person that overheard them saying that she's going to ruin the contract for them if she pushes this forward. She left site on her own terms, just to she was upset, but she's now back on site. The supervisors in question, once us as delegates and HSR found about it, we pushed it very hard to find out these 2 supervisors, and I think they're both supervisors. They are now not on the project, but from her bravery, there was a system brought in of us HSR. We have a HSR committee, but we also now have a HSR team of 4 guys from all 3 different areas who implement PIN notices, who got this company running around in circles to keep up to their HSR standards. And from her bravery, so much stuff has moved forward. From the rescue chambers, we stopped work for about 3 weeks. I'm in the cranes and rigging department, so our point is to get down and Some are 28 men, some are 20 men, some are 30 men chambers.
Mm-hmm.
So we've worked out that some were in the wrong spots as well. So we had to go get them chains, pick them up. We have to use 2 cranes, move them around site. And once this was done, and in the process of that, Safe Work were involved. But as myself being involved in all 3 tunnels with the cranes, I was not involved in that process. But the HSR, from that, I'm a big believer in this Safe HSR team that's been brought in, which has done an amazing job with sometimes in disregard for some of the stuff that we bring forward. A lot of times I send emails as a HSR and a delegate to the IR team. I CC in my supervisors and superintendent. I don't get any replies. Every now and then I might get 1 reply, and I've probably sent off about 15 to 20. And now I'm started to CC in my organisers, Dave Kelly, and one of the other organisers, just to have that proof, even though I do have it in writing, just to have those people on board that they can bring them up in the next time they're on site, which really helps for them to implement these, just for reply. So I can get stuff, because I get asked as the delegate and as a HSR from the guys on the floor to get a response. Yeah.
Thank you. So if we go to Abigail?
Chairman, I wonder, could Dave
I
say just a word?
apologise.
Yeah, as an official, I'd just like to make a few comments reinforcing a few of the points. The Snowy Hydro project is an extremely difficult one. I think it's fairly notorious in terms of its poor safety record. But what Adrian's described has been a battle for combined unions for about 4 years. Fights over work groups, fights over HSR rights, fights over access to facilities for HSRs, and currently we're pushing to try and incorporate HSRs for half the workforce, which is subcontract, to be incorporated into this structure. It's a huge battle at every step of the way. But where we want to go with this, and also with the building industry in particular, is to reconstitute the old system to a certain extent. And that is, as Michael outlined, the role of the safety committee, right? And so I'd like to at least reinforce that point. Before the harmonised laws were in place in New South Wales, the primary driver for safety in the building construction sector was a safety committee, with the chair being a worker on site. With the introduction of the HSR system, that's dropped off. So we have HSRs on one hand who are compartmentalised and in certain cases brutalised and demoralised, and yet companies will have their own safety committee amongst themselves who actually make the managerial decisions to fix the site. And so I think that if we were to explore changes to the Act or to the processes, that would be to incorporate by mandate HSRs into the safety committees, at least in the building construction industry, because that's the engine of change on site, and it provides capacity for networking and building of power and protection for the HSRs on these sites. It also creates some comfort for those workers who want to stand up for safety, some comfort that they're going to be in a collective. It makes it easier to bring them on board, it passes on experience, and it actually provides capacity to close out issues. So when workers come to them and say, you're the HSR, what are you doing? And they're coming out with no results, they can take it to a committee and get something done. So I'd like just to reinforce those points.
There's, I think, keenness and eagerness to sort of ask questions. Perhaps start with Anthony. Just.
I've just got one quick one.
Go, Abigail.
So just trying to work out who.
Yeah, no,
yep.
that's all right. Thank you. Just a quick one. So something that's mentioned in the submission that we've also come across before, particularly in the construction industry, is this idea of, basically a serious incident occurs, and then there's a call made to Safe Work, and they release the scene over the phone, and they don't come until sometime later, if at all. How often does that happen, and why do you think it's happening?
It has happened quite often. it's not just the fact that it's done over the phone, although that's particularly egregious, but it happens too often that the safe work inspector will go to the boss's office, won't talk to the workers, won't involve the HSR. It's completely demoralising for the HSR and completely demoralising for the workforce. I mean, Pat's example of what happened on the Hunter Power project is 108 blokes risking the sack, which actually happened to half of them, over what sounds to me like a particularly egregious safety issue. They weren't consulted at all. Now, again, when we raised this with safe work at a more senior level, they did speak to the safe work inspector, and to his credit, he apologised. He recognised he should have got those two organisers and brought them onto the site and had them do the safety walk. But by then, of course, it's too late. I'm hopeful that things are going to improve on this score, but that's why this issue of a practice note would be really helpful, because then the safe work inspector is reminded that they need to involve the people who are expert on the site in safety, and that's the HSR.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll rant again.
I mean, all examples go to this question of employer resistance. And obviously, you know, more stringent enforcement is one way. Do you have, I suppose, submissions around what else can be done to try and get employers to be more cooperative, to be more facilitative? I think the evidence is that where employers are supportive of a HSR structure, it works very effectively, and that's the sort of best practice that we want to kind of aspire to. But so long as there's employer resistance, you know, there's going to be obstacles like the ones that you've all faced. What can be done to sort of ameliorate or diminish employer resistance?
The submission makes it clear that Tier 1 builders, perhaps apart from WeBuild on the Snowy Hydro site, have got their act together and value the involvement of safety committees and HSRs. The problem is that safety costs money. The organisers will tell you, and I'm sure Dave will back me up here, they can walk onto any building site anywhere in the country and stop it because, you know, there are safety breaches all over it. It's a highly regulated industry in terms of safety because the incidence of unsafe practice is so high and people die. But it needs the backing of safe work for HSRs. It needs the union to do its job as well and organise in the non-union areas, because it's not a question of the regulation of safety. You know, you listen to Pat talking about the safety problems there. There are regulations he's enforcing as an HSR. He knows his stuff. You know, this is a person who's as expert as any of our organisers, and I suspect as any of the safe work inspectors. What it requires is safe work to have the confidence to back somebody like Pat up in that situation. Now, I know...
Why do they lack that confidence?
Because they're subject to review, and they're worried about if they prosecute, do they lose the prosecution?
Can I just ask a quick follow-up to that, because it's relevant? The new legislative provisions which we instituted 6 months ago, whatever it was, that allowed direct prosecution from the HSR and the union, it's obviously a bit early to tell the effect, but I presume you're contemplating using those provisions?
We are. We are lobbying safe work. I don't know whether the word is lobbying, but we are expressing an opinion to safe work that 2 of the deaths that have happened, one on a Meriton site and the other at BlueScope, they should be looking at those closely for industrial manslaughter, because honestly, the review that our organisers did of both those sites, it is perfectly clear to us that those deaths should never have happened. They were completely foreseeable. It was simply bad safety practice. Now, we don't have the ability to prosecute for industrial manslaughter.
No, so that's one aspect which is relevant, but I was more talking about the ability to prosecute WHS breaches directly by the union or even the HSR.
We want to use those powers.
Yeah.
Our problem is that we have a team of lawyers, both within the union and outside the union, and we are jammed up with compliance problems because of the state the union's in.
Yeah. Anthony, are you okay if I
just want to ask one more question, which is just about, obviously, the level of organisation of the union in various sectors obviously supports the HSR structure. You spoke about those non-union areas. What can be done to extend the sort of HSR structure into that non-union sector? Like what legislative or other changes might be made?
It really flows from the level of union organisation. We can put HSRs, and we are going to expand the number of HSRs in Tier 2. We don't have enough. Even some of our delegates are not HSRs, and that's something easy that we should be able to manage. Adrian's going through right at the moment an HSR course that we run on behalf of Safe Work. In Tiers 3 and 4 and in high-rise residential, it's clear that safety in a lot of those areas is a complete joke. We had an organiser go on to a work site. He had no union members there at all, no delegate, no EBA, but he closed the place down immediately, and the workers were falling over themselves saying, "Thank God you came," because we were worried every day we went to work on this site, it was so bad. So when we've got on top of the problem of both EBA and safety compliance in Tiers 1 and 2, the EBA world, we'll be moving half our organisers into the non-union world, and our prime focus there is, frankly, not so much wages and working conditions. The prime focus is going to be keeping people safe, getting HSRs elected and backing them.
So can I just, on that point, because I'm conscious of time, I've just got a couple of quick ones that follow up on that. I don't want to be rude, but I don't need lengthy answers, just a quick, concise. So following on from Anthony's, would mandatory HSRs in the workplace help you organise in those non-unionised sectors?
Not necessarily so, because you may have the opportunity for employers to select their own people before a union could be involved.
So this is on evidence earlier. We heard this problem with the potential manipulation, covertly, not overtly, of the election process. What if it was concomitant with election provisions that were independent? Would that help?
They would get there if it was mandated that the union had to be there. Well, it might be of some assistance.
Yeah. Okay.
You've got to have the link between the union and the HSRs.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish it was otherwise, but an HSR on his own without a union is not going to put his head or her hand up.
And this goes to my other follow-up question, because we've also heard this on evidence too, the lack of protection for HSRs. It seems to me as though you don't have the same legal protection that a delegate might under adverse action provisions, for example, in the Fair Work Act. If they were brought up to par, would that help?
Yes. And it would also help if Safe Work actually prosecuted when people are victimised. I think a couple of our case studies in the submission talk about clear victimisation, and there's no follow-up.
Yeah. Sorry, Dave, go ahead.
So, mate, if you're talking about government change, expectations, maybe if the code itself on government jobs will prescribe HSRs and safety committees, it might help.
Yeah.
And also some sanctions being carried out. I don't think anyone's been sanctioned under the guidelines.
Yeah.
Notwithstanding some of the terrible safety outcomes on site, there might also be a role to expand the powers or the use of the New South Wales Industrial Relations Commission to assist in some of these disputes.
What about,
I'll go on,
jump in.
go on.
What about workers' comp incentives? Like, what do you say about that? That you could perhaps provide discounts on workers' comp premiums for companies that have HSRs and health and safety structures in place. You think that would be?
It's a novel idea, and of course I do understand there's a fair pyramiding of subcontracting that goes up, corporate veils and corporate entities, but I think it's a sound idea.
Just quickly, you both touched on this because the AWU had similar evidence in the metal-farious industries about HSRs being kind of isolated in pockets on a big site, and then there's no overall overarching coordination. Mr. Kelly, you pointed out that the committees went by the wayside with the introduction of HSRs. So the AWU's fix was to have this site inspector concept which straddled across all the work sites. Would that be potentially an alternative to the committees, or I guess you could have both, right?
I think you should have both, but the committee is something that everyone's familiar with traditionally, and it's effective in my view. It's fundamental to the building construction industry that workers get together.
You can have committees under the current framework, though.
Well, they can do it, but it's by choice.
Obstacle.
But it's by choice that they can do it. There's also no mechanism within the safety committee framework under legislation. Previously, the safety committee had strictures around how it would operate, constitutions and the rest. And the chair would have to be a worker. Currently,
the problem with those committees, though, they didn't really have teeth, did they?
No, but could you imagine combined with the powers of a HSR and direct connection with the machinery of management? And there's a conscious decision by management, I think, to keep them separate.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And discourage that combining of the two processes.
And the other thing, imagine the interaction of safe work with a safety committee for a whole site.
Yeah.
Then instantly, a safe work inspector doesn't just look at cranes, doesn't just look at rigging. Gets to look at everything that's going on in that site.
Yeah. The other interesting thing you had in your submission was, I know it sounds a little bit kind of trivial, but I don't think it is, because convenience is everything, especially in the modern age with mobile phones. The app for submitting pins, for example, that would be a fairly easy, practical thing, wouldn't it, to facilitate?
You'd think so.
Yeah. So what the process is now an email, is it?
We've got a notebook.
Paperwork.
Right. I can't believe in this day and age we're still, okay.
Can I ask about just
Anthony, just conscious.
I know,
No, please.
we're over time, but we...
No, please proceed.
I just wanted to ask about the engagement of HSRs in the risk assessment process, and whether that generally occurs. I mean, maybe in Tier 1, Tier 2 less so, but is that a regular occurrence that the HSRs have access to the risk assessments, and that they're engaged in the process of the undertaking of risk assessments and then the implementation of control measures?
Just on mine, this is quite recent. So I flagged an issue with fatigue management at our company, doing upwards of over 16 hours and required to drive. I said we need to come up with a fatigue management policy, a risk assessment, things of that nature. This was pledged to, we were going to consult on it. 3 days later, the meeting that was meant to happen was canned. A fatigue management policy came out with no consultation that also said that you weren't allowed to have a second job that could affect your job with the company we were at, which is against the law. Told you don't work past 12 hours. Didn't say what happens if you do under emergency. We fix cranes. If there's something, we've all seen what's happened on the news just recently. You might not have a chance, but what happens after? So a lot of these things as HSRs or delegates or workers, you're catching up after stuff. Things will be implemented and then you will consult about it. it's very common for that process to happen, and then again, it's stagnated. You might do a risk assessment for a job that might take 3 days.
Yep.
That stagnation period could be well over and above, and now we don't have this problem, and it kind of just wilted away. So I think the main thing would be its inception, like the consulting happening in its inception is not so common, but rather after, when it's already started to begin being implemented, and you do a bit of a catch-up process.
Right.
So they meet the obligations under consultation in that regard,
Yeah.
but the practical use of it is quite small because it's already done.
Yeah. And for us, like as a tier 1 job where we are at Snowy, because we have 3 sites, a lot of stuff from the incidents that have happened over the last sort of 3 years I've been there, we have a safety committee, but we've also got a safety team of 4 guys who are attacking everything at the moment. They just, we meet once a month in that they've got their own little office now, which is great. We meet there, we nut stuff out, we get everything that needs to be looked at. And now we've pushed forward and the company's agreed to, which is, I think, should be passed on to other jobs, is once a month, because we're remote in 3 different areas, we have to meet at Admiralty. We meet there once every 3 months, and everything gets, we do a training seminar, but we also get through things that everyone writes on the board, what we want to fix and what we want them to attack, which is good for everyone, because it's the right step forward, which hopefully should be used, I think, in a lot of other areas. Yeah, fantastic.
Can I just have the final question, if you don't mind? Mr. Keller, given your extensive experience, I'd just like your thoughts about, has the building construction industry, with respect to its occupational health and safety issues, become more complex to deal with these days compared to when you started many years ago? And if so, could you explain that?
Well, when we enjoy paper and things like that, it has become fairly technical. It's also become, how would you say, there is a lot more paperwork involved and ticking and flicking, but with all good intentions for that, it become very perfunctory.
Right.
And there is and I don't want to sound old-fashioned, but there is a danger in terms of some of the methodology, and I agree that certain apps work, but now, for example, if you go and check out plant and machinery, we used to have paperwork that a layman could look at and say that doesn't look right. Now it's all on someone's phone, and then the records are kept in a third place, which is difficult in civil and mechanical. Has the job become more complicated? Well, it has. The laws have I suppose, limited the capacity for direct action, which used to solve a lot of problems, so you didn't have a lot of the ridiculous conversations you have now, where someone will roll their eyes and say, that's your opinion, we'll take it on board. You park up the job, and then before you know it, capital found its own way, right, to solve the problems. So there's a lot of administrative, a lot of paperwork, but the capacity for change really in the building industry is to stop work, and you can see the problems that workers had in that regard. They're down the road, which never used to happen years ago. So it's all there in paper. Yeah. And if you're a paralegal, you can just march on. Yeah. But maybe the fun's gone out of the job, eh?
Well, it's important to have the strong representation, because they were tragic numbers that Mr. Crosby gave to start just in this period of time. Yeah. Well, so thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Crosby, giving that sort of macro, broad perspective, but that granular detail also comes together very nicely. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I expect there'll be some what are called supplementary questions, which come from the members after they've had an opportunity to read the Hansard, which is the transcript, and the Secretariat will liaise with Mr. Crosby, and if you'd be good enough to help us sort of work through the answers and the responses to those, that'd be great.
Chairman, Pat mentioned to me before we came here that he's writing an account of the case study he was talking about, and might be useful if we sent that to you.
That would be beaut. That would be beaut. And to be perfectly frank, I'm sort of speaking freewheeling a bit, if there are other case studies that you have or can put your hands on, which nicely articulate and explain the points you're raising, it's very helpful for us in the consideration of our report.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, we'll break for lunch and be back at 1:15. So I've Fang is on the Hume Highway and able to, ready, willing and able to be participating, and hence I think that would enable us to be core 8, technically speaking. So I think out of courtesy, and that won't delay the start of this, could someone just, when the Secretariat staff return, just ring Mr Fang on his mobile phone and just confirm with him we've commenced our session after lunch, and if he'd be able to dial in and be available to participate that way, that would be beaut. And that would enable us to get our proceedings
Is Ms.
underway.
Boyd coming back?
I can't answer for the other members. They know this hearing's on. So let's get underway this afternoon. So can I welcome our next witness? Thank you very much for making the time available to come and join us this afternoon and provide some oral evidence. Mr. Seat, we'll go through the formality, and you probably know what that is, to identify yourself formally with your name, organisation and your position within the organisation, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, whichever you prefer. And once that's been done, we can get on with asking you some questions.
Okay. Chris Seat from the Assistant Secretary from the Plumbing and Pipe Trades Employers Union, New South Wales.
Yes.
And I'll take an affirmation.
Please. Now, the words should be there, I hope, are they?
Yeah. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Seat, and once again, welcome to this afternoon, and thanks for making the time available.
Thank you.
Now, the organisation's submission that was made has been received, processed, and stands as submission number 25 to the inquiry. So that's first tranche of evidence we've received through a written submission, and thank you for that. It's very helpful for our deliberations with this inquiry, and particularly for this afternoon's engagement with yourself. You can take that as read when we come to the questions, so members will have read and absorbed that. But we're looking forward to you making an opening statement if you're able to do so. And once that's done, we can move into the questions if you're agreeable. So over to you for the opening statement.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to the committee today. My name is Chris Seat, as I've just said. I'm the Assistant Secretary of the Plumbing and Pipe Trades Employers Union. We represent thousands of plumbing, HVAC and fire protection workers across the state. Our industry is high-risk work. It involves working in dangerous physical situations like heights and confined spaces, and working with dangerous and volatile substances and materials. It involves gas, fire, pressurised water systems and a range of other hazards. In our industry, an effective work health and safety system is the difference between life and death. Topic 1, with regards to workplace health and safety training and education and support for the apprentices in the workplace. Apprentices and other inexperienced workers face an increased risk. First year apprentices undertake WHS training as a component of their basic skills development in the plumbing apprenticeship, focused on individual awareness of hazards and risks on job sites. This is appropriate at the early stages of your apprenticeship. However, there is no mandatory requirement for additional WHS training near the end of your apprenticeship after the 4 years before you become a tradesman. We believe that this transition requires a different set of safety knowledge, including understanding supervisory WHS duties and risk management for others, including future apprentices. Because obviously, when you become a tradesman, you're now looking after other workers. So it's a different capacity with regards to safety. In practice, supervision of plumbing apprentices has been a persistent problem in our industry. Apprentices face serious physical risks and hazards, as well as psychological risks. Our members have observed some very unsafe and unsatisfactory situations occurring within the industry, where apprentices are effectively working unsupervised. Some employers use disproportionately high ratios of apprentices to qualified tradespeople as a means of reducing labour costs and gaining a competitive advantage on tenders. This undermines safety and compromises the quality of work and erodes the integrity of the apprenticeship system. Topic 2, the rights and roles of workplace health and safety representatives. HSRs play a critical role which needs to be strengthened and protected. HSRs hold employers to account for their supervisory arrangements. They need to be able to do their job without fear of being removed or shifted sideways. Legislation prohibits dismissal of HSRs, but our issue is that we find a lot of employers relocate effective HSRs to less visible jobs. This effectively removes the HSR from the worksite where they were elected by the working group and diminishes their capacity to be effective. The PPT New South Wales submits that protections should be strengthened to prevent this kind of de facto retaliation occurring and ensure an elected HSR remains on that site. Another concerning issue is that on some work sites, particularly those without union representation, the HSR function is performed by a company appointed safety officer, someone from management, rather than a worker elected by the working group, as legislation requires. The committee may wish to consider how enforcement of the working group election process can be strengthened to ensure that HSRs are representative for the people they serve. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. That's a very good opening statement, precise to the point, and has laid out a very nice foundation for questions. So if you're agreeable, we share the questions around. Can I just apologise? There is not as many people in the room who should be. They're actually off doing different things. So I don't want you for a moment to think that we're being disrespectful. We do hope to have two back whilst you're here, but there was one on the video link if we need him, and there's two government members and myself. So I just want to make that point clear. I don't want you to think...
That's the most important people.
Yeah, and of course Hansard, and the Honourable Rod Roberts joins us. So that's great. We've got the people around the table today. So we share the questions around arising from your submission and opening statement. So you're okay with that?
Yep, absolutely fine.
So we'll start with Mark Benazir. What am I saying? Been a long week. Mark Buttigieg. Sorry, Mark.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Seed, for coming along and giving the evidence. I want to touch on this first topic that you outlined, because this has been a consistent theme in terms of apprentice training, apprentice supervision. Where are we falling down there? Like, is it because there's not enough emphasis on WHS training to be integrated into the apprenticeship, or is it because WHS is kind of treated as this separate, isolated module, like a ticker box, and it's a cultural thing? What's the remedy, I guess, for that in terms of the training rate, or is it largely dependent on? Because I guess there's two things, right? There's your statutory training and your TAFE training, or your vocational education training, but then there's the culture on the work site. So I just want you to give us a flavour for what it's like in the plumbing industry in terms of those components.
Right, well, specifically with training for apprentices, I think the issues come from both areas. So with regards to your education and training, I mean, as I've outlined, I really don't think there's enough emphasis on work health and safety. You do get that basic skills training, which is it's quite brief with regards to safety training, and it's really just your basic skills sort of stuff. Working on construction on the tools for 10 years and then working at the union for 16, so I'm still going to job sites and dealing with safety issues. It's there's so much to go through with work health and safety. I mean, you could do a lot of time on it, and I don't think there's enough in the syllabus. I'll use plumbing as the example with the apprenticeship training. Yeah, sure, you get your skills up, how to install pipe, how to do all that sort of stuff, but there's just not enough there. There should be more in the syllabus with regards to training, especially near the end of the apprenticeship. Where it falls apart, I think, with supervision for apprentices on site is we have had some headway with the New South Wales Building Commission putting a statement of regulatory intent in where it shows a very clear line of this type of supervision you have for first, second, third years and fourth years. We encourage that. However, where it falls apart, I believe, is that's a good start. That came into effect at the start of this year, so it's all very new. But the issue is it's still in the WHS Act. In that legislation, it's still very wishy-washy with regards to, and vague with regards to the supervision that is required by law under the WHS laws.
So just to kind of tease that out a little bit, so there's no direct reference to, like, there's no explicit reference to direct supervision, for example, or ratios specified or anything like that?
No, not in the WHS Act.
But and what about the regs?
It's same with the regs.
Okay.
Right? That's the legislation that goes with it. So what we've got is in the Statement of Regulatory Intent, which is from the Building Commission with regards to plumbing, they've written this out, but from what I can see, where it goes to, so when we're we're discussing things with builders, and we're saying, look, you guys need to have supervision for this plumbing contractor that's working for you. That they've got 10 apprentices and two plumbers working on a massive job site that covers a large area. The builder will always go back to, because they're there to make money, but they'll always go back to the WHS Act, and they say, well, where are we breaking the law?
And did the Statement of Regulatory, I probably should know this, but did the Statement of Regulatory Intent do anything to tighten that spatial separation up? Like, in other words, you must have direct line of sight, or there must be one apprentice to every 2 tradesmen, or one tradesman to every 3 apprentices, or whatever. Was there any more specificity in that intent, that statement of intent?
Yeah, the Statement of Regulatory Intent is quite specific with regards to what is required.
Okay. If that intent were to become an actual regulation tied into the legislation, that would be helpful?
Oh, it would change things dramatically, because it's black and white.
Yep.
And that everyone's singing off the same song sheet. It's not left open to interpretation.
Yep.
And obviously when different people have different intentions, it's business, it's productivity, and so on. You need to have things like that in black and white, because then people's opinions and personal interests are taken out of it. It just goes down to what is written there.
Yep. And in terms of the culture, the workplace culture, like let's assume in an ideal world that Statement of Regulatory Intent becomes reality, so the specifications are there, tightened up, ratios, you have to be direct line of sight, whatever. Is the culture there on behalf of the pre-existing tradespeople to say, well, I take my responsibility seriously, I've got to supervise this kid, otherwise he could have an accident, and number one, I don't want that happening, because it's not good when you see people die or get injured, but also I'm going to be on the hook if I don't supervise properly. Like, I guess my question is, what's the mindset in the construction sector? In that, is it a good culture, or is it dysfunctional?
At this point of time?
Yep.
People need guidance with things. And if there's a culture that's been... So I've worked on... Over the years, I've worked on non-union sites third, fourth tier builders, and I've worked on first tier sites in the city, which are much more unionised. And there's a culture that's there, right? So people will do what is going on that site, and then it becomes the norm. So it's varied.
So, Chris, just from implying from your response there, without wanting to put a leading question, this was the evidence of the CFMEU. There's a direct correlation between union density and safety culture.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And so your leverage in the workplace is critical to increasing safety, because the employers are then coerced into inculcating a culture of safety because they know they're going to have the unions on their back, basically.
Yeah, I mean, from personal experience, you know, I worked as an apprentice in a non-union site, and they just made us drill in a car park with water that was this high, and I got an electric shock. They wouldn't do that on a first tier job. I'm not saying that unionised and first tier building sites don't have accidents and deaths and fatalities. It's obviously it's a big industry, but it minimises it dramatically.
And when you were in that position, just out of interest, how old were you?
Well, I started when I was 17, so I was probably second year, third year.
And you would have recalled that circumstance at the time. Did you pick up that there was something wrong with what they were asking you to do and felt uncomfortable about it?
Absolutely, because the culture on those job sites is almost, well, it's anti-union, but it's safety's not at a priority. You'll end up getting sacked if you speak up.
All right, so this is another real common thread we've had all day.
Can I?
Yes, of
Without cutting
course.
off, I just,
yes.
perhaps without cutting off, could just
Yes.
share. So apologise. Honourable Officer Abigail Boyd, do you have any questions you might like to present to the witness?
Just one, if I may.
Yeah,
Thank
please,
you.
yeah.
We heard from a witness earlier today who was proposing, who has been advocating for changes after her son was killed at work. And one of the issues, in addition to this issue about sort of the culture of work health and safety, was also around the effectiveness of training, particularly for apprentices and young people, and whether there was a kind of, whether people were switching off when they were being trained on safety risks, and whether we needed a more, I think she referred to it as a trauma informed or lived experience style of training. Is that something that you would support or have any insights into?
When she's talking about a more, what does she mean by that?
So,
like what type of training?
Well, my takeaway was that the training that's given when it's sort of basically out of a textbook is very easy to switch off on. But when you actually give lived examples of this is what happens when this goes wrong, people are then, it creates a more risk-averse culture, I guess.
Okay.
Like human examples of actually what happens.
Yeah. Okay, so, I mean, with our training school, so our union's got a training school out of Glenwood, which is in collaboration with industry stakeholders, employer associations and whatnot. We already, like, we have Foundation House, Mason Construction, who are all these organisations that deal with, mental health and that type of stuff. And we have them come out to our schools and discuss those things. I mean, we even go out, so our apprentices go to our training school, and I go out there myself and discuss those type of things, even though it's not set in the syllabus. So I am saying I agree with it. Yeah, it'd be great. But I go out there and discuss with apprentices, I see numerous fatalities and whatnot at work with our members over the years, and I discuss that with the apprentices and talk about that stuff. So I would definitely agree that if anything that's put in a syllabus where it's more practical and more not hands-on, but I understand what you're saying, like real life experiences, of course, it's going to definitely catch the attention of young people.
And do you think that there is a culture within the industries that you represent of it'll be fine? Like yes, we see this safety risk, but we kind of feel like a bit invincible. I'm a bit prone to doing that myself. Is that the?
There is that culture there. It's also the nature of construction where there's really tight deadlines. There's obviously very dangerous things going on everywhere. There's so much room for error. And so when money's to be made, deadlines are to be met, corners get cut constantly. There's so many moving parts with it. So yeah, there is definitely a culture that has improved since I started 26 years ago. It has improved with union being at the forefront with that. But there still is that level of culture, but I think there's more to it than that. It's the nature of the industry as well. And long-term safety issues as well. I mean, these builders collapse, a lot of them, and go. You get silica dust or asbestos exposure from a refurbishment, that builder's gone. Not all the time, but it's the nature of the industry. So it needs tight regulation in a lot of aspects, but safety and HSRs and supervision of apprentices is definitely at the forefront of that.
Thank you.
Perhaps go to Honourable Anthony Adams and back to the Honourable Parker.
Evidence earlier about the experience of HSRs issuing pins, and then the sort of negative interactions they've had with safe work. I wonder whether you might be able to speak to that experience, if you can, in the plumbing industry. Have you found that safe work is assisting and facilitating the work of HSRs, or is it more of a case that safe work often undermines the authority and position of HSRs in the workplace?
From my personal experience with regards to our HSRs, and you have to understand that as a union, our union is a boutique union. It's a lot smaller than a lot of unions that are out there. Not a lot of our HSRs have issued pins. It's usually set up on those job sites where there's a health and safety committee that have a lot of input on them. And where our HSRs are, a lot of the issues will get resolved with the safety committee, or they will come to their union to go and discuss it with the builder. So the experience with pins and safe work responding to that in our small union, right? I haven't personally had a lot of, I can't give you a lot of information on that. I can say, over the years, my personal experience with safe work has been hot and cold, and depending on the political climate, it's been hot and cold, and they've changed so many different inspectors and whatnot, and different personalities, and it's been over the years a lot more negative for me than positive. I've personally had safety issues on site where there's been no amenities on site whatsoever, and I called an inspector, and instead of asking about the safety issue on site, it was a time where the political climate was a bit different, but he was asking if I have my permits, which I did, but there's no toilets on the job site.
So with the political climate commentary, have you noticed a change given the reforms that the government's made to WHS and the Industrial Relations Commission?
Say that again. Sorry.
Well, you said that depending on the political climate, and there's been some quite substantial changes which a lot of people have been congratulatory of. Mind you, we haven't heard on evidence that it's had the chance to have a material effect yet because it's still relatively new. Like the ability to prosecute WHS in the Industrial Relations Commission, for example, increased inspection regimes for safe work, that sort of thing. So has the political climate, when you said the political climate, have you noticed a change since those legislative instruments have been enabled?
I would say the one that's probably stood out to me the most is that we had a death maybe 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, where one of a roofer who fall under our union, he's fallen through on a big factory type setting out west. He's fallen through the sump of a box gutter.
Yeah.
And he's fallen to his death. I sent one of my union officials out there and to do his investigation. Safe Work were out there straight away. They seem to work in very well with my organiser, with giving information back and forth to each other. So that's probably the best example of seeing that it seems like it's working better. You know, and that's probably the best example I could give.
With the, you identified, and this has been another common theme of the evidence today we've had from almost everyone. So you've got this organised industry, tier one, unionised, group training companies. Obviously there's things that need to be fixed up, but it's a lot tighter, shall we say, in terms of safety, right? Because of the training, and the company take their responsibility seriously because they're unionised. What about these, I know this is prevalent in the plumbing industry, what about that non-tier one sector where you've got one-man bands, domestic plumbing, that sort of thing? How do you address all that? Have you got a view on that?
With regards to how to fix it?
Well, how to make it safer, because they're non-unionised.
Well,
the training mightn't be as good because they're not going through a group training company like your setup, for example. So
I suppose to be specific about what we're talking about today with regards to apprentices and supervision, the best way to do it is to have in the WHS Act more specific information around the supervision of apprentices and inexperienced workers, because obviously you've got labourers on site as well. But I would say with regards to HSRs and safety committees, the issue that you've got there is work health and safety committees and HSRs is the right structure, because obviously you've got people that are experienced on the floor that know what they're looking at, dealing with safety issues. The issue is under the WHS Act, it's not law for builders to have a safety committee on site or have an HSR.
No. So what do you think about the mandatory provision of HSRs being prescribed in legislation?
I think that would improve things dramatically, because if that has to be in place, builders have to do it, then you've got that structure there which is going to effectively take care of all those unsafe things that are going on site. And it will not be perfect, but it would vastly improve that situation if it was law to have safety committees and HSRs on, tier 3, tier 4 jobs, whatever it may be.
Tell me, if I'm a plumber and I'm employing half a dozen guys out in suburban Sydney, do I have to go and undergo any training on my WHS responsibilities in terms of, okay, I've got an apprentice, I've got to directly supervise him or her. Is there any requirement for your one-man bands to go and do that training and be aware of their responsibilities?
No, all that you have to do is be a licensed tradesperson. You're a licensed plumber. You can run a business. You got an ABN. The laws are stating that you've got to either have someone as a registered apprentice or someone that's a qualified tradesperson working for you. That doesn't really cover safety. It's covering your qualifications to do your
So
your
the
job.
system's set up so that if I start up a plumbing company and I employ half a dozen guys and I bring on an apprentice and there's an accident, it's reactive. I mean, obviously you can prosecute against the owner of the plumbing business because he or she didn't take adequate care, but it's too late then because the accident's already happened. There's no proactive training, is what I'm saying.
No.
No. Okay.
Just conscious of the time. We've gone slightly over, but there might be a chance for another one or two questions. Anthony, you have...
I wanted to just ask one more, which was just about this observation around company safety officers being elected as the HSRs or being appointed. What do you think we can do to prevent that situation?
It's tricky because obviously when the union's there, we make sure that it's done correctly, but we can't be everywhere. I think it would have to have something. Again, anything where it can be written in legislation or written out that it's very direct as to what you have to do, that minimises people doing the wrong thing to a certain degree. It needs to be very clear, very concise.
What about requiring the union to conduct the elections? Like actually stipulating the elections have to be conducted by the union?
Yeah,
or
I mean,
worker-controlled organisation.
that's the best way to do it because
or the regulator.
At the end of the day, in a dream world, with these laws saying, "Oh, the work group gets together and they vote up someone," it just doesn't happen unless you have union representation there, pushing people in that direction. Because people are just there to go to work, do their thing. People don't want to lose their job. They don't want to. You need a body that's there to be able to organise them and lead them in the right direction and let them be proactive in that space. But you need to guide them in that space. So 100%, the right way, in my opinion, to do it is to give the unions more, more rules set up for unions to be able to set this up in workplaces.
Well, we might need to draw it there, a line under it. But listen, what we normally do now is when the committee members get the Hansard for today, the transcript, which will be early next week, so I'll read through it and probably you have what it calls I'd like you to have what are called supplementary questions, which is some follow-up questions. And if it's agreeable to yourself, the committee secretariat will liaise with you over the consideration of those supplementary questions and the answers come back, and that gets incorporated into our material for consideration of the report. So would that be okay?
So excuse my ignorance, it's just extra questions,
yes.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, and you've got your own time to sort of work on the answers and send it back, and we'll liaise with you about that. So
yeah, that's absolutely fine.
That's great. Well, thank you very much for
Thank you. Cheers.
And appreciate getting that, as you say, quite specific and using your word boutique angle on a particular trade within a very important trade, obviously, in the building construction industry and elsewhere.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Okay,
Chris.
thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move straight on then to our next witnesses, and sorry for the slight delay. We'll just get yourself comfortable. We'll just go through the formality of having you affirmed or sworn to give your evidence this afternoon. So I need you to swear either an oath or an affirmation. In doing so, just state your name, the organisation you're with, and your position title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation, the words of which should be before you. So perhaps we'll start. Yes, go on.
All right, g'day. My name's Sean Marshall. I'm the Work Health and Safety Officer for the Australian Manufacturing Workers Union. There is a longer version of that name if you want me to read it out for the transcript. It is the Automotive, Food, Metals, Engineering, Printing and Kindred Industries Union.
Thank you very much. So,
and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall.
My name is Andrew Peach. I'm a HSR and delegate for many decades. I work on the Waratah and Millennium train fleets for Downer EDI Rail. I'm coming up to 15 years service with that company. And I swear that evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Peach. So just start by saying thank you for the submission that's received. Can I confirm that the follow-up submission with some, I think some minor amendments has been received and processed, and that will be the one that will stand as the submission for use the abbreviated term, the AMWU. So what we'll do, if you're agreeable, is invite you to make an opening statement, either one or both of you, whatever you prefer, and then we'll open it up to questions. We have members here on the committee from the government, the crossbench, and the Honourable Wes Fang, whose picture I think you probably should see down there. Yep. He's in transit, so he's a representative.
And I'm online.
Indeed, online, and we can hear you loud and strong, Wes. So we won't be using your name in vain this afternoon. So let's start with the opening statement.
That makes a nice change. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
You go, Andrew.
So let's start with the opening statements.
From the start, in 2008, I did a Cert 4 in OH&S at Blacktown TAFE to improve my ability as a safety rep at the time. My teachers were work cover inspectors. Can I name names? Is that acceptable or not acceptable?
Well, first of all, you have parliamentary privilege.
All right. All right, okay.
So no, let me just complete that. So you are able to name names. I'll be corrected by Hansard here, but you'll need to bear in mind that parliamentary privilege finishes when you walk out from this hearing. So I'll just sort of make that comment. Being guided by the professionals here, we always take good advice and sage advice. If there's going to be what's called adverse mention,
no,
that's okay. So we're just working through this, so we're all comfortable with the procedure. So no, please proceed.
So my teachers were Anthony Nicholson out of Blacktown work cover site, and Barry Sutcliffe out of Parramatta office. He was a team leader at a time. They were my teachers. When I do those Cert 4s, I have to write assessments. I have to prove by what I'm writing that I understand the legislation in safety. In that course, I received 8 distinctions out of 9. All right, so I worked very hard, very tedious, very persistent to make sure I understood what I was doing, because the company at the time I was working for were targeting me, and I don't think I'm a very good delegate, but were targeting me on safety issues. So I made sure I produced Cert 4 HR, Human Resources, Cert 4 OH&S. So when I was coming into discussions with people that were more intellect or knowledge, I had a standing and takes away the emotion and puts logic into place.
Very good.
So I now work with Downer. Last year we had a roster change. As rosters are built into our collective agreement, It's up to the company prerogative to change it. But on research, I was part of the roster committee, and under the codes of practice of work health and legislation, we have to follow those, try to follow those guidelines. Through the process, it was fine that when we were communicating this, we found there was issues with their parameters, and that they were producing role overload. They said we needed 60 staff, we were down to 52. With consultation with my union, we decided to put a pin into place because the company wasn't listening. We were consulting, so we put a pin in place for 60 staff, role overload, we need to build the numbers up. So we had an inspector come out, he looked at the pin, he asked the questions, he asked lots of questions, and that he had upheld my pin, and then he put a couple of other pins, and through that we negotiated the path to the point where the company kept on going with the rosters. We didn't have the numbers. We followed recommendations from our inspector if the company kept on doing it for the needs of fatigue, because what was happening, we were, with the roster changes, we were going from 19 night shifts in 16 weeks, we got to 19 night shifts in 12. It was an increase of 3 weeks of night shifts. We told them we were already exhausted on the first roster. We were just hanging in there. All right. A lot of people were falling asleep on the way home. A number of them had had car accidents, and it was only a matter of time before there was a loss of life. So through our debates about the rosters that went on for a couple of months, I lost 20 workers because of night shifts. It was fatiguing and impacting them, so they left the job.
So if I interrupt, did they actually leave the employ of the company? They left the company?
Yes, they left the company because of the night shifts.
Oh.
So through discussions with the work cover inspector, he made a point that maybe as a HSR, Section 85, but he come out and he saw there was disparity with the workers on their beliefs of doing Section 85. The company could pin me out through the legislation. So he suggested Section 84. So I sent an email out to my fellow workmates. We were down to 42 staff members then from the possible 60. And all of us agreed to the email of standing down under Section 84. We stood down for 3 nights, and they sent an email off to State Secretary threatening certain positions. So redone another Section 84, changing it. We stood down for another 3 nights.
They being the employer?
Yes. Yeah. So we stood down on the Thursday night. I was stood down to go into Fair Work Commission to give statements where the company said I was taking unprotected action. That paperwork has EDI Rail, AMW and Andrew Peach. So I was expected to be the instigator or the Pied Piper of my workforce, where Section 84 is individual. So the company had targeted me, saying I was the one was instigating the Section 84, I was driving the troops, while through the discussions Fair Work, my name was said every second time. In the end, I was getting fed up of listening to my own name. So from the Commissioner Crawford, he had made sure that through the discussions, if I'm on night shift, am I fatigued, maybe for the first hour, because we have to say at toolbox talk, are you okay to work? So when you come to work, even though we're doing night shift, and I don't know if anybody's ever done night shift, it comes very difficult to start. You might go to bed at midday, get up at 3, but because the body is not designed for night shift, it's difficult. So it starts building up. But because we did Section 84 for the night shift, because we had an extra 5.5 night shifts every 3 months, it was taking its toll. So that was the actions we needed to take to get there. The Commissioner said that for the period of maybe 15 minutes of a night shift was considered unprotected industrial action. So he sent us back to work. So those pins that we had, especially the ones about the 15 night shifts and 15 day shifts, he removed that pin from us. Right? So from the decision of the Commissioner, they still had to pass judgment from Safe Work. So they turned up. Sean, you were there with me. We had 3 Safe Work inspectors, right? One of them being Liam O'Dwyer, and the company had brought up their lawyer from Melbourne.
Right. This is in Fair Work.
This was at our workplace.
Uh-huh.
All right, so Fair Work had done, and I should have explained that a little bit better. So we're in a meeting with three Safe Work inspectors, right? They knocked the pin down that we had about dealing with too much fatigue and dealing with that issue, and then said they weren't going to support us because the Commissioner had made a decision. Now, in my understanding...
Safe Work weren't going to support you?
No, that's correct.
Did they have a fatigue management policy in place?
We do have a fatigue management policy in place. But if it addresses the scenarios... We also had Etho's report as well done through that...
Don't get into that.
So,
perhaps...
They did have policies and procedures, if I can interject, but they were not implemented. I suspect they had barely read them. They didn't look too bad, actually, when you read them, but when it actually came to the implementation, Safe Work sold us out and said, you can work more night shifts, you can have lower standards of health and safety.
When did this happen?
You keep going, Andrew, sorry.
Perhaps if we do it this way, would you be able to complete your contribution? And I asked Mr. Barnes if he wants to add anything, and then we'll come back. Mr. Ballagig, we know, has got some questions, and I'm sure I remember. No. So please complete. Yeah.
So from that, I feel, and I said when we had the discussion at my refresher course with Unions New South Wales and Safe Work, I had words with Liam Dwyer stating that I believe that Safe Work inspectors are afraid of the lawyers because there was 3 of yous and you never supported the workforce. Now, I had another HSR in that meeting at the time. He felt that we were thrown under the bus. Right? Workers were thrown under the bus because there was a company lawyer there. Safe Work is afraid of dealing with matters unless you have a loss of life or a missing limb. They seem to run for the hills when they see a lawyer. I'm trying to save lives, right? Because night shift leads to heart disease, higher blood pressure, cancer, and diabetes. There's just 4 of them that is recognised through Safe Work website, as well as my own research that I've done. So this year, we've had another issue. I put another pin on the company on last Friday, about an alkaliser, 100% coverage, where they only cover the depot and not the rest of Downer employees, right? So they've only pinpointed one area, where under the rail legislation it says you must cover everybody. So the discussion had been through the consultative committee, not the safety committee, and not discussed with all HSRs relevant to deal with this. In the consultative committee there is 3 HSRs, and the other HSRs are not involved. So I placed a pin because it's failed to consult with all HSRs and failed to discuss with all the employees. Through the consultative committee, I am the chairperson. I have forwarded out the emails to the best of my ability, and when we have toolbox talks, I will go through the issues that are there, but I can't do coverage of all teams because we're rotating shift teams. So I've been on night shift Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So I'm impacted by doing shift work. It does your brain. From Friday till yesterday, I've been in emails towards the inspector. I've had to jump through hoops to prove my point about lack of consultation, hand over paperwork, and I understand I need to do that. I've had to get HSRs who are scared, right? They're afraid of losing their house, right? To stand up. I've had a debate with one HSR Wednesday morning. I need you to do something for me. And he goes, I've got a mortgage to look after. So as a HSR who's been doing it for a very long time, it's difficult to be the only one that's making a stand for your workplace when you've got other HSRs who are scared. So that pin was cancelled yesterday on me. Now, through the rail legislation under Section 48, Safe Work has an intertwining and an umbrella effect over the rail legislation. I had sent to the inspector a copy of Sydney Train's drug and alcohol policy, and stating that it is in line with rail legislation, where Downer's drug and alcohol policy does not. If they want 100% coverage with, like, the alkalizer, then they must test people that work from home, and they must test people out in the quadrants in the rail sector. That is not happening, right? And I pointed it out about discrimination. He said he has no legislation control over rail. So I have an email trail proving the point. I have depicted points through the consultation and through the legislation of points that there's failure, and he just missed it or said they've got. And another point to it is that the policy has been there, it's been generic, it's been just sitting there, and because it's been sitting there, that policy has control. They didn't have to consult with us, they just could do it to us.
Mr. Peach, that's been very helpful. I don't want to cut you off, but time is passing.
Yes.
So thank you. I don't want to cut you short, but I just want to see, was there any supplementary or additional comments to make from the union formally, that we can have some questions?
I'd like to make a short presentation if I can.
Just conscious, so we've allowed a fair bit of time for the first part, so yes.
Yep, well look, you stop me when you want me to shut up, all right? And I'll keep going until that point, Your Honour.
Well, perhaps then I'll get ahead of the game and say, listen, if I give you, say, 3 minutes, how's that sound?
Well, I will be going quickly.
Clarify, Chair, the session expires at 2:15, is that
correct,
right?
yeah.
So we've got 7 minutes for questions.
And mate, we go slightly over. So please.
Okay, I'll go straight to my point one, Robins and the silent concept of participation. The key quote from the Robins report in 1972, upon which our Act is made, is the best answer would be a requirement dealing in general terms with arrangements for participation by employees, and that was page 22 of the Safety and Health at Work report of the committee 1970 to 1972. However, arrangements for participation by employees has instead devolved into only a discussion of the weaker limb of arrangements for consultation. And the WHS Act participative element in section 48(1)(b) Roman numeral 2 is buried deep within section 48 and not where it should be.
Mr. Peach, I've just got some advice that I think is probably helpful for what we're going to do here. If you're prepared to table your opening submission, that is the document that you're reading from, that can be incorporated into Hansard.
Yep. Sure.
So it's all going to be there as evidence to the actual inquiry.
I really would just like to talk about one other issue, and then I will hand my paper up. It's about the issue of the objects. The objects at the moment read 3.1G, providing a framework for continuous improvement and progressively higher standards of health and safety. And 3, subsection 2, regard must be had to the principle that workers and other persons should be given the highest level of protection against harm to their health, safety and welfare. So I would like to make my first point. 3.1G did not apply at Downer and 3.2 did not apply at Downer. The problem is there are no clear legal teeth for the implementation of those objects, as you know. And then in the final blow, in the Downer disaster, as I'm calling it, Safe Work have effectively demolished even the weekly cast Section 47 and Section 70 consultation. They have a policy of large ranges about what they can do around drug testing. So if this gets up, every boss will know about the Downer case. The consultants will be out flogging their wares. This is how we can defeat the unions. So I will stop at that point.
Thank you.
They are my 2 capstone points that I wanted to get across.
That's very helpful, and as I said, that can go into incorporation into Hansard through the Secretariat. So listen, can we open it up now to members for some questions, if they wish to engaged. So perhaps the Honourable Anthony Adams.
To start, I mean, at the heart of your proposition is that the consultation mechanism is not working in the Act. I think some of the recommendations that are contained in your submission go to this issue about consultation occurring before a decision is made, and you make some recommendations about explicit changes to the legislation that might facilitate that.
Yes.
I wanted to maybe ask, just in terms of the consultation process, your experience, particularly around involvement of HSRs, where on consultation around risk assessment processes. Perhaps if you could elaborate on whether that occurs.
Yep.
And some of the issues that might arise out of.
Most of the time, most disputes that come across my desk are as a result of a lack of consultation or relevant information has been supplied. You can send me an email back, and that's as far as it goes. That level of participatory input that the Act newly called for back in 2012 virtually never exists, where an employer actually says, let's have a procedural discussion about how we're going to deal with this issue before we get to the meat of the issue. I've never heard an employer, say this is how we operate. And part of the problem is the code of practice is useless. It doesn't go to the participatory elements, and it needs to be rewritten in that section, in my view.
I might hand to you for a moment.
Just so on this issue here, so if the consultation provisions were, well, sorry, let me wind back. Mr. Peach, you're a HSR.
Correct.
There's been evidence today which suggests that if the protections afforded to a delegate under the adverse action provisions in the Fair Work Act were afforded to HSRs, that would be a big help.
Absolutely.
Okay.
The point is also, it comes down to education of the HSRs. Like I just stated, trying to get something to happen, I have a mortgage. And it hinders their job role to protect their fellow workmates and themselves, of course.
So in other words, if they knew that they had legal protection under law,
correct,
then they would be emboldened or encouraged to stand up and
yes.
Yeah. And then of course you've got the spectre of let's say in an ideal world we pass that legislation tomorrow. You've still got the spectre of non-unionised workforces, right?
You do have that issue. It's a lot of, I want to keep my job. You know what I mean? And the point is that people don't look that tomorrow I might end up in an incident, and if I had a HSR that was bold enough to stand up, I might be able to not have that incident.
So I know that the union's involved in the training regime. Can you just outline to us who conducts the training and what are the legal requirements to undertake that training?
As a HSR, you have the right to choose your training, but if you have a HSR that is not bold enough to ask for his own training, we'll deal with what the company gives them.
So there's no legal requirement for a set curriculum, subject matter, anything like that. It's or who delivers it. It's just.
Certainly, when it comes to HSR training, yeah, it's a very strictly set curriculum. It's now 14 years out of date, by the way. But yeah, no, there's a very set curriculum, set slides. You must teach certain things, I mean, I've supplemented it because just to bring it up to date a bit, but it's still an old course, unfortunately.
But if I mean, this is one of the big things to come out of today, and we're dealing with unionised sectors, and we've already seen problems in that sector, let alone God knows what's going on in non-unionised sectors. But what if we had mandated HSRs in the workplace? What's your view on that?
Oh, absolutely.
I think there's a good model in the ACT, in the construction sector. that I put in my submission. There are specific provisions there that the unions are consulted before the project starts to establish the HSR framework. So in my view, the employers might say the sky's falling if we made HSRs compulsory, but if we did something like that more broadly and got a facilitative provision in there, and I also asked for that for the hazardous work in the regs, then I think we'd be in a good position.
Well, one of the recommendations from Unions New South Wales is to have mandatory HSRs in the workplace for workplaces above 50 people.
I would definitely support that for a larger workplace. Yeah, that I can't see how a PCB you could whinge and moan about that justifiably, really. And
what about the conduct of election process?
Well, my view is that the way it's written, that the work group may run the election is too weak. It should say shall run the election and have the right to. Those sorts of, mays, cans and shoulds are the enemy of good health and safety, in my view.
Have you got a view on, I know we're running out of time, Chair.
Just what we'll do is just another couple of minutes and then we'll have a 10-minute break.
What about the area of apprentice training and supervision?
Yep, I made some specific recommendations at the very end, and I suggested that they get specific training in called for code of practice on worker representation and participation, how to manage work health and safety risks, work health and safety consultation, cooperation and coordination, and managing psychosocial hazards at work. Those basic ones that just set out the processes. So if you had to go through that as part of your induction, I think we would see a lot of those incidents that happen to young people just go away because they'd know they had rights.
So on that point, there was some very good evidence this morning from the mother of a young person that passed away due to a workplace accident. Deborah was the witness, and my colleague, Abigail Boyd.
Our members at Norske Skog, yeah.
Yes. Now, her big point was you need to actually connect this to a human-based story in terms of negative outcomes for it to mean anything. Otherwise, if you're just reading rules and regulations off a page, your eyes glaze over and you forget in 5 minutes. Is that like something that you think?
I think putting actual things, incidents into codes of practice and guidance would be a fantastic idea because those case studies would be preserved forever then. The stories, they come and go and, companies forget or they try to make these things forgotten. But if what they did wrong went into a code of practice or a guide, that would be a brilliant thing. And talk about reputational damage, they'd be very worried about that. They might actually raise some standards themselves proactively, which is a rare thing.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. It's been very good evidence from my point of view in two ways. One is the broader macro perspective and the granular detail provided by the Downer case study, which effectively it can be... Sorry, yes.
I have the email trail for this last week. Do you wish to have that as evidence?
We have the inspector's decision and his preliminary decision. We'd like you to have a copy, please.
Is it... Well, can do it on this basis, but provide it to us and we'll give consideration to it. The only thing that in my mind is that if there, and happy to hear from members, is there going to be a prosecution pending regarding this? Because we'd probably be cautious going into all of that.
Look, I don't mean to... Look, I think you should know because it's a very, very dangerous development, and if this gets upheld, then consultation and participation mean nothing under the Act. So that's why we'd like you to see it. We're definitely going to do internal review, external review, dispute in the IRC.
Let's let it on the basis.
Don't worry.
And I'm grateful for the detail. Why don't we forward it to the committee secretariat? We can arrange for that to be done, and we'll review that and then make a determination over whether it's wise and the appropriate thing to do to ultimately put that level of detail into.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
and we'll have a short break for what is a quick afternoon tea, turn around.
Yep.
Back in 10 minutes, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks
very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. So the next two witnesses have joined us at the table, so thank you very much. We'll get through the formality, which is the part where we have you either take an oath or an affirmation for the purposes of giving your evidence this afternoon. So just identify your name, your organisation and your position title, and then we can get things underway. So perhaps we'll start with on my left. So
Can we take?
Yes, oath or affirmation, whatever you prefer. Yeah.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. And to yourself?
I, Joel Warren, swear by that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Yes, in doing that, you don't need to go back and recite all the details, but just the name, the organisation and the position, just so we've got that perfectly accurate for the record.
My name is Stephen Smythe. I am the General Vice President of the Mining and Energy Union.
Thank you, Mr Smythe.
My name's Joel Warren. I am the Relief ISHR Industry Health Safety Regulator, Health Safety at the Southwestern Districts. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Just slow down. So I've got your name. So it's the union. We've got that. So just and the title. So
the Relief ISHR.
That's fine. Thank you very much. That's good. That's good. So listen. First of all, thanks for the submission that's come in. That's been received, processed, and stands as submission number 10 to the inquiry. So that's great. We've got that formal written evidence. What we'd like to do, if you're agreeable, I'll ask you shortly to make an opening statement, one or both of you, and then if you're agreeable, we'll share the questions around. There'll be a number of questions, I'm sure, arising from your submission and an opening statement, and we'll take it through. So is there an opening statement? Or
Yes, there is.
So if you could
Chair.
please proceed with that, that'd be great.
Yes, so just a bit of context. My name is Stephen Smythe. I'm a Vice President of the Mining Energy Union. I have over 36 years experience in underground coal mining and hold a number of diplomas across coal in Queensland and New South Wales and other sectors. With me is Mr Joel Warren, and he'll provide a bit of context when I'm finished, but obviously the submissions have been received. Yes. And we're here today obviously to any other questions, but we'd just like to add,
please,
from our perspective, that the mining industry is a high-risk industry. There's many risks to identify and hazards to control, and failures to do that result in catastrophic loss of life or injury. So for us, we take this hearing very seriously, and health and safety is paramount to our organisation. And in saying that, I will just touch on a couple of matters that really relate to the submission, which we think is very important.
Thank you.
In relation to the submission provided on behalf of the Northern District of New South Wales, we see within that for the HSRs, we believe they need the right to receive information, to express enforceable rights to request and obtain workplace health and safety information within mandatory response times, legislate clear authority for HSRs to take photos, measurements and samples. HSRs are frequently delayed or disciplined for documenting hazards, so that's one of the things we want to overcome. And consultation, we believe it needs to be early and enforceable. Requires early consultation with HSRs on any change that materially affects risk, including rosters, staffing, hazardous substance. And late or post-decision consultation, we deem, if it's non-compliant, has been some of the issues, especially in high-risk workplaces. And most importantly, we believe for HSRs, they need faster training and more enforcement tools, which includes expanded and modernised PIN powers, strengthen the cease work provisions to include labour hire and contractors, and faster access to initial HSR training. They're really the main points out of the Northern Districts who I'm here to represent their submission. And probably just to elaborate a little bit, the Mining Energy Union, as I said, we pride ourselves on having currently legislative roles in New South Wales and Queensland, particularly New South Wales, called Industry Safety and Health Representatives at coal mines. And recently we submitted a submission to MSAC, which is a tripartite group set up for the mining industry around a possible model of the ISHR model
right.
Into metalliferous mining. So I know today is about talking about the inquiry into the operation of the Work Health and Safety Scheme, but there is crossover
Yes.
within the legislative requirements. So we just wanted to obviously emphasise that point, and Mr. Warren can probably touch on a little bit of his, just who he is. For the,
No, thank you. That's very, very valuable information. Would you like to?
Yep, my name's Joel Warren. I've been in the mining industry for 23 years. Started off in the open cuts in the Hunter Valley, went into the underground coal mines in 2003. Got me deputy's ticket in 2000, me Cert 3 in coal mining in 2010. Was made redundant in 15 and went hard rock mining for a couple of years, then went back to coal. So that's how I've got that crossover between a lot of the different industries. I'm a fitter by trade and currently a deputy. I've also done a number of different roles and certificates with me, HSR courses, IMT, G3s, fire and stone dust officers and all that sort of roles in the mining division.
Very good. Oh, that's a very good background that I think will result in some very interesting questions. So we'll start with we've got representatives from the government members, including myself. We've got Crossbench, Rod Roberts and Abigail Boyd, and we've got a representative from the opposition, Elizabeth Wes Fang, who is actually on the screen in front. So Wes is live. So perhaps we'll start.
I'm all around you.
Yes, it's a bit of a nightmare prospect, Wes, but we know you're there. So no, I don't mean that. I'm just pulling your leg. So perhaps because you're so interested, do you have any questions, or shall we pass on to someone else? Wes, do you have any questions? No, there's silence. So.
Silenced.
Not at this stage, Chair. Sorry, my reception is dropping in and out a little bit. I'm just to the south of Goulburn.
Okay, understand. So let's perhaps park that for the moment. So the Honourable Mark Bunny? Sorry. So Anthony Adams.
Okay, I'll go. Thanks for your appearance today. You raise an interesting point, because I think the framing of the inquiry is actually the Work Health and Safety System, not the Work Health and Safety Act. So I think there is probably scope for this inquiry to take in the full ambit, including potentially the bespoke health and safety arrangements that apply to the mining industry. So I think you are definitely in scope. I'm interested in a couple of points that have come out of your submission, particularly the observation about PINs for consultation failures. I mean, there's a requirement to consult. You can put a PIN on for a failure to adhere to a duty. It's not explicit, but it's pretty clear that you should be able to do it. Can you perhaps talk to the experience of why you think this is necessary?
Yeah, so thank you for the questions. From the experience that we've had, and obviously through our consultation with HSRs and others, has been that when there's an issuing of a PIN, there's the action by the employer or the PCUB to act on that PIN, and the experience has been this, is that it's the PIN is in some cases, I want to say not adhered to, but it's not followed. There's not the attention given to what the PIN is when the HSR or the issues that PIN. So I guess for us, when I say us as an organisation, we just believe that there needs to be some reform around the need to reinforce that and make it an obligation. And then that puts the obligation obviously on the HSR, then the obligation on the person that receives the PIN as well. We believe that would be a mechanism.
Have you had an experience where you've tried to put a PIN on, or HSR's tried to put a PIN on, and on this question of failure to consult, and so just perhaps you might clarify the regulatory arrangements in terms of who. It's not Safe Work, is it?
No, it's the New South Wales Resources Regulator.
So so do they have that? Is it your experience that they've come in and
I have seen that it's taken a number of days, so the PIN notice has been issued, and then it wasn't until the following week when I was back on shift that I've asked what's happened, and then my under managers, who are like my supervisors, didn't know didn't know that it had been issued. So it wasn't until I followed up and then seen my supervisors that they actually realised that the mine manager had been issued a PIN notice the week before. Is that what you mean?
Well, my question is really about the approach that the regulator takes, because I think some of the evidence that we've had from other stakeholders is that HSRs are putting pins on, and the regulator's not coming in and backing them in when there's clearly, there's clearly a breach, clearly an obligation. The pin is put in place, but then there's this pressure from the regulator in favour of the employer to sort of water down the effect of
I haven't seen it from the regulator, no. I've just seen at the mine site where it was not followed through to the next stage.
Could I?
Hang on, sorry.
Time, just while we're on that.
Yeah.
Sorry, so you haven't seen it from the regulator. So can we accept that in this case, bearing in mind you've got a different regulator than Safe Work, would you, in your role, consider them to be efficient and effective then in doing their role?
In underground coal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting to know at least.
Yeah, it is.
Right?
It's a tripartite regulator, isn't it? So the union's actively involved in the governance of the regulator and how it operates. So the culture's different, isn't it, between the regulator in the coal industry to the general regulator that we have in the rest of industry in New South Wales.
Sorry, can I just clarify that, because I didn't understand. So where was exactly the roadblock then when you went back to work?
I'm not sure. I know it was issued the week before, and then when I turned up on the Monday, one of the obligations is to notify everyone, put it on a notice board to say this is what happened, then also have a follow-up of how to improve the areas that needed the
But
PIN
whose
notice
responsibility is that?
The mine manager.
Yeah, okay.
Can I also ask about this this question around training delay, because that seems to be a constant theme as well, that HSRs get elected, and then the time taken to actually get them into training seems to vary, but it seems to take a long time in a range of circumstances. What do you think the obstacle is to getting training quickly?
There's a number, but one of them is release from work. Depending on the tasks they do and the occupation they have. It also depends on the employer. I guess I'll call it the will, or the speed at which they think these people should be released for training. There is clearly maybe a number of other reasons why, but generally that's what it is. And sometimes it can be the personality of the people, right, that get elected, because they're elected by the workforce. So that can sometimes be a prickly relationship. That's just being perfectly honest.
So do you think we should put a specific requirement for training to be facilitated within a time frame, so that if the employer fails to facilitate that, there's a breach?
Correct.
Yeah.
Who does the training?
They're provided by external providers. In my experience, they can be provided by external providers. In coal, it's normally
Mines Rescue.
Mines Rescue or Coal Services.
Yeah, Coal Services.
Mines Rescue is a company out of Coal Services. So in mining, it's provided by that to a 5-day course.
Yep. Who are they backed by though financially?
That's true.
The Mines Rescue. Yeah. So they come out of Coal Services, which is 50% owned by the industry and 50% owned by the MEU.
It's a totally different model, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
So the union itself doesn't directly provide the training?
No.
No. Right.
Sorry, I do apologize. There has been one bout of training was provided to workers in Broken Hill at the Parillia mine by the union, the HSR, the 5-day training. The union does have its own training department, but traditionally the MEU has not engaged in providing that training, but we have commenced that in, as I said, in Broken Hill, to obviously as a part of the health and safety focus in metalliferous, yes.
And so just for my benefit, the training package, is that the same training package that's authorised by Safe Work, or does the coal regulator have some role in determining the HSR training package?
So I think just for the purpose of the inquiry, in the mining they call them SSHRs, Site Safety and Health Representatives.
Thank you. Yeah.
So that's a different statutory role, and the training then is formed comes out of the mines rescue, out of the coal surfaces, but there's that tripartite approach to the training. But the training is then really set on, and I haven't done that training, but from my understanding, that training then has a component of it is the general workplace health and safety, but then there's specific mining regs and act, and Joel might be able to elaborate.
It was over 5 days, so there was a number of parts where you actually had to work out through legislation, both work health and safety, then coal mines regulations, and then pass that area and try and find different legislation requirements and all that sort of stuff over both areas. So it wasn't just a tick and flick sort of thing. They sat you down, you had to be efficient and competent to go through to the next part. And it was over 5 days, so yeah, it was it took its time. So
I think one of the issues that's been identified with some of the submissions is that the training package hasn't evolved, and that there's some apparent blockage in terms of keeping it up to date, and so people get authorised to deliver a training package that's approved by Safe Work, but once that's done, the package isn't being regularly updated, and the other issue is that the refresher training is sort of fixed, and so there's not a capacity to actually evolve ongoing refresher training, so that once that initial refresher training is delivered, the package remains the same. So like if you've done refresher training, done the 5, then done an additional day's refresher training, the following year there's nothing new to actually that's been approved that you can do. So I just wanted to...
I know as the ISHR, which is you've got to have a minimum of a Cert 3 in mining, in coal mining, deputy's ticket. We have to also do a maintenance of competency and maintain our competencies over the years. So we've got to do so many hours a year to keep that ticket. I know it's a little bit different for SSHRs, but they do also, through just mine site training and risk assessments and all that sort of stuff, they are always evolving their own tickets, sort of and competencies.
Right, okay.
Because once you get that role, you do, you're not removed from the coalface, but you take up a different role quite often and do a lot more safety sort of things and training of people and all them. So you try and help the other people out.
This site safety health representative is analogous to what the AWU are advocating for in metal mines.
Correct.
But you've already got it in place. But you point out here that the defect is that because you've got them in place, the HSRs then don't get to put pins in, which you say reduces the effectiveness of safety on the worksite?
No, the HSR still can issue a pin if they want to.
Oh, they can?
They can, but I think for me, the power really lies, like the HSR can issue a pin, but the SSHR, this is where the combination, the SSHR has a number of other powers and functions they can do.
Yep.
Which is superior to what the HSR can do.
Yep.
And one of those include, they can stop, and this is one of the, I guess the balancing acts is an SSHR can stop the operations. Obviously a HSR can issue a pin, and then it's about the obligation holders, if they issue a pin, then taking the action to deal with that pin versus an SSHR, which can issue what they call a mine record entry to cease the operations. I know it's a bit complicated.
This reference in this paragraph here on page 5,
yep,
is that just foreshadowing that you wouldn't want to see that power removed from HSRs, is it?
No, that's correct. We'd still want to see the HSR have that.
Yeah, no, because when I read it, it implied that they didn't no longer have it. But it's to forestall any potential.
Yeah.
And how does that dovetailing work in with the operation of the HSRs and the site safety health representatives? Like, does it work well, or is it?
Yeah, so what I've seen at mines is the person, the HSR and the SSHR, they communicate. So the SSHR is there to represent everyone on site, from the cleaner all the way through. So they're there representing not just union workers and everything else. They're there for contractors if there's an issue, so they can come to them. The HSR then can come, and then that's when they can form and go for, issue pins and go from there. So that it is sort of a combination of effect.
But the HSR are they still covered by the WHS Act?
Yep.
So that they can go, if you like, there's no sort of natural escalation point to the site safety HR. It's just they could put in a pin direct to Safe Work, and the site safety guy might know about it.
Generally, they will communicate to each other
Yeah.
first.
Okay.
So yeah. Well, that's how I've seen it in the past. Sorry.
Yeah.
My mind.
Have a go, boy.
Oh, thank you. Just a couple of questions in relation to PINs. So excuse my ignorance, but given that we've got a different regulator, is the PIN process still the same in terms of its paper form?
Yeah.
Yeah, so all of that's the same.
Yeah.
So previous witnesses have pointed out the way in which a paper form doesn't really work in a lot of industries, because if you are, for example, on a construction site or you're in a mine and you want to issue a PIN, you need to go back into an office in order to do that. And they were suggesting doing some sort of electronic or app or something. Does that make sense in your industries as well?
Underground coal is a little bit hard because you can't really take
You can't do that either.
Wristwatches and stuff like
Service
that.
and
So no mobile or phones and all that. So so what you normally do when you do an inspection as an ISHR, you then go down and have a debrief with the other party, like all the rest of it, sit down and talk about the issues and all that sort of stuff, and then that's when you'll say, okay, we're going to issue a notice and go from there.
Yeah, okay.
Can I just add, I think a powerful part of it is actually having the employer as a part of any inspection or any visit with a HSR or SSHR, because you want the employer there or the employer's representative, because hopefully without issuing a PIN notice you can rectify the situation. And in my experience in mining across Queensland and New South Wales, and I've done the role, I found that very valuable, being able to immediately take the appropriate action if it's that unsafe or that unhealthy, to do that. So that's certainly a challenge in some industries, depending on construction, mining, tunnelling, or wherever it may be due to the nature. But I think there's a positive applying the tripartite approach. I know the regulator's not involved at this point, but that working together to rectify it.
Yeah.
They should welcome it, another set of eyes to take the...
Yeah. And the other bit around PINs that piqued my interest, because we've had some discussion in other inquiries this committee has done in relation to the failure of employers to consult and the difficulties that employees have had in trying to enforce that obligation. You've got there a recommendation that the failure to consult be something that you can issue a PIN in relation to. Can you give us examples of where that's not been something that was able to be done? Like why is it needed, I guess? Obviously
with our submission in our preparation, talking to various HSRs, they express that view that when they've issued a PIN that the action hasn't been taken. So part of this was for us to look at more broadly and say, well, how do we rectify that?
Yeah.
But I'm happy to take on notice any questions and provide examples of that. I could have done that, but we can do that.
No, please. No, that's fine. That's perfectly fine.
That would be useful. I think just, the note there is, in the submission, is that there is some sort of uncertainty, I guess, around whether or not you can issue a PIN in relation to that. So it'd be interesting to understand.
Yeah, no, we can elaborate on that.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I just ask this question, and perhaps it's been covered by some of the answers or part of the answers this afternoon, that with respect to the coal mining industry, it's had its reputation, going back a long time as a very dangerous industry. We are aware of obviously the difficult those circumstances and loss of life and all of that. But obviously, over a period of time, it's got better and has reached a standard where there's a level of consciousness of occupational health and safety, which I think is both of your own examples of it. In other words, you're communicating to us that it is a significant matter. There are other matters important in the workplace, like wages and allowances and what have you, but occupational health and safety is very important. Can you explain how this culture, I'll use the word culture, is perpetuated over time. So that high standard can be worked towards and then maintained over time. Because from the evidence we've received from witnesses from other industries, I have to say, and I think they would acknowledge themselves, the big challenge of coming from a relatively low base. Now, yourselves don't suffer that, and you only got to that position now by a lot of hard work over a long time. So I'm just interested in your ideas about building up to a strong level, a quality level, and then trying to maintain it over time.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really good question. I think for me, it's about the tripartite approach, and I'll reflect on both, particularly Queensland and New South Wales. It's the Robin style legislation where we have we've been able to build and embrace working together. Mining has been an industry of confrontation and conflict for a long time. That's being honest. But what we've seen to do in the last few decades is bring everyone around the table.
Right.
But with a real focus on health and safety, and particularly the health part of the safety part, particularly in relation to respiratory health. I think what drives it is the tripartite nature, as I said, but it's around, like in New South Wales, you have MSAC, which is made up of employers, unions and regulator. Queensland have the ComShack, which is made up of employers, unions and regulators. But then that framework is then taken back down to the site level.
Right.
And it's driven by, in mining, through site safety and health representatives.
Yep.
It's driven through the regulators. But then it's driven through companies as well. We've all had to change the way we've done things.
Yep.
And companies have had to change their culture as well. And I think a lot of them have learnt that it's quite it's better to work within that framework. But I think the other thing is the legislative requirements really lay out how things are done. And I think for me, mining, as we know, it's high risk activity, but we put a lot of measures in place with safety and health management systems that drive that through hazard awareness, risk management, principles management plans, standard operating procedures. And probably the thing that does get missed is mining's at the forefront of technology change.
Yes.
If something's going to change, it happens in mining, whether it's to do with your employment or health and safety. But I have to say, and I'm fortunate, I'm a co-chair of a global union for industrial of all the mining affiliates around the world. So I get to look at every mining jurisdiction, no matter what the commodity. And I hold Australia, we can always do better, but how we do things in Australia, I hold up and highlight, and that's across the sectors we have. And that's really, I think, comes back to the tripartite approach, experienced people, clear obligations of people, whether you're in a management structure or at the coalface, and the training we do.
So just as a follow-up, because this is really interesting question and response. So that tripartite model is obviously a byproduct of many, many years of frustration, accidents, adversarial relationships, and it's almost like being inculcated that, hey, we're better off working together because we don't want deaths, we don't want profitability to drop, so it's in our interest to get together. If we were to legislate a tripartite approach in the non-mining industries and overlay that with training, because part of the challenge is to be proactive and stop. You don't want the history to force you together. You want to prevent it, right? So do you think that would work? Like basically using your model in other industries, if it was a mandated get together and inculcate this culture, do the training and lift the standards to your standards?
Yeah, I believe it would. And I believe there's a number of sectors now, like tunnelling, for instance, quarry work, construction. I really believe it would work, particularly if all parts, if all sides are wanting to get the same outcome. It has to be driven by, let's be honest, driven by government from a legislative perspective. And probably one bit that I should have added is what's unique in mining is that when legislation is drafted, it's done by the tripartite committee.
Right. Yeah.
So we draft it. So I sit in a committee in Queensland and we draft laws for gas management and coal mines.
Right.
Same as in New South Wales. So I think when you have that tripartite approach, and it can be robust, but what you do, you're evidence-based, data-driven.
Yeah.
And that's what I think is a progressive measure. I think we should be progressive, and we can progressive as industries, but that's just sort of my take. And Joel's on the job each and every day as a practical miner, so he might have some observations, but I think for me that's and you've got to be passionate about it.
Yes.
You want change, and we can make change. So
Yeah, so there's a relationship there is a level of trust, and there is a desire, given the nature of their work, to maintain this high standard.
Yes.
So that because the stakes are very high.
Yes.
John, did you want to add to that?
No, it is right. It is like being at the face quite often. It is you are trained up to a point, so it is very on the spot decision making and all that sort of stuff. To then, you're trained in different TARPs and all that sort of level, so you got to know what you got to do and straight away. So, and then you do have backups and different levels that you got to go to. So, it is like safety. Unfortunately, in the mining industry, it's all around failure. So we all know when something goes wrong. So it's one of them points that we don't want it to fail beforehand. So you try and do as much as you can before it gets to that point.
Are the HSRs and the site safety people ever challenged, or put in compromising positions by the employer?
Yeah.
And what happened? What's the clearinghouse for that?
They have to sort it out themselves. So you then, if a SSHR is challenged and all that sort of stuff, he then can go to the union ISHR, like us, and then we can help him out there and we talk to the regulator. Then you can then go out and then start doing inspections with the regulators and all that and try and improve things that way. So there is ways of escalating an incident that if the management, I guess you can say, is pushing back on. So, and that is just follow the process and go through the ISHR. Then the ISHRs will talk to the regulators and they'll go out and do inspections and together is a...
And when you do the training, and this goes to earlier evidence, do you have like real life lived examples of coal mining accidents and this is what happens if we don't do the right thing?
Have I?
Do they
Yes.
when they do the training?
Yeah. There's a package called Learning from Disasters, which is provided in Queensland and New South Wales, and I recommend it's coal direct, but it's a package now that people have got to be trained in from management all the way down, and I think that's a really great inclusion because if we don't learn from our historical events, then I don't think we're going to be progressive into the future. Yeah.
On that note, we really do need to.
Yeah, I understand. The architecture for the tripartite mechanisms, so how does that work, like in terms of what sort of roles does the union play in terms of the overall stewardship for the system?
So it's enshrined in legislation.
Yep.
So it enshrines the roles, enshrines the union as a principal union within, and I use coal as an example, but in the metalliferous, very similar. It enshrines it in there on the role that the union will play in relation to health and safety, and then I guess it's driven by the committees that are formed as a part of the tripartite, so through obviously parliamentary or government decisions that are driven that way, which sets up those bodies, and then subcommittees can be developed out of that as well.
And in terms of the sort of like how low down the food chain does it go? Does the union have a role in the sort of appointment of the inspectorate for? Are those people generally drawn out of industry?
Yes,
the inspectors.
They are. So the regulators normally come out of the industry, mainly from employers. There is the odd time where the regulator, depending on the skill set of the person within the inspectorate, as I'll say, or the regulator, got a skill set, they'll take them from the shop floor or the coal face, literally, but normally they come from the industry.
I'll need to draw up there. You could tell it's invited a lot of questions and at least one taken on supplementary. And, once the members have had an opportunity to read Hansard, which is a transcript from today, I'm sure that'll generate some what are called supplementary questions. And if you're agreeable, we'll liaise with you over these supplementary questions and if they could come back to us in due course.
Certainly can. We'd be more than happy to come back at any time if that's required as well, but I know you're busy.
It's been a very, very valuable session, and it's a session I'm sure we'll all dwell on because it does demonstrate that high standards can be secured and maintained in an industry, and it involves people seriously having that will and desire to achieve and maintain, as you say, across the tripartite arrangement, a desire to maintain a high standards for the benefit of obviously all the employees, but also the company and the broader community. Thank you very much, and have a safe trip back home.
I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to be here, and good luck.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. Our pleasure. Okay, thank you. We'll swap over to our next panel.
slightly over time, but we won't crimp your opportunity, so look forward to you joining us at the table. For coming along. I know that you're at the end of the day, but I don't want that to be any reflection or to be perceived as any reflection on yourselves. We know the most important work that you do, and we're going to make sure you've got your time to sort of make your contribution this afternoon. So on behalf of the committee, thank you for coming along. We'll just get through the formality, which I'm sure you observe what we've been doing, and I'll start from my left. Just your name, your organisation, and your position title. And we'll just do that first. And swear either an oath or an affirmation, whichever you prefer, the words of which should be before you. Yep.
Jack O'Brien. I'm a high school English teacher. I'm also a trained HSR, and currently I am an officer of the Teachers Federation, a country organiser in the Queanbeyan office.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Now, would you like to take an oath or an affirmation, whatever you prefer?
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm Damien Purins. I'm the Work Health Safety Officer for the New South Wales Teachers Federation.
Thank you.
I'll take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Jen Mose. I'm currently the Relieving Deputy Secretary Operations, substantively a Professional Support Officer and HSR at the Teachers Federation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms. Mose. And Mr. Dorr.
My name's Michael DeWall. I'm Senior Vice President of the Teachers Federation. Started as an English history teacher over 30 years ago. And I'd like to make the affirmation.
Certainly.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Well, with that out of the way, invite an opening statement in a moment. Once that's done, the plan was, subject to you being agreeable to it, we'll open up and have questions from members. We've got members from the government, we've got members from the crossbench, and we've got a member from the opposition remotely participating. So are you okay that we follow through with that order? We have an opening statement. Would there be one opening statement or more than one?
Just one opening
yes,
statement.
okay. Well, please proceed with that, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. We appear here today on behalf of our members who work in public schools, in non-school based educational support roles, TAFE campuses and correctional facilities throughout the state. Our written submission to this inquiry highlights a stark reality in relation to HSRs in our workplaces across New South Wales. Despite its introduction in 2011 with a clear focus on enhanced worker representation, the Work Health and Safety Act is not currently functioning as intended in our public education system. The legislation envisages a workplace where safety is driven by workers through genuine consultation, with the Act centring HSRs in this process. Instead, we have a system where fewer than 7% of Department of Education worksites have an elected health and safety representative. In TAFE, New South Wales, the situation is alarming. Despite the high-risk industrial nature of many TAFE practical workshops designed to reflect industry standards, there are currently no HSRs representing workers in the entire Sydney, Central Coast and Hunter regions, nor in many other regions across the state. At the time of making our submission, only 14 TAFE campuses had a HSR. There are people in both organisations that appear to be committed to addressing this issue, but they are caught in a decade-and-a-half long institutional and cultural lag. From the beginning, there was organisational confusion and a general resistance to the election of HSRs, fuelled by fears about the powers they would hold and misinformation that led principals to believe that they would be the PCBU, that they would be held accountable for health and safety failures of the system. This was in part informed by the policy of local schools, local decisions, which endeavoured to locate blame for systemic failures at the school level and in the lap of principals. Our view is that principals are workers too, that they must be consulted as such, and that responsibility for health and safety sits with the system. At present, the cultural problem is compounded by a lack of knowledge with regards to people's obligations, particularly at the level of director educational leadership, middle managers that sit just above schools and who are meant to directly support schools to get it right. Furthermore, there is no dedicated centralised resource to provide HSRs with release to fulfil their responsibilities, and no updated training to educate them on psychosocial hazards and controls which are particular to education amongst other industries. I am here today with our Work Health and Safety Director, Damien Purins, who works at multiple levels of the system on health and safety matters, including the role and responsibilities of HSRs, and Damien led the process of our putting our submission together. We also have Jen Mose and Jack O'Brien, who you've met, two officers of the union who are trained HSRs and who regularly engage with members on health and safety issues. Jack also works as an organiser across more than 100 plus schools and has extensive experience with the HSR process at the school level, including the process of elections. We welcome your questions.
Well, thank you very much. It's a very good opening statement, which sets a very helpful foundation for us. I should have mentioned, and I apologise, omission, that we have received, and we've got the person who prepared the submission. It's come through being processed. It stands as submission number 37 to the inquiry. It's a very rich submission with a lot of content, and that now stands as obviously submission evidence, which will be augmented by the oral evidence this afternoon to represent the Federation's evidence to the inquiry. So on that, you're okay if we share the questions around, and probably if the members asking the questions, direct it to an individual if that's what you wish, or perhaps if you're not sure, just perhaps say, well, who might be best to receive the question. So would someone like to start the questioning?
Yeah, I'm happy to start.
The Honourable.
Thanks for the submission. I have to say I was stunned by the low uptake in education of the HSR system. It really is shocking. I used to work for the PSA, and I vaguely recall there being a lengthy dispute over the work groups for HSRs in schools. And I think one of the obstacles from the department's perspective was if they elected everyone, HSR from every school, that, you know, just the sheer numbers, they wouldn't be able to accommodate the lost time and the cost in terms of training. I mean, it's been a long time since those work groups were all settled, so that argument would have diminished by now, because incrementally you would have been able to deal with this school by school. So what's the reason why the system hasn't got broader uptake in the education department?
I'd just reiterate before handing over to others that notion that when the legislation first came through, it was around the same time that the department was devolving responsibility for many of its functions through local schools, local decisions, which meant pushing accountability and thereby also blame to the school level. And I think at that point in time, there was reluctance within the system. There was anxiety amongst principals about what it would mean for them, and there wasn't leadership at the time provided by the department to give anyone confidence in moving forward, and there was certainly no resources or effort put into moving forward on it, and to the point where we now have, as you can see, pretty low stats 15 years, 16 years down the track.
Yeah, and the site numbers, I've just gone with site numbers in preparing the stats. So for the, we're not here to represent the PSA, but the PSA have members in our schools too. So they're in the same situation.
It is a school-based work group, is that?
No, it doesn't necessarily have to be, but that's generally what's been arranged. The department, more or less arbitrarily determined that each school would be a work group. We have a different view of that. The Act says that it should be negotiated, and of course there's a broad range of schools. Like we have schools with 15 kids up to schools with 2,000 plus students, and a relevant number of staff to cater for those numbers. So the workplaces are different. There's room for a variety of different work group structures, but we don't have a lot of examples of different work group structures. Generally, it's where we have HSR, and we've talked about it, there's not that many sites. It's generally a single HSR or a single HSR and a deputy HSR. Randwick High School, which is the merged boys and girls schools, currently has 3 HSRs, and I think that's the only school that does that, and that's partially because of the 2 separate sites. So there's room for differences. We really think that the department should be more open to negotiation on those things, but the reality is there's already the systemic issue about actually getting people to want to be HSRs, and I think maybe that goes to the key part of your question. There are barriers. There are barriers about how why someone would want to be a HSR and what that means for them in their work. Teachers, we've been working through a process where we understand the workload issues of teachers, and the department and federation have been working together on that over a period of time. Essentially for HSR, what you're offering, in addition to your full teaching workload, is that when you aren't teaching and you're in your preparation time, that you will take on the role of the HSR. There's no discussion of anyone about how the employer would fulfil its obligation to provide sufficient time for the HSR to do their job. So you already have that barrier in place. No one's offering you anything except another job to do.
I was going to ask, because, sorry Anthony, it was just a follow-up. I was going to ask this is a highly unionised workforce and the Fed's very active, so I was curious as to what the roadblock is. It mainly that, is it? The demand, the supply of willing HSRs?
It's not just one thing. It's clearly not just one thing, but that's a pretty difficult thing, a pretty difficult prospect if you're working in a school of 1,500 people, students and teachers on site, to put up your hand and say, actually, in my time when I'm supposed to be doing prep time, I'm also going to do the role of the HSR. Yeah. I think not that many people are that keen in that sense. The department is good at policy in terms of writing policy and publishing it. They have policy around agreed consultation procedures. They have policy to check that there's an agreed consultation procedure in place and it comes through in the work health safety audit each year. But I'll give you a little role play of what that looks like in a staff meeting at the start of the year. The principal stands in front of the group of people and says, okay, we need to agree on consultation procedures. We've currently had a work health safety committee running for the last few years. Seems to go pretty well. Anyone want to change that? No? Any discussion? No? Okay, tick. That's done. There isn't a serious conversation around different roles, different consultation structures, how consultation could work, and there's no sort of renewal of that process over time. So the department isn't obliged, I would argue, by the Work Health Safety Act to promote HSRs, and that's a problem.
So one of the recommendations from Unions New South Wales is mandatory HSRs. Would that help?
It wouldn't hurt. I'm not sure what that looks like in all of our workplaces. I think mandatory HSRs without the release time necessary to do the job.
Sorry, Anthony's right. For workplaces over 50.
Again, we still have the issue that I raised already that an agency like the Department of Education needs to commit to supporting the role, basically, genuinely supporting the role, not seeing it as something that could be problematic. Now, I know that the department didn't put a submission in to explain why their view on what HSRs might be in their schools, so I can't answer for them. But I suspect the department's quite comfortable with the smaller numbers of HSRs. It removes the opportunity for people to put pins in. They don't want it. They're not obliged to promote, and they certainly don't promote the role. But they have policy that fits in with what's required by the Act, is what I would say.
So just on that, because I think, HSRs are sort of put up there as being one of the major components of the work health and safety laws that create a safer workplace, but obviously that can't happen if Obviously not if they're not being listened to, but also if you don't have them in the first place. If there's no obligation, then presumably there's no consequence for employers not having sufficient HSRs. If we were to put in an obligation to have HSRs over a certain number of people in a work group, say, and there were actual consequences for non-compliance on employers, do you think that would then lead, presumably, to the Department of Education saying, well, we've got to let you have some time off and we're going to have to provide some incentives to get people to fill these roles? Do you think that would actually be, like, if we could legislate that might be a nice sort of way to encourage it?
I think yes. I think that if it's legislated that you're required, then people are going to find ways to make sure that it occurs. I would agree with that principle.
I guess it's one thing to have them mandatory elected, it's another thing to resource them, is what you're saying. So we would need to cater for that piece as well.
Someone needs to explain how the time to do the role will be funded,
There's
I
an
suppose.
obligation in the Act. Like, why isn't that being enforced? There's an obligation to provide pay and time to HSRs. Why is it that the department won't
Can I maybe
adhere to that obligation?
I've had a lot of situations arise in school where I've assisted members to request an election from which a negotiation should commence. Because of this thing that you mentioned before about the predetermination of every school as one work group, it means that that election ends up happening without any discussion about risks or hazards in the workplace and what is the best work group structure. What happens is a work health safety advisor from the department will come in and essentially do everything by survey. So there's rarely an opportunity for workers, teachers, SAS staff to sit together with the principal and actually discuss openly the hazards that they encounter. When I've assisted members to directly quote the legislation in their requesting representation from me and the union in that negotiation, the department has just pressed ahead with their surveys. The regulator has actually found that the department is in breach of that particular provision.
So, going to that point, you're asserting a right under the Act. Safe Work gets involved. Are they supportive? Like, are they facilitative?
I've had mixed results, and I will say it has been much more supportive recently. So I went through this process maybe 22, 23 with a large high school. It took 8 months for the election to occur. There was no negotiation. As a requested worker representative in those negotiations, I was excluded. By the time I went to Safe Work with that, the inspector basically just said, there's clearly a lack of education here, but we're running these HSR seminars, so maybe we'll. His priority was getting an HSR elected rather than actually those steps about discussing hazards and risks. Whereas recently, I've had the same dispute. Again, it took 1 year, and 2 elections had to be run because the first was non-compliant for other reasons. But by the time we got there, the problem was that the workers in the workplace were so exhausted by it that it actually kind of turns them off the whole idea of having an HSR in the first place.
Can I just go to just a point, because you asked about the why we don't pursue it under the Act, because and I don't think we are put in the position that if we had an elected HSR, that HSR wouldn't be able to make an argument for sufficient release if they needed a particular time to do their role. The barrier isn't there after election. What we've got a case of is that the barrier is before election, because there is no clear indication of how you would be resourced. If I apply to be a head teacher in a high school, I know what I'm going to get in terms of release time. It's already there and it's funded into the school. There is no funding to release HSRs to do their job. So the principal doesn't know how they're going to fund that position. If they're going to release someone from class, where is that money going to come from? Which other teacher who's already off class is going to take that class? It's a problem of organisation of schools and organisation of funding, and attaching funding directly to in some way. And the department has formulas for all sorts of things. They have come up with a reasonable formula that would provide a level of funding based on student enrolment, for example, or number of workers on a site, but they don't. So that's unclear. The department has a process to fund like the 5-day release and associated costs and so forth. So we don't put the department doesn't engage in these things, and I don't believe that if we needed to push on a situation where someone needed additional time to do their role, that we couldn't get it. But what does that actually look like for the worker before they put their hand up to be a HSR? That's part of the systemic. The blockage is about not encouraging the role, I think, more than meeting Work Health Safety Act obligations and regulations. Department
Is
will do
there
that.
not a predisposition from workplace delegates to want to do that role? I would have thought that was a natural fit for...
From union delegates?
Yeah.
Sometimes we do have union delegates put up their hand to be HSR. We'd usually try and discourage that. They're different roles. They have different responsibilities, different expectations. Being a union delegate, a federation representative on site has a broad range of other responsibilities that already doesn't get any release time as well. That person's volunteering their time. And they're volunteering it for a different reason. If that person also took on the role of the HSR...
So it becomes a snowballing effect,
So we try and encourage those people who do put their hands up, because usually they are keen to do that sort of thing, that maybe it's better to spread that load amongst people as well. But we do see, the FedRep role doesn't come with the line in the Act about sufficient time to do your role, whereas it does. And I think that an agency like the department could be a leader in this area. I know that the last lot of evidence you're getting was about tripartitism. Bringing things to the table to proactively actually encourage these things would be a good thing. And government agencies have the capacity to lead others in showing what you can do. And I would encourage the committee to see that the government agencies could be leaders in this space, and maybe find a way that the public sector could put funding into these sorts of things to encourage HSR roles, which is an alternative, I think, to mandating. Giving clear information about what the role is, showing how the resource will be there, showing how you'll be supported in your role and valued by the employer. I think that would go a long way to actually getting more people to be involved in being HSRs.
So can I just come back to this question about the work group negotiation? I mean, a worker asks for an HSR to be elected. Why is the negotiation happening at a school level and not at a departmental level? Like, why is the assumption that the worker's request immediately means that they're only talking about the school rather than the whole, given the point that Mr. DeWall has made about the union's position's obligation sits with the agency at a peak level?
I should be clear that I'm not of the view that it should be the principal that is at all responsible for negotiating. It's the PCBU and the workers, and we've said before that we consider principals to be workers, workplace managers and site managers, but they're workers. So when a request is made, it's made to the principal as the workplace manager, but it goes to the directorate for that, the Work Health and Safety Directorate within the department for that negotiation to happen. So there are work health safety advisor positions who are clerks who work in the directorate, who assist the principal and come onto the site and talk to the workers.
Yeah, I suppose my question is really why
One
is it
broader.
happening at a school by school basis rather than having a general agreement across the agency that there'll be HSR in every school and elections will occur.
It's possible
on a
that could
time
happen,
frame.
and recently we've been talking about. I mean, one problem I think also is that if you say you have an HSR in a school and there's a network of 20 schools under a director, part of the problem I think is that those HSRs often aren't talking with each other or communicating with each other. So if there was a regional structure, or to go to the idea of release for HSRs, if we could get 15 HSRs representing 15 schools and get them regularly released to come together and examine injury hazards that are actually happening across the system, there would be opportunity there for an actual consultation to occur that's talking about how the system is producing injury rather than school.
If none of that is like, how does the agency then discharge its consultation obligations about decisions that are being made that have impact across schools? Like, is there... who are they? I mean, they're consulting with the union, obviously, at some level, but in terms of the work health and safety system, they're not actually discharging that responsibility, because that consultation has to occur through the framework that's established by the legislation, and that's premised on HSRs and health and safety committees where they exist.
So how do they fill their consultation around? I would argue that they don't always do that particularly well. We have high-level consultation meetings with people from the department who we think have senior officers of the department and clearly have a strong interest in the wellbeing and health of the staff. So we're not talking about always being adversarial in this. There's actually a lot of positive work that goes on, and we've had some success in that area, like statewide training around psychosocial safety, for example, that did come out of a bit of dispute, but in the end we worked on it together. To be blunt, the department I don't think is very good at this. They don't really understand, I don't think, what their obligation is, or chooses not to do it. And I think the bigger the situation, the worse perhaps they get at it. So, for example, where big things happen, like the merger of two schools, like at Randwick, the announcement's made by government, so the government's not subject to the Work Health Safety Act, so you can announce what you like, but then the Secretary of the Department is subject to the Work Health Safety Act. So at some point after the announcement and before we go to how this is all going to occur, you would think someone would have a consultation with the staff at the school to talk about what this is going to look like. Well, that doesn't happen. It didn't happen there. It didn't happen on the Northern Beaches. It didn't happen in any of the schools that have changed functions, because the department doesn't take seriously its obligation to go to the workers to consult about what the impact will be about these sorts of things. They do it, I think, partly because of things that I know that you've heard some other evidence about today, but my view is because regulation in this area has been weak, that there's been opportunity to go after government agencies for not consulting, for example, but there are no prosecutions. There's no, as far as I'm aware, SafeWork hasn't prosecuted the department to the point of taking the prosecution all the way.
I suppose I'm particularly curious because this committee made a recommendation in the previous term. We did an inquiry into psychological injuries, and there was a specific recommendation, because of the high incidence of psychological injury in education, that there be some deep dive analysis. It was. I think it was rejected maybe as a recommendation by the government. It certainly hasn't been acted on. I suspect that was based on advice that came back from the department, resistant to that, which says to me there's something seriously wrong with the way the department is looking at its risks, how it's managing its risks, and how it's engaging with its workforce about how you might manage that risk. So I think
one thing I'll
jump in. You look like you.
I was going to suggest culturally, communication from the department goes down through the directors to the principals, sometimes directly to the principals, and the expectation is that information will be shared exactly the same way in every school, using the same methods, and that's not the reality of how the work sites work. So the department may have a meeting of principals, for example, a Teams meeting, an online meeting of principals, and expect that information to be then divulged through the rest of the workers. The problem being that you have different principals acting in different ways, communicating in different ways, and so consultation appears to be to the workers, but doesn't necessarily get all the way down.
Probably worth noting too, just in my experience, when I raise HSRs in a workplace, it's really common for principals to immediately assume that they are officers of the PCBU. That's a common view that I have to spend a lot of time getting past, and even after I explain that they aren't, they still don't believe me often. So I think that's where a little bit of the resistance comes from. They'll often verbally, when they're establishing their consultation arrangements, discourage HSRs. Again, this is anecdotal. I don't have this in writing, but it's a common theme that comes back to me and in my conversations with principals too. So I think the issue with line management in the department is often that higher level consultation stops at the principal, and the department really doesn't have a lot of vision into what is actually happening at the school level.
Do the HSRs that are in place, do they experience adverse action in their roles?
Certainly pressure.
Yeah. I don't know, we have a lot of evidence that would go to adverse action. It wouldn't be, I haven't got particular examples where we would consider action like under Section 104 for discrimination or something like that. But there's certainly pressure in the role. So my view is, and I've worked in a school where it's not been like this at all, but if it's seen as an adversarial position, that somehow the HSR is up against the principal in some way, and unfortunately When things are raised, sometimes that is sort of a defensive approach that's taken, rather than let's all work on it together. Then there is pressure, I think, on the HSR not to act at times. There's certainly, if the HSR was considering issuing a PIN in a school, a principal would often, I think, feel like that was a PIN taken against them. That they, some sort of, where they could have been in touch with assets management unit or has been, but hasn't been able to progress the matter. Or they've been in touch with school infrastructure and hasn't been able to progress the matter. Or they've been in touch with the Dell and the Dell hasn't provided the resources that they've asked for. The principal's stuck in that situation, and then the staff still need to take some action. So whether they use the issue resolution procedures, if they haven't got a HSR, or if they issue a PIN or talk about issuing a PIN, the principal will feel like they're the meat in the sandwich here, and they shouldn't be. They're one of the workers on site as well, and if they're working together well, then the HSR is actually working for the principal too, and the principal will recognise that. It is part of a cultural issue where a lot of principals don't feel like they have that power to be part of the work group, I suppose, and for actually the PCBU, the Department of Education or TAFE New South Wales, to actually look after their interests too. I think we have a significant rate of injuries for principals. So, there's some really significant data about the sort of the red flagging of psychosocial injuries to principals done by Australian Catholic University over a long period of time. If I was the employer that saw that data about my leadership group at school level, I would be taking some really serious proactive measures to identify this foreseeable risk. And I think I'd be encouraging those schools to have HSRs so they could issue PINs if they needed to. We don't see those actions.
And those HSRs, is the training adequate enough to align with how to spot and deal with the qualitative difference of a psychosocial injury or a potential psychosocial hazard compared to a traditional workplace physical hazard?
You're saying the training the HSRs get?
Yeah.
So both Jen and Jack have done the training, and I've seen the training, but I would say bluntly no, but they might have a different view.
So personally, my experience with training, I've trained HSR. I did wonderful training with wonderful people. They were Coles employees, I think, in a back lot, and I most certainly understood the legislation, but the practical application and the examples used in the training was totally removed from my experience either as a Federation officer or a teacher, and that is a problem with the training. So teachers are good with reading and legislation, and so can qualify that part, but unless you're in a training that is able to clearly look at, say, psychosocial injury and developing a PIN or disputes process around that as opposed to physical risk, it would very much depend on the training offered and where that HSR is in the state as to what training they can access, where they can access it. There has been resistance to having our HSRs come to Sydney to train from the regions. Cost, I'm sure, being one of them. In my experience, it would very much need to be more directed at the class and teaching experience.
So as an organiser in the regions, initially when we were focusing more on getting HSRs elected, the department was allowing those HSRs to fly to Sydney because we were recommending training with HOSTA, a trade union training provider. So initially, I think we were really focusing on the importance of those workers having access to training that was worker focused and worker first. And it was, I think, certainly benefits for teachers to be doing that training next to nurses and MUA members and people from all different types of industry. But it definitely didn't cover the psychosocial aspect of the Act. And I think part of the cultural issue that we have in the department is actually getting workers, teachers to recognise that what they're experiencing is a psychosocial hazard in the first place, because for many teachers that's just a Tuesday, and an expectation that that's what they put up with as part of their work.
And so how does that work with the specification in the training package? Is the training's just out of date?
The training is about the legislation and understanding what responsibilities you have at HSR and what powers you gain by fulfilling the training obligation, and the key ones, of course, being the capacity to issue a PIN and the cease unsafe work orders. So it's about in some sense, I think that's appropriate, that type of training. I guess part of what we think is there is opportunity, though, for the regulator to be more flexible in how those things are provided to different industries potentially. And I know that we've picked it up in our submission. I think Unions New South Wales did too. But the idea of I find it hard to understand with all the data that's collected and the different types of injuries that occur in different sectors, why there'll be what the argument against having sector-directed education packages for HSRs would be. So in education, there are clearly, there's still trips and falls, so people need to understand about being safe moving around. But the more complicated injuries are, we're seeing around psychosocial safety, and these are injuries that take people out of the classroom for extended periods of time. The regulator knows it, the department knows it, we know it. The government knows it because of we saw through changes to the workers' compensation scheme, much of it was driven by the cost of psychosocial hazards and injuries. So what would be what's the handicap, I suppose? What's the barrier for safe work doing that? Well, it's because they don't really have the power, the way the regulation's written, to get HSRs to come to those training packages. There's a difference in the way this applies in Victoria. The Victorian regulation's written in a way which would allow additional courses to be run that HSRs would be entitled to go to, which is the thing. Safe Work could design courses, I think, at the moment under the way the Act's written, but they couldn't require an employer to release the HSR to come to the course. So the tweaking of the legislation...
The current entitlement is 5 days initial training and then 1 additional day of refresher training. Is that per year or just one more?
Per year.
So after the initial training, once per calendar year, you're entitled to refresher training.
So my understanding of the current curriculum is there's the 5-day training, which is, that is the basis upon how you exercise the powers.
Yes.
The refresher training is just a summation of that 5 days.
Yes.
And then there's no other authorised training beyond that. So you might want to access the additional day 2 years after you've done the basic training and the refresher. There's nothing more to learn because you've already covered the course content that's been approved.
Yeah.
That's correct, yeah?
Yes, that's correct. And I would, it's absolutely correct. And you're right, it's a refresher of the course you've already done. So it's reminding you how to issue PINs.
So we need to use those extra days for bespoke training depending on the workplace.
That would be useful. And there's capacity already, it has been demonstrated that there is room to move a little bit in this area as it stands. So for the last 2 years, Unions New South Wales and Safe Work New South Wales have worked together to offer a conference for refresher training, which covers the regulator's requirements, so it has to get approved. There's a whole, and we work on it for 6 months each time to get it to the point where we're allowed to run it. And there's a whole lot of hoops to jump through to say that this, getting this guest speaker in, for example, satisfies this bit of the refresher training and so forth. In Victoria, Trades Hall runs this. It's been going for a long time. It's a model that I think is Unions New South Wales and Safe Work are trying to work towards. This is where this difference is. That's an additional day that they run the conference where they can have quite bespoke things happening, streams of information. They run it remotely as well as at Trades Hall in Melbourne. And that allows for different things to occur, plus the refresher training entitlement too.
Where is the block in the, it's a regulatory requirement, is it? That in terms of the restrictions on the content, like is it a policy decision of Safe Work or is it some aspect of the regulatory arrangements?
Yeah, I think you're right in terms of the question. That's probably that.
You can take it on notice if you want.
Yeah, I'll take on notice, but it's also probably a good question for Safe Work. I think that I don't know exactly, but I think it is a regulatory requirement.
Right. Yeah. So if we recommend some loosening of that, then you don't need to have this kind of a process of trying to jump through hoops to try and effectively deliver something that's a bit fresh in these additional years of training.
With respect to the Victorian model, that's one extra line on the regulation. Yeah. It's about 8 words extra. Yeah, but it gives them the power to do bespoke things.
Yeah. Can I take the opportunity to ask Honourable Wes Fang, who's I'm sure still there, or he may be on mute. Wes, did you have any questions you might like to ask? Perhaps he's out of range or not in a reception area.
Well, I think
No,
that's...
I'm here. Sorry, there's just a little bit of a delay. I don't have any questions, but I have found it extremely interesting. Thank you.
Thanks, Wes. Thank you very much. Well, listen, on that note, can I thank you all, one and all, for coming on this afternoon. It's been most informative. I'm sure all members would share that. The submission was good, but I think in some sense to hear it directly from you and enables questions to lead to questions and then answers is even an additional bonus. So thank you very much.
Do you mind, sorry to,
No,
I know
please.
you're making a closing statement, but I don't mind, because obviously you've got the two prongs, and a lot of what we talked about in our submission and also what we got here representing is around the HSR question.
Yes.
But TAFE New South Wales is a significant player in the apprenticeship training area.
But please, would you like to make a general...
Well, I guess we'll note that we don't
More
have those
specific?
experts here to answer your questions necessarily that are working in the sector. But there should be a recognition of TAFE's place here, and I don't think it's really picked up in the submissions I've been able to see that you've received so far, because lots of them go to the technical things around work health safety, like explicit work health safety training for apprentices. And I know that the Department of Education submission went to the apprenticeship and training legislation type of thing, not so much to what actually happens in the training. So I guess if I could just say this, I suppose, about that matter, that a lot of the work health safety training is part of what people learn on, in the industry-focused lesson areas. And so where TAFE is underfunded, where they are conducting classes sometimes in areas where maybe we've got an example for a live example of diesel mechanic workshop where the ventilation hasn't been up to scratch, and Safe Work New South Wales got involved because our members raised the issue and we raised it with Safe Work, and it's been hopefully sorted out, but not perhaps before some injuries occurred to some workers. If apprentices are learning in conditions like that where corners are being cut, then the implicit and explicit ideas about work health safety aren't being observed. So we have concerns that the TAFE New South Wales should be, and we believe is the preeminent provider of work health safety education. But there is pressure on class sizes from management. There's pressure to take more students, often students with really specific needs, into workshop areas. And there's a live question from our members: how can they ensure that these students are leaving their spaces understanding the highest level of work health safety to go back to their workplace with, rather than sometimes seeing compromised situations that are forced on them through insufficient funding, ageing infrastructure, plant and equipment that maybe sometimes is past its best by date, where sometimes safe systems of work aren't being taught the way they should be because of these pressures that are on the system. So we will call heavily for that funding to be delivered to TAFE, but also to take seriously the implications of things like class sizes and so forth, and what the impact is on work health safety in a different way to the explicit training. But I think in some ways, a more significant long-term way.
Thank you. And listen, probably remiss of us not to press you on that and have you sort of have to raise it yourself at the end. But no, I'm very glad that you've put that on the record. I think it's very important. TAFE is so important as the preeminent provider of vocational education in the state, and just clearly needs support and funding and that positive state of mind by the government that it has to play its very fulfilling role. The thing I always think about TAFE is that the second chance opportunities for people. I know TAFE fulfills many great things, but that idea of creating that opportunity for people, that second chance to go back and pursue careers or goals that they have, it's just so valuable as an institution. So on that note then, thank you. I'm sure after reading the transcript, it's likely that members will have what are called the supplementary questions, and if you're agreeable through the Secretariat, we'll present them to you and in due course provide them back, and that will be in addition to both your submissions and your oral evidence today, and will help inform us in the development of our report.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks a lot. And that brings today's proceedings to a conclusion. So thank you to all that have participated today, and good afternoon. We'll just have a